All right, and I think with that, we're going to get started. Welcome, everybody, to the Ultra Recon Doubles Draft League Season 8 draft stream. It's been a little while, but we're back finally with our 8th ever season. And for those of you who have been following our seasons know we've been doing a lot of Nat Dex 6v6 doubles recently, so very excited to announce that this season we've decided to revert back to our old ways, all the way back from Season 3, and go ahead and go for a VGC route. So we're going to be doing standard VGC draft, except it's going to be Nat Dex on Showdown. Something we haven't done in a long time. It was since Gen 8 that we last did it. So it's going to be interesting to see how these new Generation 9 mechanics like terastallizing will make certain battles and certain matchups. So I hope everybody watching is excited to see the draft picks as much as I am. So joining me, I have any Season 9 or Season 8 coaches. Sorry, I have a couple in the VC. I have GeForce and Lawrence. If you guys want to say hello, feel free.
Hello.
Hello.
Hello. I also have a YouTube channel. Subscribe to the Positivity King. I make some content there. Not a lot, not Pokemon content, but I do make content there.
Right on. Yeah. No, we have a bunch of coaches here. Each of them, of course, have some experience in the format, or don't have any. So we have a wide range of skill here, which is kind of why I like the community that we built. So.
I have none. VGC just like, I get the competitiveness, but it's just like, it's not for me. But I was like, I signed up and I was like, well, it's VGC won. Well, might as well give it a shot. Can't back out now.
No, it's a little bit daunting to get into doubles from a standpoint of only a singles background. I can speak to that. I don't really have VGC background. I think this is my second time ever dabbling in it. And I had to like kind of relearn the format because back in Generation 8, a lot has changed since then. So I had to I ended up deciding to practice on Showdown and just kind of use some things that I thought might be good. Of course, they were allowing legendaries in Regulation I, so a little bit different format than that.
But I just went with practicing with random double battles on Showdown. That's right. That's my experience.
No. All right, so without further ado, I think we're just going to hop on in and introduce the coaches for the season. So just going from this sheet here, which will be representative of the draft, or reflective of the draft order as well. We have with us, starting off with the first ever pick, we have GeForce 23. He's coach of the Connecticut Combalions. He's also joined us in VC today. Then we have SRG Marin. He's a returning coach, coaching the Fire Crown Dallas. And then we have another returning coach, Timmy, coaching Team Arc. In fourth overall, we have Vague Parallels, coaching the Denver Dragapults. Fifth overall, we have OG Earmuffs, a newcomer. He'll be coaching the New York Pokemon Rangers. And a returning favorite, Cadillacs, has got the sixth pick overall. He is coaching the New Zealand Breakers. Seventh overall, we have the coach, let's see here, Gallenskog, sorry. Gallenskog's going to be coaching the Craigsburg Caracosta. Then we have Feathers, previous champion, I believe it was season 4 or 5 that he won. He's going to be coaching the LA Latias again. And then we have our favorite co-commentator, unfortunately I don't think he's going to be joining us, is Mr. Grimes. He's coach of the Fish City. Unfortunately, I have to introduce a team live to you here, as I forgot to add their team logo to the sheet. So there we go. It's the Coastal Conquerors is the team name, and it's actually Froggerman's rebrand. So they're going to be rocking out the Coastal Conquerors team this season. You might be used to seeing them as the coach of the Atlantic Gudra, but they decided to switch things up, and that is a logo that was made by our fellow Mr. Grimes, just out of sheer impatience for Froggerman posting his own team logo. So I hope you enjoy that as we go through the slides here. And of course, you have yours truly, the League Commissioner Ashton, coaching the Winnipeg Jet Punches this season. I'm going to be pick 11. And then to round things off, last but not least, we have Lawrence. He is coaching the Palestine Palafin. So Palestine, sorry. For those of you who aren't familiar with the format, so with draft, it goes into snake style format in terms of the picks. So whoever gets first pick will start things off. And then you go from first, second, third, all the way down to 12th pick. And in a snake style format, in the second round, the person who started or ended the first round starts the second round. So it would go from G-Force all the way down to Lawrence, and then in the second round, go from Lawrence all the way back up to G-Force, and so on and so forth. And we are converted over to a points league. This is our first time we've done points in the double side of things, so I'm very excited about that too. So a lot has changed. We're doing VGC, we're including terastallizing, and we are points based. So I hope you all are excited as I am. So without further ado, we're gonna hop
Also,
on into
we're
it.
having heavy quotes with the VGC because a lot of things that you think shouldn't be banned are banned.
That's right. Yeah, we've kind of altered it so that it's a little bit more draft favorable. So it's not necessarily, you're not going to see like your parish song, and I think it was voted out that we don't have Shadow Tag and Arena Trap, which I thought was interesting. But such is the way of
like
being democratic.
well, parish trap is like a very common occurrence in VGC, and you can't have one without the other.
That's right.
Like it's just like might as well just remove the trappings.
Mm-hmm. All right. Well, without further ado, so to kick things off, as I said before, we have G-Force in the call with us. He has the first overall pick, and with the first overall pick of the draft, he ended up going for something that was newly unbanned, and that is Naganadel. Naganadel is a pretty interesting Pokemon. It's very much a glass cannon type Pokemon on the special side, with that 121 base speed and 127 special attack. It has a lot of good coverage moves on the special side too. I believe it gets fire type attacks. As the dragon type that it is, as part poison as well, so you can expect it to have flamethrower and such. But yeah, this thing is an absolute beast. It can set up with nasty plot. It can sludge wave alongside steel types freely as a spread move in doubles, and overall this thing's just very threatening. Once it starts snowballing with that beast boost ability, it can boost its special attack or speed and just keep getting kills and keep getting more and more threatening. So I'm not looking forward to facing this thing, and I'm excited to see what G-Force is able to do with Naganadel.
Yeah, same here. Like Beast Boost is like kind of like Moxie. Like I did like a lot of I did like a Moxie sleep once with like a Quabble, and just like bro, it just wrecked house and got names.
G-Force, anything you wanted to speak to with your Naganadel pick?
Yeah, I mean, I really kind of wanted to get the Dragon Steel Fairy core out of the way, and I saw obviously Naganadel. I heard both, so it doesn't bother me. But like Poison Dragon is very good offensively, and with Terra, I think it can definitely live hits that it's not supposed to, just getting out of unfavorable matchups with stuff with a lot of the more defensive Terras.
Right.
I mean, hey, it gets rid of the fairy weakness that it has for Dragon.
And the ground with the poison, although it kind of becomes neutral with Dragon, but just kind of switching types and going like, oh, you were trying to kill me. No.
No, that's it. Hello, Jord. Welcome to the stream. Yes, I'm excited to see, like, this format gives us an opportunity to see Pokemon in a light of terastallizing that you wouldn't normally see. So I'm excited to see how Naganadel benefits from it. And I'm sure it's going to definitely feast offensively with added usage of terastallizing. So yeah, very excited to see how Naganadel is being used by you. Next up, we have SRG Marion, coach of the Fire Crown Dallas, and he's going to take second overall, Fluttermane. I don't think anybody was really surprised by that. Arguably one of the top 3 best Pokemon on the draft board, if not the best. Fluttermane's very much well known for its ability to use booster energy and hit things in VGC very hard. It's got the spread move Dazzling Gleam, which makes it very potent. A lot of people like to run this thing choice specs because it has such a monstrous speed stat. They also potentially, I'm trying to think what else Fluttermane does. I think some people have used it in Parish Trap, although this isn't available in this league. It is an option for in regular VGC. But yeah, this thing's just really strong on the special side. and calm mind.
But physically, but not physically strong. Like one Iron Head and it's like gone.
Yeah, sneeze on it with the wall breaker on a physical side and it's pretty much dead. But it's normally going to outspeed those. So
yeah, I mean, it also has decent speed control with things like Icy Wind.
Okay.
You can play it bulky a little bit, and it does have speed control and just the Shadow Balls, Dazzling Gleams, Terra Blast if you want to run it.
Yeah,
But no one really truly runs Terra Blast.
Also important to note, since we're bringing up Terra, it is not open team sheets, but it is Terra Preview, the format that we're running this season. So we'll be able to tell some information about our opponents each week, but we won't be seeing like the moves or anything like that. So it's just a matter of seeing the Terra. That's the only kind of information we're gonna get pre-game. But yeah, Flutter Me is really good at if it's not running booster energy, it can kind of conceal what it does. It's not really telegraphed to one role, although it is very good at the one thing it's known for. It's one of those good mons that makes good usage out of being in doubles, because a lot of common things like Fake Out are available, and being a ghost type, it's immune to that. So yeah, I'm excited to see how much more potent Fluttermane becomes with the right teammates. Yeah, so I don't know if there's anything else really to talk about with this thing other than it's absolutely nuts, but I think we can move on to the third pick, which is Timmy's team arc, and with the third overall pick, he's going to pick up Shen Pao. I really wanted this, but I knew it was going to make it to me with the 11th pick. I had a kind of telegraphed plan, but yeah, Shen Pao is basically a really potent, fast Pokemon, just like Fluttermane, but it's on the physical side. You see a lot of times Shen Pao will be paired with things that have priority moves, like, I don't know, Zygarde or Dragonite with extreme speed, or, you know, maybe even Scizor with Bullet Punch, or something like that. Because of its Sword of Ruin ability, it can lower the defenses of opposing Pokemon. So, yeah, very potent Pokemon.
Well, I learned this like a while ago, but Sword of Ruin also works against like one of your own mons too. Like it lowers, like that's just
yeah. So
and also that the quad weakness too just is a yikes. But it gets Sucker Punch though, which is like a very, very good thing, especially in doubles. Whenever you have like whenever you have a move that hits both opponents, you just sucker and boom.
It'll be curious to see what Timmy pairs with Shen Pao in the future. I feel like it's in the best interest to get a very notable physical attacker, so that they're either threatened by Shen Pao or the other physical attacker just gets to click buttons. I think having those physical partners next to it is gonna make prepping for Timmy's team a lot harder. But yeah, I'm not looking forward to facing this thing. I was really hoping I got to be the one bringing it against my opponents, but Timmy was in his right mind to pick it up third overall. So of course he's gonna have some success with it. Timmy's a very, very adept coach, so I look forward to seeing how far he can go with this Pokemon. Fourth overall, we have Vague Parallels. He actually went back and forth between a couple picks before the 5th overall pick was made, so he was able to change it. He originally had Tapu Koko, but he ended up switching it for Zygarde 50%, which I think is a very good doubles Pokemon. Getting access to the signature move 1000 Arrows is very good, as it's able to hit flying types, even though it's a ground type move. It's just a very versatile Pokemon too. You can run a more defensive spread with Substitute, Toxic, Coil, 1000 Arrows, something like that, or you can even run it offensive with Dragon Dance. It's got coverage for things that it otherwise struggles against, like grass types. It has Sludge Wave, and it has Extreme Speed, which is another one of those good priority options to have in doubles. So as you can see by its stats, it's very, very bulky, but it's also well-rounded in terms of what it can do offensively. So looking forward to see what Zubang does to build around it.
It also has Glare, which is always a fun kind of like,
I hate facing Glare.
I was very surprised that it got Glare, and I looked at it, I was just like, oh, this is a fun Pokemon.
Like one ice move, and it's just.
Yeah, that's the thing. But with Terra, it is a very threatening option. Just well-rounded. Like, there's not one thing you can pin down as something you can expect on Zygarde. So yeah, Terra is just one of those options that makes it even more versatile, and I think it's going to be showcased very frequently throughout the season as a Terra captain. So yeah, Zygarde should claim a lot of kills this season, I think.
Yep.
And be very annoying. Next up is what are we at? The 5th overall pick of the draft? Yes, 5th overall pick is going to OG Earmuffs. He's the newcomer of this league, and he decides to grab first Chi-Yu. Chi-Yu is another one of the Ruin Pokemon Ruin legendaries, except unlike Shampoo, it's special, and it unfortunately is a little bit slower, but it does get access to a lot of set of moves that otherwise alleviate it, and just a really big powerhouse on the special side anyway, so you could afford to run things like Scarf on it and be fine. If he gets a priority Tailwind setter, then he doesn't really have to worry about the hunter base speed being a little bit slower than a couple other faster things in the meta. But yeah, this thing is an absolute nuke. It gets the spread move Heat Wave. I think it gets Lava Plume as well. So depending on your partner, you might be able to get like a Flash Fire situation going, or even just like double up with Heat Wave with like a Sunsetter. So I'm curious to see where OG goes with this, because there's a lot of different directions that Chi-Yu can take in draft. And I think regardless, Chi-Yu is just an amazing Pokemon in any draft. So I think regardless of what he does, it's going to be
I won't be surprised to see a choice specs.
A choice specs?
With that, yeah, choice specs. Like with that 135 special attack, yikes!
Yeah,
choice spec. It just choice specs overheat.
No, yeah, it's a very scary Pokemon, and with Terra, it makes it a little bit more potent as well. I've seen a lot of people
run
Terra
in
Grass.
Singles, and I faced it in singles, and I hate it.
Was it Terra allowed, or?
Yeah, Terra was allowed, and Terra Fire, Chi-Yu.
There's no resistances.
No.
But like on the physical side, it's not that bulky for like a physical for it's more of a special attacker. I mean, if you like want to throw an AV, on that, it will survive like any special moves. But like once you hit it with a physical move, it's dead.
Absolutely, base 120 special attack is definitely nothing to slouch at, even though its HP is a little bit on the lacking side. Like you could, like as you said, run Assault Vest. And this thing just might not die. Like it can be a very well-rounded tanky pivot if you really make it into that on the special side anyway. But Chi-Yu has a lot going for it, and I think we're going to see it be on the top of the kill leader as the season progresses too. So, yeah, look out for Chi-Yu. Cadillacs are returning favorite, and I believe he's the most decorated coach that we have in the Ultra Recon leagues overall. So someone correct me on that if they know, but I'm pretty sure he has the most titles. And anyway, he's gonna go do Cadillac's thing. He's gonna grab Incineroar first off, and I don't blame him. It was at 17 points. I think the highest tier point we have is 20 points, and I think just overall what this thing can provide for a team is enough to merit it as a round 1 pick by any stretch. It gets your Fake Out, Intimidate. I believe it gets Parting Shot. Couple other things. I mean, Knockoff's a good utility. Yeah, this thing is just another one of those well-rounded Pokemon. Has a lot of versatility. Has a very respectable attack stat, although it's not well known as being like a super offensive Pokemon. It has the opportunity and the option to. I believe it gets Sword Stance as well, so it can absolutely make use of it. But yeah, it's well known.
Has access to Will-O-Wisp.
Yeah, Will-O-Wisp is very important for sure to bring up about it.
Yeah. But like the problem with Incineroar is like it's coming, so you're just gonna bring a Clear Amulet.
Fair, but then you have to sacrifice a whole Pokemon to prep for it, kind of thing. So it's got that factor of, okay, if you don't deal with me, I'm gonna have my way with you, kind of thing. So I'm curious to see how this thing. I've never really followed Incineroar like in VGC enough to the point where I've seen it be used as a Terra option in a certain matchup. So I'm curious.
It never really does Terra. Yeah. I mean, Wolfie VGC uses it, but like he only uses it for Intimidate and Fake Out.
Right.
He never. I don't think he rarely Terras it.
Yeah,
but like,
pivoting.
I feel like. But like for the weaknesses though, it is very, very slow. I mean, not very slow. Like base 60 speed is fast, but not like. But like it's that speed range where it's not it's not fast, but it's
Right.
not that slow in Trick Room.
It's like below 70 base speed is like that range, yeah. Like it could be put on in different modes for sure. Yeah, it can be used in many different modes, and yeah, just really versatile. It can adapt very quickly, and I think that's a Pokemon that definitely supports Cadillac's playstyle. So I'm of course excited to see how many different ways he can use it. Next up, we have our first of the Ogerpon forms going to Galaxgog. He drafted Ogerpon Hearthflame. And with Terra being open, this thing was made to be a 20-point Pokemon. Some things worth noting about this Pokemon specifically, where it's the Fire-type form, Ivy Cudgel turns into a Fire-type move. When it terastallizes, it gains Embody Aspect, where its attack gets boosted by a stage, and it Terra Fire, so its Ivy Cudgel does even more damage, so absolute nuke again. It gets Sword Stance as well if you even want to be more threatening. I believe it gets Priority Quick Attack as well, I might be wrong there. Horn Leech, Follow Me, Spikes, Spiky Shield. It's overall a really fast Pokemon at base 110 speed, so it makes use of taking advantage of a lot of the slower Pokemon in the meta. I believe it gets Trailblaze too, if I'm not mistaken, so if you want to run Adamant...
It does.
Yeah, like...
It does, yeah.
You can afford to run Adamant that way, in my opinion.
Sorry about the whole... Like, I think I got cut off because my Discord's very buggy, but I was, like, talking...
Uh-oh. I think he just got cut off again. Yeah, so I think this Pokemon's very well-rounded. Yeah, I can't really think of anything else to say about it that hasn't already been said. But it's definitely a powerhouse, another versatile Pokemon. I like the dual stab on this thing. I like that has so much success being a Grass-Fire type. Because I feel like if you're a Grass-Fire type, you're either doing things really well, or you're being threatened by a lot of Pokemon that can deal with your dual typing.
Yeah.
Does that make sense?
Yeah, Discord keeps on DCing me for some reason. I don't know why it does this.
All good.
But like it's like lagging. But I was like talking about like during my cutoff, I was talking about like a main weakness with Incineroar with its 60 speed. Like, while yes, it is fast, but it's not like the fastest is like Ogerpon, but like it's not slow enough for like Trick Room.
That's it.
But yeah.
Yeah, no, I'm excited to see the Ogerpon forms being used. Especially, like, you don't see a lot of times drafts allowing Terra of high tiers, let alone Ogerpon, because generally Ogerpon forms without Terra are less valuable. So seeing them in this light is definitely going to be exciting for me as someone who doesn't have a lot of experience seeing that. So,
I mean, Terraring just makes it where you just lose the Grass type, and losing the Grass type doesn't really mean much. It just means that you lose a flying weakness, a poison weakness.
And you gain a true fire weakness or ground weakness, unfortunately. But if you're moving first, as Ogerpon usually does, you're not going to have an issue with the grounds.
I mean, also the coverage for, like, it's got like Stomping Tantrum. I think it also gets Play Rough.
Yes, it
which
does.
Which is also very scary.
Yeah.
Yes.
A lot of the dragon types looking to try to deal with Ogerpon forms are going to have a tough time with the coverage it has.
But the main problem with the Ogerpons and its Terras is that it stays only one type, so you know what type it's gonna Terra to. Oh no, I'm gonna it's a Ogerpon. Okay, I know it's gonna be either Terra Grass, Water, Fire, or Rock.
Right.
Might as well just not worry about the Grass type.
I suppose that's true. It depends if you live the hit though.
I would like to point out that weakness is mitigated by Team Preview Terra types. Because you're going to know what everything can Terra into. So knowing what Ogerpon can Terra into isn't anything special anymore.
That's right.
Yeah, fair.
Okay, the other thing is, like, if you're picking it up, you're going to have a team that can help mediate the weaknesses as well.
That's it. Yeah. So it's curious at this point of the draft, because there's a lot we can talk about, but until we see how each coach decides to build around their respective power hitters, as we like to call them, the high point Pokemon, we're just gonna have to speculate. But also, George said sometimes leaving the call and rejoining can fix Discord connection issues if you were still having issues there. So if you want to try that. But
it's not like I did like I'm in the call and it just disconnects me mid sentence and then reconnects me still in call.
Oh, okay. No worries. Yeah, so we're gonna move on to the. I don't even know what pick we're at on here. We're on at here. I think we're on pick 9 or 8. But regardless, it's gonna be Feathers, one of our previous champions, and he's gonna go ahead and pick up Iron Hands as his first pick. Yeah, very scary Pokemon. Just look at those stats. I mean, there's not really much to say bad about this Pokemon. It's losing in the speed department, but it just benefits that much better from Trick Room. So excited to see how Feathers pairs Potent Trick Room Setter with this, or which Pony goes for, because there's a lot of options. Like, there's a lot of Pokemon, especially in Draft, that can see good light in the format where you wouldn't otherwise see them in VGC. So that's the nice thing about Draft, is that only one person can have the Potent Trick Room Setters like Farigiraf and such. So excited to see how Iron Hands is used and to what ability. Another thing worth noting is that it is another, not Ultra Beast, what are they? The Paradox forms. It's Quark Drive, so it can run Booster Energy or benefit from Electric Terrain, either one, and make even more use of those massive stats like attack and defense. So yeah, really excited to see how this absolute monster's used.
I mean, I used the Iron Hands as a replacement coach, and it did a lot of things. Heck, it gets coaching. Like, did you know that? It gets coaching.
I think in the back of my head, I was like, maybe it could get coaching, but I just don't see it run, so it's not really something that would click for somebody who doesn't really deeply follow Pokemon. But yeah, it could come out, you know? Like, it's not out of the woods.
It's also a very strong fake-out mon.
Yeah, fake-out, right.
It can get access to Volt Switch if you want to Volt Switch it out.
Oh my god, you can pivot with it. That's true. Yeah, could potentially see some use out of that. Yeah, it just really, it's a big threat. It's just a big threat. You either have a special attack, and like, it's a good benefit from Assault Vest too. So you might just not have anything for this. Like, it could just run Assault Vest Drain Punch and just punch holes through things. It can run, I think it gets Swords Dance as well. So yeah, look out for it being a wall breaker. I don't know how it works in the coverage department, but I'm quite confident it has decent coverage, if not really good coverage. I don't know if it gets like the elemental punches per se.
I believe it does get Thunder Punch and Ice Punch. I'm not sure about Fire Punch.
Okay, so it might struggle a little bit against Grass types, but again, the draft is young.
Yeah, a very good common item would be like a booster for like a booster attack, or like, I don't think there is a booster for HP, but if there is one, then that would be crazy.
That'd be silly.
But like, or you go Choice Band, yeah, or just be a bulky set and just have leftovers.
Yeah, exactly.
But with item clause, you can only just make it. It can only be like one of those things. If you have multiple Choice Bands, yeah, you're good.
Yeah, this is a perfect example of a bulky physical tank. This is like definitely a tanky offensive Pokemon on the physical side. Speaking of physical tanks on the physical tanks, we're gonna hop over to Grimes' first pick, Melmetal. This has become a staple first pick for Grimes. Whenever he can snag his hands on it, he will. Needless to say, this thing's broken. It has the option to use a move called Double Iron Bash, which is a stab steel type move. I think it is 60 power per hit, if I'm not mistaken, or 50. And it has the opportunity to flinch, although it doesn't make good use of it outside of Trick Room due to its lacking speed. But still a very good stab option, able to break through things like Sturdy and substitutes with it very easily, while ensuring that there's guaranteed damage, or an opportunity to kill a sturdy Pokemon. So I really like this Pokemon a lot. I've used it a number of times previously in singles, so excited to see how this is used yet again in Season 8 of this league.
Given that it's just a pure steel type, it still just like gives you immunity to poison, but like its weakness, but like being pure steel, it does have weaknesses.
Yeah, ground, fighting, fire are pretty potent or common typing, so I'm excited to see how Grimes builds around this Pokemon. This is a Pokemon that you definitely want to build around. So I'm sure with Grimes' number of times of drafting, he has a better understanding of Melmetal's wanted partners. So I'm I'm sure we'll see no shortage of those in the future picks. But yeah, I like the things that you can do with this. You can just run Choice Band or Assault Vest. I mean, even make it a bulky special defensive Pokemon, just so it's a little bit more well-rounded on the defensive end. I like running.
I don't think Assault. No offense, Austin, but Assault Vest would not be like a very valid pick, especially with like a 65 special defense. Assault Vests are really good, like with mons that are like in the hundreds. You know, like gives them like 200.
I would just use it just to have something on the specialty defensive side, like have some sort of well-roundedness. But you know, I think it can make use of it. I haven't gone through a season where I haven't seen it used at least once, and it's come to no avail. Like it's a decent option. The way I like to run it personally is to throw people off. I don't run Double Armor Bash. I run Sub-Toxic Protect and Earthquake, so I can hit the Steel and Poisons that otherwise are immune to Toxic. So I'm excited to see how Grimes makes use of that.
Yeah.
Froggerman is up with his first pick, and he goes for value straight away in picking up Whimsicott. So he's got one of the more potent Prankster Tailwind users right away, which I think is a good pick. It's 19 points for Whimsicott, so you wouldn't normally see it go for 19 points, but where this is doubles and VGC, and you're only facing 4 Pokemon, having that option, very threatening right off the bat.
Yeah, I was like eyeing it, and it was like, if it comes to me, I am grabbing it straight away for my second pick.
Yep.
And I was very upset that he got it, but I mean, good on him. Prankster is such a broken ability unless you're a Dark type.
Yeah.
Like gets Prankster Helping Hand.
Yeah, you can run Beat Up alongside of like, I don't know, a Justified Pokemon, or Annihilate with Rage Fist, or Archaludon with Stamina. Like, there's a lot of things you can do to support with this Pokemon. It's also no slouch offensively. I've seen people run Choice Specs and just run max speed on this thing, and it can do some decent damage, although it's only got 77 special attack. I've enjoyed seeing people use it as a Choice Specs user, so it doesn't have the inability to be offensive, but it is definitely more.
It's more of a stall ability. It's more of a stall ability with Substitute, Leech Seed, Leftovers, and just sit back and relax.
I'm excited to see what Tailwind Abuser's Froggerman pairs with this thing, because
it's also a very good like blocker for setup, because it does get access to Encore. So if it catches something on like a Nasty Plot, a Swords Dance, a Calm Mind.
Most importantly, in doubles, Protect.
Yes,
Protect,
Encore
punishes people for protecting.
Yes, true. Yeah, it is very good use of Encore. In singles, I've seen it use Encore too, just to defer setup.
It also gets access to Switcheroo.
Good point.
Or a Trick. So just give it something like a Lagging Tail, and a fast one's going last.
Love that strategy. Yeah, excited to see how this thing is used and what it is used alongside in order to support. So there's lots of different Pokemon that can benefit from Whimsicott as a teammate, so I can understand why he picked it round 1. Next up is my first pick, and I ended up going with another Ogerpon form, Ogerpon Wellspring. Again, my draft plan was a little bit stinted, and it was very unrealistic given that I was 11th pick, but I still think Ogerpon makes a very good staple as a versatile defensive Pokemon, or can be defensive Pokemon, as I mentioned before, Embody Aspect is gained after you Terastallize this thing, and with Ogerpon Wellspring, it boosts its special defense rather than its attack, unlike the Hearthflame form. So it makes a little bit more use out of things like Follow Me and stuff like that. It can be a little bit bulkier with the recovery. You get some Horn Leech that way too. Unfortunately, it is limited to having the Wellspring Mask as its saddle item always. So you can't necessarily run like Leftovers for even more steady recovery, but this thing is very, very potent in terms of how it can be brought defensively. I've seen it defensively a lot in VGC, so draft is just one of those opportunities to hopefully show off that it's going to be a versatile threat as well, having options on the offensive end such as the Sword Stance and all those coverage moves. So
minus Embody Aspect, Water Absorb is actually really helpful, especially like when you have a fire, like whenever you have a fire type and you have it in the bag, just switch out the fire type and boom.
Yeah, make good use of the ability there with Follow Me too. So Absolutely, yeah. I can see how it could be good benefit next to certain teammates. So yeah, outside of Terra, it's a very good support Pokemon. With Terra, it can be better with the special defense boost. It just makes it that more potent. And of course, having that base 100, base 120 Ivy Cudgel. Anyway, having that stab 100% accurate.
100.
Okay, it is 100. Water type Ivy Cudgel is going to be hitting hard. I plan on making this one of my main focuses for Terra each week. But yeah, I just really liked having the option to have a nice glue Pokemon, and especially one that could be versatile so early on. So yeah, I threw the 20 points down on this, and I'm looking forward to using a Terra Ogerpon for the first time. So
100 power with high crit chance and not making contact is pretty crazy.
It doesn't make contact
already. Does not. Yeah, you don't proc like Rocky Helmets or anything on.
That's amazing.
Yep. I faced like 2 or 3 Ogerpons in Stabmon, and that mon goes crazy in Stabmons.
Right on. Yeah.
Because
it's a good dual stab.
It doesn't just get all
it's
water
fire and rock.
Moves. It gets fire and rock moves as well, and it's just like, wow. Okay, you cannot build around that. Like I had a same thing with like a Rotom fan, which does the same thing where it gets all the types with the other Rotoms. So
that's fair, Jordan. Yeah. That is a good economic point. He was talking about Cottony in chat. Yeah, no, there is a lot of benefit of having this in different formats. I think there's not one format that this thing doesn't have some sort of viability in. I mean, any of the
minus low tier.
Yeah. Oh, of course, yeah. But to round off,
it's very viable on low tier.
just
so viable it's banned.
Yeah, that's right. So viable it's banned.
I mean, also it does stop things like Spore and Rage Powder as well.
Important to note. Yeah.
That's just what I thought of, like right off the cuff. I was like, oh wait, if someone drafted a Moongus,
a little bit invalidated.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I mean, Moongus is only like really helpful like whenever Sleep Cause is not available.
True, but it's still something.
No, I think sleeping 1 and having Rage Powder is still very strong.
That's it. To round off the first round of the draft, we have Lawrence, who's in call with us, and he ended up picking his mascot, Palafin. Do you want to talk about your Palafin pick here, Lawrence?
Oh yeah, Palafin, like it just does numbers. Like Jet Punch for priority. You can like flip turn for any switch-ins. Heck, with like a combination of Helping Hand, Mystic Water, and the Rain, just kills.
Oh yeah, the resists don't become resists when you have this thing on a rain team. So I'm excited to see how your draft goes from here.
And my second pick was Sinistra.
Oh no, it's unveiled. I guess you are on the wheel, so it's all right. But here's a recap on round 1's picks. Is there any favorites that anybody can see right away? Like something that they were kind of, leaning towards as their personal favorite that was drafted?
I'm totally not biased, but I'm definitely going with Palafin, 100%. Because but not because I picked it, but like I was shocked because I thought you're going to pick it. I was like, oh boy, like it's mascot versus mascot. If you pick it, I'm screwed. But you did not pick it. I was like,
no, the mascot duel. Yeah, no. I've used Palafin once before in singles, and I didn't have a lot of success with it. So I have to regain my rebuild my relationship with the Pokemon in a future single season first before I can think about it in doubles.
I mean,
it's round. Go ahead.
I was also going to say Palafin because I have used it before, and it is a very strong Pokemon. I mean, everyone has picked really good picks.
Yeah, no, there's no bad picks this round at all.
Yeah, like it was either between Palafin and Ogerpon Wellspring because I've just seen it do so much in VGC and in singles.
Mm-hmm.
So it's just.
I guess I'll do the salty thing and pick Shenpao because I wanted it, but I think
that was what I was gonna take too if it fell. My initial plan was I was hoping I could get Zygarde and
Oh,
so
okay.
that was kind of cooked. Zygarde Chien-Pao, but
I had a similar plan.
I like Zygarde
or Chien-Pao Dragonite.
Yeah.
Yeah,
I like the Zygarde pick a lot.
Very
I think that thing in
same.
doubles is Zenima, as one of our friends would say. It's very good in doubles.
Zenima, absolutely. Oh, that gift will live on and prosper. Yeah, very good, almost staple picks, I guess, in the first round. I don't want to quite say that because not all of them are necessarily, you know, leading into other things. It just, you can kind of see where each draft has the potential to go certain roads with the picks that were made so far. So very excited to see how this draft unfolds. So I think I'll just, since it's not a surprise anymore, we'll just go into the second round pick from Lawrence with Sinistcha. Do you want to talk about your Sinistcha pick, Lawrence?
Yeah, 100%. Sinistcha is really, really good. Like, its hospitality, its move is its signature move actually hits both targets and heals you, and has a chance to burn. Gets Rage Powder, which is only like not effective against grass types, but like it exists. And like with the column, and also with Heat Proof, it makes it no longer weak to, but not like make it the weakness to fire not that weak anymore.
Mm-hmm. Did you mention
also
gives me strength stat too, or no?
Oh, it gets strength stat, but like it helps with any attackers. Heck, if you have a competitive mon, you can just use it on that mon, and I just boom.
No, it's a very potent Pokemon defensively, very good support option, and it has a very commendable special attack stat too, so it can make use of it.
Heck, it's a ghost type, gives me a fake out resist, so if I bring it, no one, you cannot bring fake out into me.
A free Trick Room too, if you needed a Trick Room on. It's a dedicated one, or it's a reliable Trick Room.
Fun fact, I did not know it got Trick Room.
I only knew it got Trick Room because another coach brought Poltergeist with Trick Room before, so I was like, okay, well, I'm sure they didn't get rid of it.
You can't.
Yeah.
You can't get rid of it because it can just hold it while it evolves, and you get to keep it.
Can I just say this? I really don't think they need to go so hard with Machigotcha's secondary effects.
Yeah, probably not. No. This mon is crazy. I love this thing in doubles.
It's so nuts.
I've picked it in previous seasons. It's awesome.
I'm so glad. I'm kind of a little bit glad that I got last pick, but also at the same time, there was so many stuff that I was like planning for, but that keeps on getting sniped.
I think you have the best pick in the draft, personally, being 12th. Just immediately getting those two partners right away next to each other.
Yeah.
I like first better, but I think last is the next best.
Fair. Yeah, no, I can see the benefit of being
when
just get that nice, strong best Pokemon.
When there's stuff like Fluttermane around, I want the first pick.
Fair enough.
I'll also say I was very surprised at some of the things that I was able to pick up, and I was just like, wait, this didn't go already?
Yeah.
What?
What's happening? I really want to spoil the list of really strong Pokemon that didn't get picked, but I'll save that till later. I'm gonna start talking about my Tornadus Incarnate pick because I'm finally able to say that I drafted it, because usually whenever I'm in a doubles league with Cadillacs, he gets it before me. So I'm glad I also am stubborn. I like Whimsicott more, so I use that preferably over this, but it's just personal preference. But I'm happy to say that I get the chance to use this thing. I think it has a lot more synergy with what I ended up picking as well as what I currently have. But I also can Prankster Rain Dance.
You'll love it.
And benefit. Yeah, I can benefit from my own rain next to Ogerpon, which benefits from the rain with its Stab, Ivy, Cudgel. It gets, I believe it gets. What does it get on the status side? It doesn't get Thunder Wave. No, it gets Taunt though.
Nope. I think it gets Scary Face instead of Thunder Wave if you want the speed control.
That's cool.
I believe so.
It sounds like a move that Torn it gets decent coverage too. I can learn run nasty plot sets if I wanted to throw my opponent
just
off
Bleak Wind.
Yeah, just Bleak Wind. Pretty much what I'm going to be running for Flying Stab all week.
I love this thing because I would just throw it on every single week, and I'd give it Bleak Wind and Tailwind and think about its last 2 moves when I was ready to finish building the team.
Save it for the end. Just be like, okay, now I actually have to think with this Pokemon because everything else was straightforward.
Yep.
I'm excited to be able to do that this season. With Whimsicott, I had to think a little bit more in terms of how its role can be used to effectiveness, I guess, in certain matchups. Because I think with Torn, it's effective in a lot more matchups doing the more well-known things it can do. With Whimsicott, you might have to think a little bit in terms of move pool or move slots. Especially, I find that Whimsicott just gets move slot syndrome compared to this. So I think, there's not a bunch of moves. I mean, there's a bunch of moves that it gets that it can run. Like Heat Wave is a spread move that could be an option. But you don't run into issues with trying to decide what's going to be potent or what's going to be of more use, I guess. I'm trying to figure out how I'm explaining this. Yeah, Torn is just very good at what it does. I think that's the best way to sum it up. Raging Bolt goes next to Froggerman to pair with that Whimsicott. I think this is interesting in the sense that Whimsicott can support it with things like Sunny Day, Prankster Sunny Day, but also I think with its speed stat, Tailwind makes it just even that more threatening because it's already, like, every stat that it has is insanely good, and it's not going to make use of attack, but, like, it's very bulky, and it has Terra, and, yeah, I don't like it.
And especially with Thunderclap.
It would resist Whimsicott would resist Discharge next to it.
It can also just run Calm Mind and Sweep.
Yeah, yep. Yeah, this thing is an absolute menace. Like, this might be... I'm trying to think. This is probably the most valuable Terra option, isn't it? Is that out of line?
It can be. It could be.
Out of what's available?
Yeah.
Might be out of line.
But, like, I mean... Here, speaking of Mr. Grime.
Boy, damn.
We're talking about Raging Bolt.
Oh, it's Grimes. Hello. Oh, never mind. He's gone.
And he left.
He just came in and said Gabler and then left. Is that what he did?
I think so.
Great. All right. That's my co-commentary.
I think I would. I'd vote Fluttermane, but Raging Bolt's up there for sure.
Yeah, it's like, yeah, it's one of those Pokemon that is already really good and then it massively benefits from Terra. So yeah, I guess Fluttermane is categorized as that too. But yeah,
I mean, also,
Bolt,
I think it's the most. I think it's the most viable, like the most flexible with the items.
Yes.
You can run Booster Energy, you can run Leftovers, you can run Assault Vest, you can run Choice Specs.
Yep. Citrus Berry to be bulky.
Citrus Berry.
Yep. No, I'm not looking forward to facing this.
It's very flexible and
Choice
it's very scary.
I'd love to see Choice Band. Wait, doesn't it get
Supercell Slam? Probably. Who knows? I'm not running physical.
Spectre.
It also gets Dragon Hammer.
Oh wow, I didn't know that. Spectre. I think this was something that I was a little bit surprised to go this late. I thought a couple more people would be more inclined to pick it earlier. It is early in round 2, mind you, but just with Terra, and I've seen this drafted without Terra in 20 points in singles, so I was kind of shocked by that. But nevertheless, Grimes made good use of his position, saw that Spectre was around, and picked it up, and this thing's going to be an absolute menace with Terra in doubles. It snowballs. It's got the Grim Neigh ability. Every time it gets a kill or something on the opposing side dies, I think, I'm not sure, it gets a special attack boost. So it also gained access to Draining Kiss, I think, in Gen 9, so Terra Fairy is a very common Terra option on this. It also allows it to deal with dark types a little bit better, so yeah, very threatening Pokemon now that it has the newfound usage in Terra, or with Terra.
130 speed is kind of terrifying.
Yes, yeah, there's not a lot that outspeeds that in the meta, especially in this format. It gets Will-O-Wisp too to alleviate its lackluster physical defense. And it can, I think it can, does it get Calm Mind and Nasty Plot or just Nasty Plot?
I believe it
gets both.
Oh, it is both.
Wow.
I'm pretty sure.
Very, very threatening. Everybody get your normal types because this thing's present.
I mean, everybody just run normal Terra.
Fair enough.
Yeah, I was gonna say normal Terra
5
explosion.
normal Terra Pokemon.
Terra no, and just one Terra Ghost.
Yeah, 1 Terra Dark in case they decide not to Terra Fairy.
Terra Normal, Terra Normal, Terra Normal, Terra Normal, Terra Normal, Terra Normal, Terra Dark.
Feathers with his good eyesight with, or he has a good IO for what is really strong in tier list, and he picks up 19-point Rillaboom to pair with his Iron Hands. Fake Out, for sure. He's got definitely Fake Out at this point. Very good Fake Out options as well. I think Iron Hands also just benefits from Grassy Terrain.
Yeah.
And with Grassy Glide too, like...
Yeah, prior to
bro,
Grassy
people
Glide.
are getting...
Terra Grass, knockoff.
Gets knockoff, gets...
He gets Stomping
U-turn as well for pivoting.
U-turn. Yeah. Yeah, it's one of those Pokemon. I mean, in Grassy Terrain, you don't want to be using like Earthquake and Bulldoze, but it gets a ground move that doesn't get negatively hindered by Grassy Terrain, which I kind of like.
Mm-hmm.
Can be run a lot of different ways. Choice Band, Assault Vest, just leftovers. It could be Bulk Up, Drain Punch. I think it's Drain Punch. Yeah, I like this Pokemon a lot. It could also be a benefactor for a lot of Unburdened Pokemon, so I'm curious to see if Feathers ends up picking up one.
Yeah, Unburdened is kind of scary.
Having Terrain Control in this format, I think in VGC is just super scary. So I can see the value in 19-point Rillaboom for sure. Next up we have Galanskog, and he goes Mega Lopunny round 2. I was a little bit not thrown off by this, but I was surprised. I kind of forgot about it until it got drafted, kind of thing. I was like, it is one of the faster Fake Out Pokemon, which, especially, I think it gets scrappy, so it makes really good use out of it.
It does get scrappy as the ability.
Yeah, especially with a normal fighting type. Mm-hmm. Normal fighting, like, really well.
Absolutely. Yeah, and Scrappy just makes it that more potent. Like, everything's getting 2-shot by the combination of normal 7 fighting stuff.
Like normal fighting's like not up there with like with the normal combinations, but like it gives away its weakness to fighting and only makes it weak to only what fighting's weak to.
Mm-hmm. It's still weak to fighting, but offensively it covers most things.
Yes.
Very little resists fighting in normal.
Yeah, it has to be
especially
with
Pokemon,
like neutrally hit to deal with it.
So like my favorite combination with normal is normal Ghost, like with Zoroark, Kasui, because like all it's just weak to is dark.
Exactly. Yeah, this is a very threatening Pokemon in doubles. It's very reliable as a Fake Out user. You could stop Ghost types from Trick Rooming or whatever they end up doing because of that Scrappy ability. And it has very good coverage and a very strong physical attack stat. Can make use of things like Triple Axle as a coverage move to hit those Dragon types. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Mega Lopunny is able to influence the team offensively. Potentially, we'll see.
100%.
Cadillacs, you drafted Urshifu Rapid Strike round 2. Would you like to talk to us about why Urshifu Rapid Strike is so potent?
Because of Surging Strikes. And I think in doubles, Unseen Fist is like the most broken ability. It's better than all the other boosting things that you could possibly give this.
Terra Water.
That's my take. It not
especially when Protect is like a very good meta.
Yeah, I mean, the biggest thing in my opinion that it lets me do is I don't have to think about if you're going to Protect. I don't have to care. Yeah, like I get to play more aggressive because I'm not worried about playing around this protecting and this switching or all those kind of plays. It just makes Protect a much worse move against me to make other Mons stronger.
Yeah, and the combination of water fighting, yikes.
Absolutely.
Yeah, I think the Dark One's good. I think in doubles, getting around Focus Sashes, the water stab, it's all really nice.
Yes, yeah.
And you also get Aqua Jet for priority.
That's right.
Does pick things up as well.
Doesn't Surging Strikes also like guarantee crit?
Yes.
Yep, all 3 hits.
Yeah, this thing's a beast.
Dang.
I don't like that you have it.
I'm shocked it made it around to round 2.
That's another surprising Pokemon along with Spectre that I was thinking would go earlier. But
honestly, it's just Surging. Just Urshifu just didn't really fit my flow.
Yeah, it was one of the ones I was considering taking round 1, but I decided I wanted to try using Incineroar this time round, and it made it back to me. So
no,
I'm happy with that.
Can't say it wasn't meant fate that it came back to you, kind of thing. It's like you were considering me. That
another season.
Another season. That's right. Was it last season you drafted this last?
Yeah.
Oh my god. Okay. Well, fasten your seatbelts, boys and girls. We're in for a ride. All right. Talonflame for OG Earmuffs for his second pick to pair with Chi-Yu. I don't know if he was sniped from a Prankster Tailwind Mon. Like, I'm not saying Talonflame's bad. I'm just saying I almost wonder where it's a double fire situation. Not that it really matters, but if he was looking for corner.
I gotta talk about Talonflame because like I was like eyeing that mod and I was like considering having it because of like because Gale Wings gives you priority to all flying moves unless you're like only whenever you're full HP. So you get priority Tailwind.
Yeah.
And it's like really like a very fast mod, it's everything else. Its stats is terrible besides speed. Speed is its only good trait. If you hit it with any move, like any rock move, it's dead.
Yeah, you look at this thing just with the stats alone and you wonder why it's worth 16 points. If there's just so much value in the format with priority Tailwind. So having Gale Wings, especially as like a lead option.
Yeah, it's like I was eyeing it for a bit because I was like, okay, I want because like I haven't used Talonflame at all in draft. Now, like maybe I should get Talonflame. It's a very fast mon, gives me priority Tailwind, but the problem is like Fake Out will immediately make that Tailwind no longer a priority, and then just bonk it with a rock move and it's dead.
Right.
Well, I mean, the other thing with Talonflame is it does have very good utility. Like, it gets access to Will-O-Wisp. It gets access to regeneration with Roost.
Yes.
With things like Fake Out, you can slap a Covert Cloak on it, and Fake Out does nothing. It also gets access to Sword Dance. It can be scary. I do get like the rest of the sets are very lackluster, but I think using it as a good utility mon instead of kind of going, oh, this is a sweeper or this is a wall breaker.
Draft can lead into a lot of different possibilities for something like Talonflame.
I mean, like Flame Body also is a great ability for Talonflame.
Yes.
Like a chance to burn.
And that benefits Chi-Yu as something that otherwise struggles a lot more with physical attackers. So there is some sort of synergy, or there is extra synergy there too. If you crossing all your T's and dotting all your I's, kind of going over everything. But yeah, I like Talonflame a lot. I think it's very strong speed tier, has a lot of options, and it's going to support the team really well, I think, as we continue on with his picks. Speaking of things that go along well with their picks, Tapu Fini is going to be paired with Zygarde 50%. Veg picks a Fini this round. What are everyone's thoughts on Fini?
I love Tapu Fini. I love it.
I love it.
Honestly, I haven't really played X and Y to not X and Y. I'm dumb. Sun and Moon enough to like know about like the whole Tapu's lore.
Me too.
Like I got trapped at one. Like I got trapped at a certain area and just gave up and lost the game. But what I do know is like the whole like terrains are really good. And Water Fairy, like it's just like Primarina. It's just Primarina at this point.
Negating your opponent's opportunity to status something like Zygarde, which is already really bulky, is just very strong. It's very much a glue pick, and it's a very good support option as it gets a lot of supporting moves, but also has the ability to just do straight up 50% to a bulky Pokemon with Nature's Madness, and I think Zygarde really appreciates that as a Pokemon that likes running 1,000 arrows for spread damage. Like, that could really set up Zygarde to just kind of clean up the slack of dealing with another bulky Pokemon.
I mean, you can, with this being doubles, telepathy also kind of comes into play as well. If you want to run a very aggressive Zygarde, you don't have to worry about your Feeny.
But on the other hand, though, G-Force, if you do have telepathy, you will no longer have Misty Surge, which means that you can status that Zygarde with with Glare, and it just gets lowered speed or poison it and just stall it out, or Will-O-Wisp and stall it out.
But so, at the same time, Zygarde gets access to Glare too, so there's some benefit in not running Misty Surge. So there is a lot of synergy with both abilities.
Yeah. And like, honestly, obviously Misty Surge is the better of the two, but it's just like if you want to run more of a stally Zygarde, then having telepathy is a little better, at least in my opinion.
Yes, and the strength of having Misty Surge, like having the Tapu Fini effect on your draft, people might not even prep status, so you can probably throw them off with telepathy. So like, if you look at it at that point, like they might prep in accordance to Misty Surge and just not expect to be able to status anything. I like Fini a lot. I'm excited to see what I can do. Can Calm Mind as well. I don't know if that got brought up yet, but yeah. Look forward to Fini being a very gluey Pokemon for this draft. Speaking, I think we talked about this Pokemon a little bit earlier. We have a Moongus going to Timmy, getting that Rage Powder support Pokemon. I believe Spores. Its most notable attribute in doubles, if not one of the closest ones next to Rage Powder. And yeah, this thing's just a very annoying Pokemon. Can be a decent terror option as well if Timmy was ever so inclined in a given week. So yeah, just a very annoying bulky Pokemon.
It does also get Pollen Puffs to help its ally as well.
That's right. This is our first Pollen Puff user, actually, isn't it? Pretty sure.
Yeah, it also gets Regenerator too.
Yeah.
So like
really good.
Like give it the Black Sludge, which like yes, could be a bad ability if you like want to tear it out of poison, but like might as well just if you like want to keep it grass poison, give it the Black Sludge. Exactly. It just heals, and
you can still run leftovers and something else due to the fact that this thing can run Black Sludge. Like you're not going to run a lot of Pokemon or draft a lot of Pokemon that can run Black Sludge. So just having that ability to change up its or freeing up your held items in the format, I think is really good. Yeah, Amoonguss is a big threat.
I'm pretty sure, unless I'm wrong, and y'all can correct me, but I'm pretty sure Among Us also gets Strength Stat. I could be wrong.
I think it does.
Does not.
Yeah. It doesn't. Okay. No. That would be crazy if it did, though.
Oh my god, this thing would be 20 points, 100%. Yeah, Amoonguss is going to be a problem. If get your Overcoat Mons or your Clear Amulet or which
Cobra Cloak or the Safety
Clear Amulet, Safety Goggles.
Safety Goggles, that's what I'm thinking. Mousehold goes to SRG Marin for 16 points. This thing is a very fun Pokemon to draft with. In singles and doubles. My experience with singles is people draft it at a mid to low point range and slap a choice band on it and click Pop Bomb for days. In doubles, you can side target Pokemon like Archaludon or Annihilate and really just have fun that way. This thing also gets Tidy Up to set itself up, which can be fun while clearing the hazards away. So
it also gets Follow Me.
Yeah, clearing
and
also while also setting up is a very fun thing to have.
I think Frangard Follow Me.
Yeah, it does get Follow Me.
And also gets I think it gets Cheek Pouch for like any berry moves you want to get. Wide Winds for population bombs to be more accurate and get like 10 hits in. Because you don't really need loaded dice for it, because it guarantees 10 hits. It's just the accuracy is the problem.
Absolutely.
So like Wide Winds is always like the tech, but you don't have to like be Wide Winds. You can it gets Switcheroo, so you can be Sticky Bar, Switcheroo, and switch items with Mons.
That's
or with Wagging Tail.
Yeah.
It also gets things like Encore and Taunt as well.
Okay.
And also with kind of with like Matrix Madness, it does also get Super Fang.
Right. Nope.
So that's good for
a lot of good, useful tools overall.
Also, unless I could be wrong, I'm pretty sure doesn't Mousehold get Technician as well?
I believe.
Yes.
Yeah, and also Friend Guard is not a bad ability.
No,
like,
you see it running Clefairy a lot in doubles.
Yeah. I mean, it's bad in singles, but I mean, what is it? What isn't bad that used to be in doubles that is bad in singles?
That's it. G-Force, you pick Goldango to round out the second round of the draft to pair with Ganondorf. I really like this Pokemon, but can you tell us why you like it so much?
Yeah, it is a very good spin blocker. The ability is broken.
Yes, it is.
Yeah,
it has a lot of really good coverage with things like Psychic, Thunderbolt, Focus Blast.
I love its coverage; it's so perfect.
You can run a bulky version with Leftovers, Substitute, and Nasty Plot.
I've seen that one. Yeah.
And just make it rain all over the place and not care about the special attack lower.
Why'd they have to make it such a strong move? Like, it's already, like, being -1, it's already kind of fine because you have Nasty Plot. So you don't have to Nasty Plot every time to use a boost to make it rain. But it's also 120 base power, and it's 100% accurate. Like, who thought
And it hits both Pokemon.
And it hits both Pokemon. Like, oh.
It also gets Recover as well.
Recover.
This is the most valuable steel type in my opinion.
And you just cannot status it at all because of Goodness Gold.
Melmetal.
I suppose. I don't know, man. I don't know. I draft
maybe. I think maybe in singles this is more valuable because it does all the spin blocking, defog stopping stuff, but that's less valuable in doubles. Because there's just less often hazards.
Because hazards is really non-existent whenever it's VGC that I'm aware of.
That's what I was also going to add. I know hazards are not very prevalent, but it's just something because I am coming from singles, so it's just always something in the back of my mind.
Yes, yeah.
Like I've done doubles before, but
and they could be more prevalent because you have the thing that stops them from being removed.
Right.
Like if you pick up something, I don't know if you did, but if you get like Glamora, nobody's getting rid of Toxic Spikes, right? That kind of idea.
Yeah.
No,
so.
I like Goldango here. Very well-rounded Pokemon, stat-wise and role-filling-wise. It can do a lot of things, as explained before. Be bulky or tanky, offensive, and set up threat. So, and Recover is like such a good move on this thing with its typing. So, this is the second round of the draft. Again, not really anything that I'm kind of surprised to see here. Everything kind of makes sense given the round that it is in terms of value. Anybody have any favorites from this round?
Urshifu.
I mean, Urshifu is a threat to be recognized, but so is Goldango.
Yeah, I think just based on this point of the draft, the three things that I would look at for something that I think got a lot of value in this round are the Urshifu, as previously stated, Spectrier, and Raging Bolt.
I was going to say Raging Bolt is my pick, just because it's so... You can run it in so many different ways, and it's a threat every single time.
See what you can do, Froggerman, when you draft not Conkeldurr first? You could grab things like Raging Bolt. He drafts Conkeldurr first every time, and I'm just like, oh my god, you missed out on this, like, top 10 Pokemon in the second round. I'm like, ugh. Anyway, now
I always love Rillaboom.
Yeah.
Too.
I mean, to be fair, back whenever I was like low tier draft and singles, I always just grab Galvantula because I just like the spider.
Fair. I'm gonna be a little biased too. I like Torn, just with the pairing that I have so far. I'm excited to see how effectively I can use Tailwind and Rain Dance next to Ogerpon, as well as other things.
For sure.
Yeah, I guess I'm say Raging Bolt over.
I'm a big believer. You know me. Well, I'm a big Torn believer.
You know Torn, so I'm glad I have your support. I'll just say that. Round
it's
3.
one of the only few. It's only one of the few pure flying types too.
That's it.
Which is crazy.
Yeah. Round 3, we have Tapu Lele going to G-Force. I like this a lot in terms of the negating of priority moves into Naganadel, but is there something that you want to talk about more G-Force with it?
Yeah, I mean, the Psychic Surge is definitely one of the bigger reasons why I picked it, because I saw a lot of the Fake Out Mons going. I saw Chien-Pao with Sucker Punch. I didn't see the Urshifu, and I was like, oh wait, Aqua Jet. Oh, okay. But also I feel like it's also decent stab with things like Moonblast, Psyshock. I think it gets some self-healing, or it gets like Healing Wish. So if something is status or is relatively low, I can Scarf it, get a quick Healing Wish off, and then just bring in a Sweeper or a Wall Breaker.
Yes.
That is relatively healthy without it getting too more injured. Again, there's also the telepathy, so if I wanted to go Sludge Wave, I can.
Yes. Something that I really like about this, just to kind of feed off of what you said about Psychic Train, is that unlike the Indeedee forms, this thing does a much better job offensively of benefiting from its own train. Just like immediately kind of thing. Like you don't have to necessarily rely on having the Calm Mind boost to make this thing an absolute monster. Whereas indeed something like Indeedee Female with less than base 100 special attack would otherwise probably have to set up to make better use of its Terra. Mind you, Psychic Train seriously boosts like Expanding Force, for example, but this thing is just, it has the opportunity to be a wall breaker for once too.
Yeah, and again, I was also looking at a lot of mons that could be very flexible with their items.
Yeah.
So like Lele, I can go Leftovers, I could go Choice Specs, I could go Choice Scarf, I could do Shenanigans, because I think it also gets Trick.
I think it does too, yeah. No, it's
so
very worth the 18 points. Train control. No,
it also gets Trick Room if I wanna go slower.
I could see Room Service Trick Room being a thing too, and Goldango might benefit from Trick Room too. Like you can run a mode with that at this point, and I'm sure you'll have some more Trick Room users later. But yeah, I like this thing. It benefits both Pokemon so far, and I think just synergy-wise, these three are a very potent threat at this point, and it's probably one of the better trios after round 3 that you'll see. So yeah, I'm very happy for you getting the trio that you have, but I'm also scared. So maybe I'm not so happy. But, I don't know.
You should be.
Yeah,
no, I'm kidding.
I don't know if you and I face each other at any point, but I don't look forward to those top 3, especially with Terra on again.
I mean, we can just look at the schedule right now and check and spoil the schedule.
Our Chaladon going to SRG Marin. I think this was kind of not necessarily telegraphed, but it's definitely a good beneficiary of having Mousehold teammate. As previously stated, Pop Bomb into Stamina Chaladon is absolutely disgusting, as every hit of Pop Bomb would increase its stamina boosts by 1 time. So if you get 6 Population Bomb hits, it is a +6 defense Archaladon, and that's scary.
I thought we were going to talk about like his transaction, because he did make a transaction against that.
We will. We'll do that at the end. We have a couple slides for that. So, Archaladon, very scary Pokemon. It kind of leads me to believe that Marin is looking to grab Rain as well, but we'll have to see if he does decide to go that route. But I think what makes Archaladon very strong is A, its typing, B, its stats, C, its move pool. So basically everything going for it.
The items also can be flexible, like you can run Power Herb or Salt Vest.
3 really good abilities
Stalwart
as well.
Stalwart is also a really good ability whenever Follow Me is like a very good meta.
Yes. What was his third ability again? It gets Stamina, Stalwart, and
Sturdy.
Yeah,
Sturdy.
Some really good options for abilities. I think you'll often more see Stalwart or Stamina used over Sturdy, but it's still there, you know? Like, if you want to run Archaladon a little bit less defensive, you could rely on Sturdy and then still keep your item slot open.
Like in a Rain team, Electro Shot just becomes a 1-turn move, and you just win.
Yeah, having an ability or a move that does... It's a 120 base power electric move, and it boosts your special attack in the process. Pretty nuts.
Yeah, and like and you just like in the range, just automatically fire it.
Yeah, it's broken, absolutely broken. Very defensive typing on the Pokemon as well. I'm looking forward to seeing how other people struggle to face it. I hope I don't have the same struggles against facing it, but like trying to kill it anyway. Dealing with it in general is just an absolute monstrosity. This thing could have arguably been a lot higher in point value than it is. 16 points. But, yeah, this is an absolute beast. Ursaluna going to Timmy. So there's that physical attacker we were all kind of waiting for, pairing with Shen Pao. Very, very threatening Pokemon with Sword of Ruin as the thing supporting it. For those of you who don't know much about this Pokemon, it is base 148. Well, you can see it from the stats on the right, but it gets Guts as well. So if you want to run Guts Flame Orb, I think it boosts its attack by 1.5 times, if not 2 times. I can't really remember.
Yeah.
But
1.5.
I think it's 1.5.
Thank God. Yeah, it gets stab.
Yeah, if it was 2.5, if it was 2.5, then that was. If it's 2 times, then good on him on grabbing it. Yeah. Jesus Christ, that would be a threat to be.
I was grabbing this next to Cress because I saw, I believe it was, who was it? Cybertron grabbed it in the SPL VGC season, and
yeah, he did.
It's a very disgusting pair, honestly. Because you can run Earthquake instead of Headlong Rush and not worry about losing your defenses next to Cress. But yeah, this thing's a monster. Bulletproof's actually not a bad ability either. I think it also gets a nerve, if I'm not mistaken, so no super effective berries.
Yeah, you can't eat berries at all.
I mean, also just Stab Facade.
Yeah, Stab Facade Flame Orb. Yeah.
It also gets access to Drain Punch.
Oh, I did.
So it does get recovery.
Very solid Trick Room Abuser offensively with Amoonguss. Can also be a nice partner with it. Redirect the water types that otherwise struggles with.
And also with Terra, it just becomes a monster.
Yeah,
you
Terra
can
normal.
Just swap into. I was also thinking Terra Ghost to get rid of the fighting.
Yeah, true. Yeah, there's lots of options this thing can run in draft.
Yeah, and it's just terrifying to just face in general.
No, if you don't have a switch in, which don't exist, then you're Urshifu single going to Vegas. So the other Urshifu gets picked in round 3. Waited so long, but I think this is another Pokemon that deeply benefits from having that Misty Train up. You don't want this thing getting paralyzed or burned. And I think this is a very... I'm trying to think. It's like it's a fun way of immediately doing damage that this draft didn't otherwise have yet. I mean, it's only round 3, mind you, but it just didn't put all that pressure on Zygarde to do immediate damage.
Wicked Blow is really good as well. Crits is also guaranteed crit, but like only like a 1-hit move.
Yep. You could Terra Dark Sucker Punch and Wicked Blow as well. You could Terra into Poison or Steel to help you deal with Fairy types.
Mm-hmm. Because it does get a Poison Jab, I'm pretty sure.
Yes, I believe it does. Good overall physical stat pool, HP 100 being 100, attack 130, and defense being base 100. You can run bulk up on this and have some fun there.
It also gets a Detect if you don't want to choice it.
Yeah. That kind of deters on Prism Protect, or kind of deals with it, I guess, in a way. There's a lot going for this Pokemon, and I could see why in a lot of draft leagues this would be banned. I mean, we had a season where it was allowed, and I'm pretty sure the coach that drafted it ended up going undefeated, or at least 7-1 in the regular season. And I think they had a really monstrous, like they had like a plus 25 or 30 differential with it.
Oh God.
Yeah, it was definitely the best Pokemon. I think it only died like once. But yeah, very strong Pokemon. Excited to see how many holes Bag's going to punch with it. Grimmsnarl's going to OG to pair with his Chi-Yu and Talonflame. Chi-Yu is a very threatening Pokemon by itself, and then you think about how Grimmsnarl with screens and Prankster Thunderwave can support it, and it just gets even more disgusting.
Not just the Thunderwave, but it also gets like Parting Shot, Fake Out.
That's right. Fake Out, that's right.
You can also run it as an offensive threat with things like Bulk Out, Bulk Up, and Spirit
Base
Break.
120 attack. Yeah, absolutely.
But a lot of it is screens plus the like Clay or something else.
Jordan knows what I'm referencing. I was referencing a season where he was the only person who killed Urshifu single, and he beat it by Scrafty. Scrafty's just young Urshifu. That's the thing. Yeah. Sorry, references, but yeah, Grimmsnarl. Very good typing. Very good support Pokemon. One of the better support Pokemon in this format that you'll find. I'm trying to think what else. It has a good move pool as well. I don't know if you were talking about that too while I was looking at chat, but it gets Ice Punch and Fire Punch, I believe. Pretty nuts.
It also gets, I think, False Surrender.
Yes. No accuracy check.
I'm pretty sure False Surrender is like false types, where just you don't hit you hit it until it's like 1 HP and it just does nothing.
Oh, is it? Oh, okay. I like Spirit Break lowering. Is it attack or special attack? The Spirit Break lowers.
Attack. Special attack.
It is special attack. Okay, wasn't sure if it was like.
I believe.
But yeah, it's got a lot of utility, which I like. Very, very polarizing, but also has the opportunity, like you said, to be offensive. Cadillac's draft Jirachi for 15 points, which I think is an absolute steal. Did you want to tell us why?
Because I would think it's great for support, and it was still available. I don't know. Follow Me is great. It gives me an option to Trick Room. It does a ton while picking up the steel typing and having Follow Me.
Serene Grace is such a broken ability.
I mean, I was talking with you and I was going to take something else, but I was shocked that Jirachi was still here.
Yeah, I love Jirachi. Jirachi is my favorite legendary. I know it's technically a mythical. I do not care. It's a legendary to me.
Legendaries are as the great MVG TV once said, legendaries are mythical, or mythicals are legendary.
Right.
But it also gets X Healing Wish. It can Thunder Wave with Iron Head and Serene Grace for Parahax. You can run it. It gets Rocks as well if you ever want to play Rocks.
Again, G-Force. Hazards are pretty much not. I'm pretty sure hazards are really non-existent in VGC because
I know
in VGC play.
It's just something
It's different in draft too. There could be weeks where hazards are really useful because somebody's got a thing that wants to come in and out a bunch, or sticky webs may be helpful, or
Sorry.
There's times where it is useful. Yeah. It just isn't worth using a turn on most of the time in VGC.
Falcon only wants to switch in once and just to get its hero form.
I know. Just picking. Yeah, I like Jirachi's ability to be super versatile. Also benefits the Pokemon with their respective weaknesses greatly. You can accommodate for a lot of Urshifu's weaknesses with Follow Me as an option. I'm sure that was probably mentioned before too, but yeah, a lot of strong move pool options offensively and defensively, and just a very good typing overall too. And then Scarf, Serene Grace, Iron Head's obviously just another thing you have to keep in mind as an option. Cresselia going to Galanskog. I was a little thrown off by this, but I think he just wanted to staple, say, hey, I have that really good Trick Room user everybody probably wants. I'm not sure if Timmy was going for it, for example, with Ursaluna, but I think it would have been nice next to it. So I'm curious to see how Galanskog makes use of Cresselia's support and ability to make use of Levitate and Trick Room in order to support some team members in the future. Because I don't know if...
Gets Lunar Breath Blessing, so you can just make it very bulky and especially bulky, and just Lunar Blessing and just let them struggle to death.
Yeah, this thing's an absolute menace defensively. Those stats are nuts. There's not a lot that can deal with this thing in general. It has to be a very strong Pokemon.
Yeah. I mean, I think it's one of the best screen abusers. just because it's so bulky that it just will not die.
Yeah, right. I've run this thing as a Terra Captain 4 in singles. It's actually not like a bad option. It's just not something that people would think about as a stronger option, which it really isn't. But like you could do things like make an electric type so it has no one weakness at all. I mean, fuck, like Galenskog could, if you wanted to, you could Calm Mind, not sweep. Don't say sweep action. Calm Mind with it, and potentially make use of a coverage move that doesn't otherwise get with Terra Blast. I think it's Terra Blast. Might be wrong.
It does, yeah.
Okay, thank God. Okay.
I'm pretty sure it does.
Yeah.
It also gets things like Ice Beam, Psyshock. So it's a very Icy Wind. It can be offensive. It's just it depends on the week and what you want it to be.
Yeah, it's like something that's not known for, but in draft, it's like, well, you might run this one out of every 10 or 15 times. So, I mean, it's only 8 weeks, so it's probably not going to happen, but you never know. It's Cress. I don't know. It's just a reliable support.
Yeah, support mons are really good in VGC.
Yeah, good thing that Galenskog noticed that and got that staple right away. Another staple support Pokemon, we have Porygon 2. This thing is also just absolutely annoying, for one. For two,
does not die at all.
You can run download and actually be threatening, especially.
Yeah.
Like, I was watching like the bubble and watching Iron Boffin struggle against Eviolite Porygon.
Oh, it's everybody, man. I don't know. I think this thing's a menace. Bolt Beam coverage gets Trick Room. I think you can run. Yeah, you can run Teleport on this thing, I believe, where it's Nat Dex. Recover, of course.
The ability download is just like. Again, you had the 50-50 of it being either special attack or attack. But like if it is attack, if it is special attack, you just stay in and just like Ice Beam spam or whatever.
Yep. It kind of forces your opponent to deal with it, like with option like Toxic or Knockoff, or just like a general fighting type Pokemon, because your fighting coverage move is not going to two-shot it unless you have Knockoff. So.
Yeah.
Well, I mean, also Stab Tri-Attack
is
also nothing to sneeze at, because it can also do the
status.
It has the chance to do the status, and it's also just a decent attack for Porygon 2.
Absolutely. Base 90 stab, with a chance to para, burn, or freeze. Like, that's potent.
Porygon is just here to be a stalling mon and be an annoying POS.
Yeah, it did not need to be allowed to run Eviolite. Not looking forward to facing this thing, and good on Feathers for finding it in the great hell that it is. He went to hell and back for it, I'll just say that. Indeedee female going to Mr. Grimes. When I saw this first, I was like, oh god, he's gonna go Mega Alakazam plus Spectre plus DD. And I was like, oh, Lord help us. But I'll make it a spoiler. I don't think he ended up picking a very fast Psychic Terrain Abuser.
Thank God.
I wasn't eyeing Indeedee F because like it gets follow me, and unlike the male version for some reason.
Yeah.
But yeah, there's some perks that the male version and that the female doesn't have, and there's the perks that the female has that the male doesn't, and one of the perks that the female has is follow me.
Good reliable
and that's just crazy to think to me that the male doesn't get follow me. Like, I feel like it would make that mon a little bit more because like their stats are different, but like it's still just like wild,
Yep. A little bit more unlike Tapu Lele, this thing has a little bit more of an ability to appreciate Trick Room being up with 10 base speed. It being 10 base speed slower. It's still a little bit fast for Trick Room, but it can definitely be run in a way that can benefit from it. So being able to be immune to Fake Out with the Psychic Terrain and get that Trick Room off is very reliable.
Yeah. I mean, it also has Healing Wish. as well.
I think you're right. Yeah.
Another good item for it for some reason is like give it a choice scarf and like expand in force.
Yep.
Expand.
That could just win games for you by itself. Just scarf expanding force. Absolutely. Yeah, nothing really much I have to say other than what's been said. So yeah, just watch out for this thing. Rotom Wash going to Froggerman. I don't know too much about the Rotom forms and doubles. I know what they do in singles, which is I think what they kind of do in doubles. Like they have the ability to pivot, defog, Will-O-Wisp, stuff like that. Nasty Plot, Pain Split. It's probably what I know Rotom for, but maybe there's some other things I'm missing out.
A very common thing for Rotom to be is Scarf Trick.
True.
Yeah, that's what I was also going to say. Tricking, like, kind of not useless items, but items that would be detrimental to opposing mons. It does got the pivot. You can use things like Hydro Pump, or does Rotom Wash get Scald?
No,
I don't think so.
I think it's only water coverage moves Hydro Pump.
Okay.
Unfortunately.
But like, still, like a choice scarf Rotom with like Thunderbolt or like some of the other, because it does get some decent coverage with like Shadow Ball. So, I mean, a spec one could be scary. It's not the fastest thing, but again, if you're playing it right, you can do some scary things with it.
Yeah, can be a bulky electric type with the ability to avoid ground type attacks with Levitate.
Yep.
Yeah, just an absolute like general annoyance, but also very versatile. So a good pickup here for Froggerman in a format where having versatility is the name of the game. Excited to see if Rotom gets any usage. Although I do believe we'll talk about it later, but I don't think it gets drafted anymore. But we'll see. I don't remember exactly. I draft Ursaluna Blood Moon. It's another Pokemon that I was kind of surprised made it to me, or made it this far anyway.
And at this point, Ursaluna Blood Moon is your mascot.
I have drafted it recently a lot. Like the past 3 leagues, I've drafted it. And
it's very good in doubles.
It's so scary. It's so scary.
I think I saw Archaladon. I was like, okay. I realized how much I was like. I started thinking about Ursaluna, and then I saw Archaladon get drafted. I was like, okay, I really need Ursaluna. It turned to a need real quick, so I drafted it. I also think
Mind's Eye.
Yeah, sorry.
Mind's Eye is just like a bunch of stuff on steroids. Like it's like basically scrappy. It's basically what else?
It does a lot for the bear.
Yeah, it makes.
I don't know what else.
But like also is very, very, very. It's a very special bear. But like you just use calm mind, blood moon, sleep.
What I kind of like about the bear, especially with what I have so far, with its base speed, you can afford to run it in multiple modes. This thing can actually be benefited a lot from, or can benefit a lot from Tailwind being up, but it's also in that speed tier range where Trick Room is also what makes it makes it a very threatening option as well. So I'm definitely looking forward to seeing how I can throw people off in certain weeks with the different modes that this thing can function under.
And again, like, sorry.
No, go ahead.
Again, like the item versatility, like you can run Life Orb, you can run Throat Spray, you can run Leftovers. It's terrifying.
Yes. Yeah. Yeah, like Terra Normal is a very strong option with Blood Moon for one, but also like dual target Hyper Voice.
Oh yeah.
Just it's very threatening. Base 135 special attack makes that just such a valid option. I don't really know what else Terra option or what other Terra options this thing can run, but I can see Ghost or Grasping options as well. Ground even. So I'm looking forward to seeing what I can do with it in this format.
It does also get Moonblast, so like Terra Fairy can also
and Vacuum Wave for
be
priority.
Good.
Yeah.
Right. I don't want to face this. I don't want to face this.
But bear, no. Scizor going to. Oh, forgive me. I ended up. When you notice the coding issue, Lawrence, with the fact that it stole Mega Scizor's points instead of regular Scizor's, I went through each slide that Scizor was on and dotted out the 18 and wrote 15. So, Scizor, 15-point bond. Did you want to talk about it?
Yeah, I mean, 15 points is such an underrated one for it because like Technician Bullet Punch with that attack, give it the metal coat and just it makes it better.
Yeah.
But like makes it like you don't really necessarily need the Mega Stone anymore because like that. Well, yes, Mega is really good, but what the team that I built around, it makes that like quad fire weakness no longer necessary, especially in the rain.
Mm-hmm.
Keep talking. I have to make a draft trick. I'm sorry.
But he also like again Technician boost like for like X Scissor, Bullet Punch, Quick. I don't think it gets. I'm pretty sure it does get brick rate. It gets brick rate to like break away the screens.
Okay.
But and like you turn to like a pivot away, so you and also that get boosted by Technician. I'm pretty sure I'm most likely just gonna use Technician for it. It's like give it a choice band or give it the metal coat and it boosts either the attack stat or just metal moves in general and just cause numbers.
Yeah, I like that there's a couple steel types that are as versatile as they are, like Scizor and Jirachi, and they've been going so early. Like, it just goes to show how much of a staple versatility is, for one, but also for two, how much steels benefit from being versatile in draft. So Scizor is a very good example of that, and I think it's going to do really well on your team, and people will understand why as you make more picks. So, yeah.
Well, I was like eyeing Archaladon because like it also helps out with like my team, but like it got sniped. But like whenever we do go into transactions, I will talk more about why I did do something.
Yep.
But like overall, I think Scizor is pretty slow. Why? Because like it's also fairly slow. Like it also works well in Trick Room.
Yes.
It just I don't really want it just, but necessarily though Trick Room or just give it priority. But like most of this mon is priority.
Yep. No bullet punch is huge.
You give it no if you don't have priority, you are basically screwed.
Yeah, no, I like this Pokemon a lot for that. That's the recap, or this will be the recap for round 3. Here we're starting to see a little bit more of a variety of points, just a tiny bit. Like you have something as low as 14 in Rotom Wash, but you're still having like 20 point mons picked up at this point in the draft in like singles. So a little bit more versatility or a greater point range here. Anybody have any personal favorites in terms of just overall value?
Honestly, I gotta give it to Archaladon. I mean that.
I was looking at that too.
That Pokemon just like Stalwart is just like it's such a broken ability.
Yeah, I would say Archaladon
especially
or
Grimmsnarl
as well in 15 was my 2 choices.
Especially whenever redirection is definitely a great thing to do whenever it's in VGC.
I was going to say either Grimmsnarl or Jirachi. Just two very good utility mons.
I just drafted Iron Valley for the first time that it's been released in Wi-Fi League. Sorry, just wanted to throw that out there.
Nice.
Yeah. It's Terra Preview, but I'm not making a Terra Captain. It's too expensive. Actually, no, I don't even think it's allowed to be a Terra Captain. So, anyway,
that would be terrifying.
Yeah, I'm gonna see what I can do, but yeah, I'm glad I get to use this for the first time. Anyway, sorry. Yeah, this is round 3. A lot of very different roles filled throughout this round, so excited to see where everybody's draft goes as we continue to round 4, starting with Lawrence, who's going to grab Pelipper. So he's going to fill his rain role. Not surprising given what he's drafted so far. This thing is absolutely a menace with rain. Benefits from its own rain with Stab Hurricane being 100% accurate. It's also a very bulky Pokemon too. It gets Roost and very good natural bulk. Not necessarily
also gets Tailwind.
Does get Tailwind. Weather Ball as well. Surf if you want to do some spreads shenanigans. Yeah, overall really strong Pokemon.
Also, you can just like specs it and make specs Weather Ball.
Absolutely. yeah, of course, this is going to be a big beneficiary and support for Palafin, who appreciates the rain being up as well as Tailwind. You're going to be a little bit more free with how you build with Palafin, with Pelipper as a teammate. Although you do have the competence of Electric, it's not going to matter, especially with Terra. Like, you can Terra, Grasp, Palafin, and stuff like that. So, yeah, this thing is going to be very crucial to this team.
A little spoilers ahead. I did grab a mon that helps against the electric weakness.
Yeah, we'll highlight those for sure. But yeah, for now at least, he kind of leads. This is very not necessarily polarizing in the sense that you don't have as many options to go with what you have already. It just means that you're kind of leading more towards, you know, I think people will predict you to get another Rain Abuser or something of the sort somewhere down the line. Whether it be during the draft or in Grace. Having Pelipper as a staple, that absolutely the best option. So very happy for you that you got it. I think it's going to make a lot of waves for you.
Yeah.
I end up grabbing Regidrago with my first overall pick, so I'm kind of going on the heavy end here early on in the draft, but I got talked into this a little bit because my original plan of Ursula Luna and Cresselia got kicked down the drain a little bit. So I saw this at 15, and I remember how much fun I had in it in a previous season. And the reason why is because you can Terra Dragon it, slap a Choice Scarf or Choice Specs on it, just Dragon Energy, but everything, and not think.
Honestly, like it's that shaking hand meme, you know, Ursula in a Blood Moon, Drago, shaking hands, your staple mons.
They reunited on the team once again. Yeah, no, I'm excited to use it again. I'm trying to think what else.
The Dragon's Maul is such an ability.
Yeah, no, it's really very, it's broken in what it can do, but it gets absolutely neutered by fairies. But it can, in doubles, thankfully, it gets the opportunity to have support Pokemon next to it to deal with those.
But I think the main problem with Regidrago, along with Regieleki, is its move pool being very, very limited. Like, all you get is just Dragon moves and then just Terra Blast. And Terra Blast, you can beat Terra Steel with Terra Blast, but like that gets rid of like your Dragon stabs. I mean, that's probably why Dragon's Maul exists.
Right. No, it's very polarizing in what it does, but it does that thing so well that it really kind of invalidates what it doesn't have access to. Like, you might see that, you know, Dragon's energy or Dragon type attacks resist a lot of your opponent's, or your opponent has Pokemon that resist a lot of Dragon type attacks, but they might still end up being more powerful than the coverage boost that it does get, which I'm pretty sure it's only limited to like Earth Power, like you said, Terra Blast and Ancient Power or something like that. So it doesn't necessarily come into play as much, but the fairy type issue does. So it kind of makes Team Build a little bit tricky, but I still think if the opponent doesn't necessarily prep for it, it's gonna absolutely destroy them, which is why I picked it up. But yeah, I'm gonna see if I can draft a little bit of support to kind of help it along the way with those fairies as the draft goes on. Froggerman grabs Hoopa Unbound. I think a lot of people forgot about this Pokemon, especially with Terra. This thing is going to be an absolute menace, and I don't look forward to fighting it.
I love Hoopa Unbound.
I've seen how it does well, how little it does in the SPL, like because everyone has U-turn because of U-turn for ability. Like one bug, like if you U-turn it, it's dead.
What I like about it on this team,
don't get U-turned.
Exactly that. And one thing I like about it on this team in particular is that next to Raging Bolt, it's also a good Tailwind abuser, and you can also Terrasilize with it to alleviate the U-turn weakness. And both of them like.
I thought that Grimes was gonna pick this. I think this with Psychic Train is the most insane.
Don't give me any ideas.
The most insane combo. No priority and Expanding Force, because it learns Expanding Force.
Oh, that's right.
Off 170. That's what I would have done.
Oh
This thing is just a nuke in general, with all of the coverage that it does get.
Yes, yes. It gets the punches, it gets skunk shot. Special and physical moves.
Knockoff as well.
Knockoff, yep. And then Hyperspace Fury, doesn't that go through Protect?
Yeah,
it does.
Yeah, it's nuts. Okay.
I'm not going to use that weak sauce.
Like it lowers I think it lowers its defenses.
It does. But I ain't using that weak sauce 160 physical attack.
Yeah, everything starts getting weaker when you see offensive stats that are a little bit better.
Dude, 170 special attack is so high.
Yeah.
It is. It is.
Like, wall breakers are generally a little bit weaker than that, and so to have it even at that height, or that range of potency is just...
I mean, for reference, in my head, Iron Moth feels insanely strong at 140.
Yeah. Good comparison. Yeah.
So...
very polarizing special attacker, so, yeah.
Yeah.
This is another good Assault Vest user on his draft as well. Just another small note, I guess. But, yeah, good coverage, generally good Pokemon, abuses Tailwind really well, can run Trick Room, or set Trick Room for itself and abuse that. And, yeah, just absolutely threatening with Terra. Blastoise goes to Mr. Grimes. He got Big Man Blastoise himself. He was debating a little bit between whether or not he wanted, on this pick, if he wanted a Expanding Force user or another Psychic Pokemon to abuse the Psychic Terrain that DD was setting, or if he wanted Mega Blastoise. He was also looking at that. I think he ended up going with this just to accommodate for later picks, just to make sure he has a little bit more point value. Because everything that I was kind of looking at was like 17 or 18 and above, and I was like, I think he realized that it would have been a little bit more difficult for him to get value out of later picks later on, and I think that's kind of what he was looking at. So, I mean, this thing's got good value, good support in Fake Out, Follow Me, Life Do. Gets Rapid Spin if he really was worried about hazards going up. And it can Shell Smash as well. Very good option with Terra Blast, potentially. Yeah, this thing can do a lot. Can be versatile. Gets Flip Turn as well.
Yeah.
I'm trying to think what else it gets.
I think it gets Freeze and Toxic as well.
Yes.
I feel like most weeks it's going to be some combo of Fake Out, Follow Me, Flip Turn, Protect, or like a Water Spouting offensive set.
True, yeah.
I don't think there's a ton of need to be in between that, you know?
Yeah.
With the other attackers he has, you either want it supporting those attackers or you want it being an attacker.
Right, yeah. Hyper Offense or like seriously supporting those hyper offensive Pokemon. Yeah, fair enough.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, base 85 is not the highest, but it's definitely no slouch when you pair it with something like you said, the Water Spout, base 150 attack, or Terra Water as well if you want to make this your Terrestrialize user, which I guess is not like the most common thing, especially not next to like stuff like Indeedee or Spectrier, or even Melmetal, but it's definitely there. You might run into instances where you notice there's a weakness in a given week and realizes how potent something like a Choice Specs or Choice Scarf Water Spout Blastoise could be with Terra Water. Like, you never know. So it gives them that option. And like you said, very good Follow Me and Fake Out Mon, and often what he's probably going to be bringing.
Shell Smash.
Very bulky Pokemon, for sure. Yeah, Shell Smash. Yeah, a good pickup by Grimes. I think that starts putting pressure on a lot of other people, him drafting this, to pick up their Follow Me users. We'll see how that affects the flow of the draft here as we look through the next picks. Another bulky water going right after in Primarina. I'm just going to say this before the next picks in this round come up. I just want everyone to keep note of the Regidrago that was drafted this round. All right, we'll continue.
Yeah.
Primarina is very, very fun. I think it's one of the better starters in draft, even though it's not necessarily tiered to look like that, or accordingly, because you have like Greninja and Cinderace and stuff like that, Rillaboom, Meowscarada. This thing is no slouch at all. Very good versatility with its stats. You could run this physically defensive, especially defensive, tanky offensive with Assault Vest, leftovers, gets Flip Turn if you want a slow Flip Turn option. It can be used under Trick Room doubles. Gets a decent move pool. I think it makes okay use of Terra, but I think you don't really want to sway from having the bulky Water Fairy typing that it has, because it just resists so much with those typings. So yeah, anything else anybody wanted to add about Primarina, Liquid Voice, and Hyper Voice, I guess too?
Primarina is like a very good starter, especially in Sun and Moon. Like, I haven't really faced it a lot to know how dangerous it is, but it does get it does not prior. It does get flip turn, so it does get momentum, and I think momentum is like another staple in VGC.
Rillaboom and Primarina, I think, do they get the pledges as well? The Grass Pledge and Water Pledge combo?
I believe so.
They do.
Yeah.
They do.
All the starters get pledges.
That's a option that the scene could run to help benefit the. There is a little bit of a speed issue with this draft so far, but again, it's only round 4, so I can't really speak to that. But that would help with that because I'm pretty sure that pledge lowers speed, doesn't it?
Yes.
Yeah, that pledge combo. So yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense in terms of synergy with what he has as well. Starting to filling out the Firewater Grass core with this Pokemon, and overall just a very offensively scary fairy that I think a lot of people would see as very valuable in this draft, in draft in general. Having a fairy type offensively is very threatening. Like fairy is a very good offensive type.
But like defense, but like sometimes, like we're getting that HP attack and defense. Like yikes! One physical Iron Head and it's dead.
Iron Head
or like one physical. Or poison jab.
Yeah,
I mean, like one physical move, and it's like
it does struggle against the meta pick of Rillaboom, but he has that, so he's not gonna have to worry about that necessarily. But yeah, it does have a couple things that can hold it back in terms of longevity, but you can build accordingly, and I'm confident in Feather's ability to make it work with what he has drafted so far.
It synergizes very well with Iron Hand's resistances and its resistance map, and it being especially defensive. Iron Hands is way more physically defensive.
Yes, yeah.
I think it's a good fit.
Absolutely take advantage of the things that like to punish Iron Hands to make Iron Hands a lot more potent. Hitting the ground super effectively and such. Yeah, I like Primarina a lot in draft, and I think Feathers sees that it has good potential in this format, so he's going to make it work. Another fairy. Surprise, Sylveon, going to Galaxy.
Look, everyone's just building against your. Look, everyone's just keep on building against your Regidrago, man.
Yeah. This thing. So I think I would count this as Galaxy's first real abuser of Trick Room. Not that this is necessarily what he's drafting it for, but it at least provides him something. Because Sylveon has the base 110 special attack stat. Like it's actually one of the bulkier fairies. I like having a bulky fairy like this, where it's very polarizingly bulky, but it also has the ability to do steady damage if you're not running out of
Pixelate is such a great ability too.
Pixelate Hyper Voice to have stab fairy move that spread.
All you need to know for Sylveon is if it comes, it's running Pixelate. Don't think it's running Cute Charm. It's when Cute Charm is non-existent.
I think Cute Charm is banned.
Cute Charm's also banned in this league.
Yeah. But even if it wasn't banned, it's just non-existent.
Absolutely. Yeah, this thing it's very polarizing in what it does, but it does have some versatility in draft. You can't knock it that way. It's also another okay Terra option, honestly, because you still keep the Pixelate and the stab fairy moves, I believe. Is that right? Yeah, that's right. So you could run things like Terra Ground to hit the Steel Poison Spitter, and also just in general deal with those more.
And
Calm Mind.
Terra Blast is a fairy type move if you don't Terra.
Ah, fun. That is fun.
So, like, you can run Terra Blast and a bunch of support moves, and then hit fairy moves, and then switch to Terra to use it as coverage if you ever need to.
Holy crap. That's awesome.
Also, it does get... It also is a very wish support user. Wish protect.
Yes. Yeah, I think that's what I thought I heard G4 say that too. Yeah, good wish Pokemon. Yeah, Calm Mind, and I think it gets screens as well. At least one of them. Helping Hand. It also gets Helping Hand. Good support Pokemon here, and it also has the ability to be offensive, which I like. I like that about support Pokemons that can fill multiple roles if they need to. And now, having the combination of Crest and Sylveon means that one can maybe potentially alleviate the other a given week to kind of deter or like kind of switch up their role, because they're both very backbone defensive Pokemon, and they can be, so they can fill that role in order to alleviate the other kind of thing in a certain matchups. Maybe you might want both defensive or not, or might want both defensive, but both can benefit from the other in terms of having less pressure to fill their general defensive roles, which I like. Oh, look, another fairy. Mega Gardevoir goes to Cadillacs, which is a really good pickup at this point, in my opinion. Base 165
Look,
special
people
attack.
saw you drop Ricky Drago and just went, you know what, let's grab all the fairies.
No, it's fair.
I am shook that this made it this far. I did not think I would get it, and I think it's the best Mega available.
Yeah, it's another Mega that Mr. Grimes could take in this round.
Yeah, I don't know. I think there's other good Megas. I think this should be 19 or 20 points and is best Mega available. Personally, even with the Pixelate nerf, it gets a lot of really good support moves. It only needs to run one attack almost every week. Spread, Pixelate, boosted, Hyper Voice off 165 special attack.
Important to note that does go through sub as well, which is why it's so popular. But yeah, there's nothing really holding this back given what your team has so far. Like, yes, it has its weaknesses, but the other Pokemon cover it very well. Jirachi with the Follow Me support and Incineroar.
Classic Incineroar move.
Classic Incineroar.
Cover your teammates.
Yeah. It's got good coverage. The only thing that I kind of wish...
No thanks.
The only thing that I kind of wish it could potentially do better is if it was the only thing on your team that had Trick Room, which it isn't, that it didn't double up the speed tier with Jirachi so that it could benefit or abuse Trick Room better. And that's just being very nitpicky because it does what it does very well. I'm just saying, like, to have a Psychic type, and if you were planning on getting a Trick Room user later on, you might have to get another one, just to have something that doubles up as an abuser as well as a setter. But otherwise, I have nothing wrong.
I did realize in Free Agent, I mean, I'm sure we'll cover it, that I wanted an abuser. And I think I got a pretty good one. But yeah, it is a little awkward that they share the same speed tier, but they're both just so good that I figured I could work it out.
Yeah, I mean, they're really just... At the end of the day, they're just really good Pokemon, and I think everything synergizes really well with itself on paper. But if you weren't looking at the speed tiers, you think, oh, this is beautiful. And it's not that it's not beautiful, it just might look a little awkward if you look into it more. But
yeah,
I think it's a really good Pokemon, and I think it fits on your team well. Very strong, very strong. Gengar gets picked by OG, so he's finally building on his speed. I think he fills the speed tier gap with this pick between Chi-Yu and Talonflame, if I'm not mistaken, because I think Talonflame's 126 and Chi-Yu's 100. I think Gengar's 110, so... Oh, it is 110, that's about right. Yeah, I like Gengar a lot in doubles, mostly because it just likes to click buttons for free, but it also has utility options. Like, you could run Destiny Bond, I think it's unbanned now, Destiny Bond. And you can run Will-O-Wisp, I believe it gets screens as well. Being Fake Out Immune is really nice. It's a really offensive Pokemon with Fake Out. Or that's Fake Out Immune, sorry. Yeah, just a lot going for Gengar. Move Pool offensively is really good. It gets Thunderbolt, Dark Pulse, and then its stab moves like Sludge Bomb and Sludge Wave, Shadow Ball. Yeah, a lot I can say about this Pokemon, but it's just a hard hitter and very, very much worth the 14 points. Very good Terra option too.
Yeah.
I think this team was lacking some dedicated Terra options. I don't know if I can't really say that because Chi is a really good benefitter of Terra.
The problem with Gengar is that it doesn't get levitated anymore. It gets Curse Body.
Yes.
Which, while Curse Body is still a good ability, but it just levitates leagues better.
The problem is, would you have drafted Haunter in the 4th round of it? No, I'm just kidding. No, it does have its drawbacks, but it has a lot of merit to this draft, I think, so far. If you wanted to claim something early that filled the roles they need, I think he hit it around the nose with this. I
I mean, it
like
also is it's also a good user of hex.
That's true.
Like status something, get the hex off. It does also have disable. It's a fast user of disable.
Is
If
disable
any,
available?
Yeah.
I do.
Can't remember if it was banned or not.
Oh, if it's banned, then ignore what I just said.
Okay,
But
no worries. I just it might.
No. Disable isn't banned.
Okay, we unbanned it. Okay, cool. Yeah, I know. So disable.
Yeah,
I'll start talking about that more when I see disable on Pokemon that like running it. I think
Yeah,
there's only
disable is like a very good move, especially like if you like have encore and disable.
Yeah. So yeah, Gengar, really strong special attacker, very potent fake out immunity, and yeah, just a very good. It's almost like a glass cannon, I want to say, but it can be a good utility Pokemon as well. Yeah, a good pickup on OG's part. Oh look, another fairy, Diancie. I mean, I think in Veg's defense, this Pokemon was very overlooked. This thing for 9 points is absolutely insane. The stats alone make it good. It can abuse its own Trick Room that it sets. Diamond Storm being a move that it gets off the base 100 attack and stab is nuts, boosting its defense. It gets Calm Mind. It can Terra. It's just a nuts Pokemon. It gets Rocks as well if you really want to go that route. But yeah, this is a very good pickup. This is a very high value pick by Veg. Anybody have a Anybody have anything else they want to say about it?
It's a really good Trick Room setter and user.
Yes.
I mean, it gets Wide Guard, I think. Does it?
I think you're right.
Block Surf, but it's like, it's just very like quad weak to steel is just.
Zygarde and
hopefully.
I mean, yeah. I think he's fine, but yeah, I like what it can do in terms of abusing Trick Room and abusing Terra at such a low point.
Well, especially like give it a weakness policy and just
good weakness policy
and Diamond Storm.
Yeah, it's bulky enough to abuse it. Base 150 to special. Base 150 to both defenses is nuts. It can heal Bell if Finny doesn't come to. It doesn't lock Finny into stopping status. I like this Mono. I think this is a really good pickup at this point. I think it was worthy of a round 4 pick.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
For Rigarath going to Timmy, I think there is the really good Trickermon that Timmy was needing to pair with Amoonguss and Ursaluna. This thing is a fun Trickermon for 14 points, as it gets the ability, was it Armor Tail?
Armor Tail.
Armor Tail, yeah.
So that prevents priority from opposing Pokemon, so you're already immune to Fake Out, or immune to the effect of Fake Out, I should say. And in general, you just can't get outsped in Trick Room if this thing's alive, so with priority moves, I mean. So Amoonguss and Ursaluna are going to be moving first. There's just no ifs, ands, or buts about it. And it
prevents Fake Out plays.
True.
To stop Trick Room.
Exactly.
So it's the premier Trick Roomer. Yep, it blocks Prankster as well. God. So it's the premier Trick Roomer because it shuts down so many of the ways to stop someone from setting up Trick Room.
And that's
given that it also has
Terra option as well.
Mm-hmm. Also given that it also has Sap Sipper.
Yeah.
And just like since you have a Mon that's weak to, you have Ursaluna, have Rigarath in the back, which into your Sap Sipper Mon, and like raise your attack, even though it won't really do much since you're a special attacker.
Well, it's got base 90 attack. Can make it.
Spoilers on the schedule, but if I get Sap Sippered game 1, I'm gonna fall to my knees with joy. And start faking things out.
I was going to mention that the 110 special attack is nothing to sneeze at, with things like Hyper Voice and Psychic.
Mm-hmm. Yes.
I believe it also
has utility as well, doesn't it? Sorry.
It does.
Sorry.
They run Foul Play a lot too.
Oh yeah. True.
Yeah, I was going to say Foul Play. If you want to be cheeky against other Trick Room users, you can use Imprison.
Oh my gosh. Yes. So this thing has layers for sure. It sounds like
I can't remember what it's called, but it's its move is a psychic move that's a little weaker than psychic, but hits twice too.
Oh,
so if
double
you
beat.
want to do some, if you want to use something that beats like, Cottony having its sash or whatever, there's lots of things in doubles that like having a sash because they're very frail.
Yeah.
So
this is his first multi-hitter, actually. Pretty sure.
Yeah, probably. Unless like you want to run false swipe Ursaluna or something.
Also, it also gets Kachu.
Right.
Another situation where if it Kudchus, I'm gonna be so joyous and start faking things out. It gets 3 very strong abilities, but Armor Tail is so oppressive towards good things in doubles that you want Armor Tail like almost every time.
97% of the time. Yeah. Roaring Moon going to SRG Marin. This was something that at this point in the draft, he DM'd me right before his pick, and he's like, "Can you let me know if there's going to be a grace period?" I said, "Yes." And he's like, "Okay, because you said that, that's going to influence what I'm going to pick next." So I will, I guess, spoil this now that both of them have been picked. I'm pretty sure he drops our Chaladon. Yes, he does drop our Chaladon, unfortunately, but Roaring Moon, just to kind of talk about it and shift focus on it, it's another booster energy mon. Has a very, very good offensive move pool. It can Dragon Dance, can be a Pout Choice Man user. I believe it gets U-turn if you want to pivot with it. Overall, it just has really good coverage. Fluttermane's also another Pokemon that can benefit from Sunny Day along with Roaring Moon, so it makes me kind of think that he's going to lean more into Sun now, which I would have otherwise expected Rain with our Chaladon. I think he's going to pivot more towards Sun based on those two things together, but we'll see. Overall, this thing's got really well-rounded stats, too, so you can do a lot with this thing, and it's also another Terra option.
Yeah. Roaring Moon's also like gets acrobatics as well, so like if you just go no item, it boosts that.
Or booster energy. Just booster energy acrobatics.
Booster energy.
Booster energy. It also gets Breaking Swipe, which is a move that I think a lot of people often forget.
Yes. Yep.
But in doubles, a lot of the physical, if you're not using things like Covert Cloak or the amulet, it's going to be hard to break the team as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, no, I like Roaring Moon for what it can do on a team that Marin is, I think, what he's going to go for. I think what Marin's kind of shifted towards, I think Roaring Moon's going to succeed on. So I'm looking forward to seeing how Marin's able to use this thing offensively. G-Force, you draft Meowscarada for 15. Normally it's not that low. Do you want to explain your reasoning behind drafting it?
So I picked Meowscarada for a couple reasons. One, I do like having the Dark type to stop Prankster if I don't bring Tapu Lele to something. Just stopping Encores or taunts or things like that. Protean is a very good ability, even with the nerf.
Yeah.
It's another. I thought my team was a little slow, so I decided to pick something up that it was another speedy physical attacker.
Yeah.
Because I had the speedy special attacker, and I like balancing it out a little bit. And then also just the diversity of Meowscarada's move pool.
Yeah.
It gets stuff like Triple Axle, it gets Trick, it gets Knockoff, it gets U-Turn, it gets Flower Trick, which is always a critical hit if you want to Terra Grass it. It's just a very versatile Pokemon that I thought kind of rounded out the team well. And it also starts the Grass, Fire, Water core as well.
No, I like it a lot. And it's not locked into one particular role based on what you have. Particular move set. I don't know. I think it's got some utility options too, doesn't it? Like it gets spikes.
It gets spikes. I didn't want to mention it, but it gets spikes. Like I said, it gets Trick. It gets a lot of very interesting coverage moves.
Yeah, I like I know this is a very small thing, but your team is not necessarily fire weak, but a couple Pokemon might have some problems with fires. So having spikes as an option on this thing just means that when they come in, they're going to get punished for trying to deal with your Goldango and stuff.
Yeah.
If you wanted to run it. Like, obviously, VGC, it's less common to have hazards, but it's still an option.
Yeah, definitely.
Yeah. This was round 4, and I think we're kind of shifting back into the theme of these picks make a lot of sense at this point of the draft for everybody's draft. I mean, mine was just kind of rigid, but other than that, everything made a lot of sense.
Huge theme.
Yeah,
I'm sensing a huge theme of fairy.
Yeah. Oh, jeez. What's going on with all the fairies? But I think I'd have to give my favorite pick of the round to Diancie just in terms of the value it got at that point, or it gave at that point. Otherwise, Pelipper would be my next choice.
Yeah, I think Pelipper's an awesome pick. And
Mega
Roaring Moon, yeah, I said my piece about that already. I think Roaring Moon is an awesome pick too. I think it is the best Tailwinder outside of the priority Tailwinders.
True.
Because it can speed booster Tailwind, right? So it's the next best thing, quote unquote.
Yeah.
To those. Plus, booster acrobatics and very strong knockoffs and all that it does anyway.
No, I like
I think for me, the best is Hoopa Unbound.
Okay, that's fair.
Just because it's a monster for what it does.
Yep.
And it can just go a lot of different ways.
Speaking of Pokemon that could potentially lead into your draft going a lot of different ways, I think this is a very good Pokemon that synergizes with what you have so far, G-Force. Rotom Heat. Do you want to tell us a little bit about why you picked it up?
Yeah, Rotom Heat is another very good pivot mon. Has Stab Overheat, which does lower the special attack, but then it can just Volt Switch out. Or if I decide to use different items with it, it can kind of synergize with that, just getting damage out. It gets Heat Wave, Will-O-Wisp. It does also get Thunder Wave, which can be annoying.
Yeah. Control for Goldango. And Tapu Lele.
Yes, and Tapu Lele. And then also just things like Pain Split, Shadow Ball, it can Nasty Plot, and can be a very threatening special attacker with things like Thunderbolt.
Mm-hmm. It's a very reliable Thunder Wave Pokemon to allow Tapu Lele to make better use of its Psychic Terrain, not allowing priority moves, I think. It just makes it that much more threatening.
It's also very bulky, and it doesn't... Yeah. I think the only weakness it really has is technically water, but because of the electric, it becomes neutral.
Rock as well.
No, it's weak to... It's... Water. Electric doesn't resist water. It's just super effective into it. Yeah, so it is weak to water and rock.
Okay.
But still, that's only 2 types.
And unless you have like a Mold Breaker, and then Earthquake just desecrates.
Thankfully, there's only one Excadrill, one Zygarde 50, one Zygarde 10. So.
And one Hearth Flame.
Right. Yes, I guess.
I don't know how that interaction works, actually. I was going to say, would Ability Shield protect you from that? But I don't think so.
I don't think so either. I think it's more so for abilities like Intimidate, right? Or is that wrong?
Ability Shield is for things like Mummy, or it's for things that would take away the ability, I think.
Okay.
It works for neutralizing gas, and it works... I believe Mold Breaker mons cannot do status... Like, Magic Bounce gets protected from Mold Breaker by Ability Shield.
Ooh, okay.
So, I'm not sure, but it might work with Levitate, too.
Okay. That would be cool. It might be worth looking into, because that's Rotom Heat right there. That boy don't like the ground types.
No, yeah, it's just... he's really just a very bulky, annoying mon that I thought I needed.
Yeah.
So
no, it's fair. I like the synergy it brings, and a lot of utility that you otherwise didn't have, or that was pressed on a Pokemon that you didn't want to have that kind of pressure to run utility moves on, like Goldango, for example. Like, it gets Thunder Wave, but if you don't have to run Thunder Wave on it, I'd say run it on this instead.
Yeah.
I don't think anybody was surprised by this next pick now that he leaned more into Roaring Moon. SRG Marin picks up Torkoal to offensively support his Roaring Moon and his Fluttermane. And I don't think anybody was really surprised, although there was a couple options that could have, or a couple other Pokemon that could have potentially benefited from Torkoal, or a couple other drafts. I will say I thought Torkoal would go a lot sooner. It's round 5. But Torkoal got drafted here, and I think Marin's laughing.
Gets Lava Plume, gets Rapid Spin, gets Yawn.
Yeah, Eruption in Trick Room.
Yeah.
It's a very slow Pokemon Trick Room too. Like, he's got a very good Trick Room abuser here, if he ever wanted to get Trick Room on. Yeah, I like its abilities. I mean, it's going to be running Drought 90 times out of 91. I don't know why I said it like that. But I'm
pretty sure.
Shell Armor, I think it gets, and White Smoke.
Yeah, White Smoke is only like White Smoke only like prevents like moves that get lowered. I think like accuracy. Let me double check.
I think it's all stats that get lowered.
Oh.
But
let me double check.
Yeah.
This is a benefit from
either way
as well with Overheat.
Gonna set the sun. It's good enough under Trick Room itself that if like some weeks you just bring Trick Room even on like Fluttermane to get up Trick Room for Torkoal.
Because Torkoal's just that good. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
True. Yeah.
Okay, so yeah. Prevent other Pokemon from lowering the user's stats through moves or abilities.
Not going to come often with Sun Abusers like SRG Marin has, but it is an option. So it's such a benefit
you can also
Drought.
Drought is definitely the better option, especially like when water types are a thing and you want to weaken those.
Yep.
Well, and because of all the photosynthesis mons.
That's it. Timmy goes and picks another Weathermon, Ninetales Alola. I think this makes some sense on his team. I mean, the small niche things that it does for his team is boosts Gem House defense in snow, but it also just generally, with Aurora Veil, makes all those fat Pokemon in the middle harder to kill. It gets Nasty Plot and Encore as well for you options, utility-wise Encore. I believe it gets... Is it Fake Tears? Does it get Fake Tears? Maybe it gets Charm. Maybe I'm thinking about Charm. I can't remember.
I think it's... Yeah, I think it's mostly going to be for screens.
Yeah. I mean, just get Stab, Blizzard, Moonblast. Having that's always fun, especially where Blizzard is 30% or 30% chance to freeze. You're gonna be clicking that a lot with this thing. Is it something that you tear up? Maybe, but not with everything else that this team has as tear options, or not as often. But it can be a sweeper with Nasty Plot, I guess.
Yeah.
Maybe.
Yeah, I think I agree. You probably don't Terra this much with the other things.
Yeah,
does give a defense boost to Chimpao.
Yeah, I mean, like White Clay Aurora Veil, just that's all you basically need. Whenever you're quad weak to Steel.
Mm-hmm.
It also gets things like Helping Hands, Encore. So it can also just be used for utility.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's pretty much, I think, although we probably talk about this. Maybe there's some hidden things that Timmy's like, oh yes, they're not talking about this. But I think we pretty much hit all the things it's good for on the nose. So,
good support. I mean, and it's pretty decent offensively.
Yes.
Blizzard in the snow is just good.
Yep, absolutely. Next up we have Mew getting picked round 5. 20-point Mew by Vague and the Denver Dragapults. I mean, just overall, the 5 Pokemon that he's picked do synergize and bounce off each other pretty well. This thing in general can fill a lot of roles for his team if we wanted to free up something like Finny, or even make Zygarde bulkier and run this offensively. Like, there's a lot of options in team synergy that Mew provides.
Yeah, especially like with the vast move pool that it gets.
Yeah, with that deck
and
as well. Like recovery moves, it gets
and synchronize to make sure that if you get status, it gets status.
Yeah, you don't want to bring status against this team anymore. Like, if Finny wasn't enough, this thing is also a very commonly brought Pokemon, and synchronize will neuter you just as much as it neuters him. Yeah, I mean, things that this thing, or sets that this thing is well known for, you have like a screens and like stally set Mew. You also run like, I don't know, defer Mew or like anti-setup Mew with like Super Fang Taunt, like Dragon Tail maybe. Then you also run like offensive sets. Like you get, I guess not really a offensive set 100% of the time, but it's like Bulk Up, Leech Life, and Drain Punch. Then you can run like Nasty Plot and Dragon Dance sets. You can run Swords Dance. It gets every coverage move that you need. So yeah, a lot of things that this can do. It's a Pokemon that can benefit from a lot of different items too, so it kind of frees up certain item slots in given weeks.
Mew is just one of those Swiss Army knives where you look at it and you go, "What do I need it to be this week?"
Yes.
And you can just kit it to be that. You can kit it to be whatever you want it for the week in the matchup that you need it to be.
Yeah, Mew's awesome. I personally love this Pokemon. I'm glad that running the Actex, you can run it to the effectiveness that it needs to be ran at. It's also a potential Terra option too. So this is just full of Terra options, which I think could be good. Glamora gets picked by OG here. I wasn't sure if this thing was going to get picked or not, but I'm glad it did, because I think this Pokemon has the ability to catch a lot of people off guard in matchups, like especially if they're weak to hazards, but also it could be a nice option for Terra. It benefits a lot from like Terra Grass, just so that doesn't have the ground weakness, but also it just gives it an extra coverage option. I believe it doesn't. I don't think it gets like Energy Bell or anything like that. So having a Terra option in a format like VGC with like base 130 special attack is pretty nice.
I believe it does get Energy Ball.
Oh, okay, so this just makes Energy Ball more powerful then. One thing I was kind of concerned with is how it might kind of look like it's tripping over the feet of Gengar the previous round, where it's double special attacking poison, or 2 special attacking poisons, but they don't really fill the same roles necessarily all the time. But I don't know. We'll see how OG. I'm sure OG has a plan. So yeah, I like Glamora here. Hazard stacking for this team seems really solid with Chiyu and Gengar there. So.
I do too, and it's a very strong special attacker in its own right as well.
I think, yeah, I'm pretty sure. I'm not sure about it because I don't think it works. But like, I feel if it does work, that'd be crazy. But like, if it has toxic debris, if you hit it, would it send debris on the opponent's team or on your team?
Like if you side hit it?
Yeah,
I'm not
like
sure.
because if that help works for like you hit it with a physical move and it sends debris on the opposite team, you just hit it twice and just and boom.
Yeah, and
go ahead.
But if that doesn't work, then man,
that'd be funny.
I am just hallucinating. Hey, Ark, if you're listening, you need to try that out. You got it, or you're just hitting it for absolutely no reason.
Definitely a test before week 1. I was thinking, I mean, it's kind of weird, but doing double Sludge Wave stuff with Glamora and Gengar because they resist each other. They're both okay on the specially defensive side, but I don't know. I'm sure we'll pick up a Steel too, so we can do that with both of them as well. But anyway,
I mean, also Corrosion is good.
Yeah.
You just want to weaken something like that Archaludon.
Yeah. True. Serena going to Cadillacs, 12-point Serena. I like this pick a lot, just because I think people underrate Serena for its value as a Pokemon in general, but also in doubles, it's got Queenly Majesty. It's got a lot of value, and overall, it's just a very well-rounded Pokemon. Did you want to tell us a little bit about why you decided to pick it up, Cadillacs?
Yeah, it just Queenly Majesty's strong, and I was thinking it would provide value that way, and it's an overall good Pokemon. I ended up dropping it anyway, but I found success with it in the past. I think it does a lot of the same things as Farigiraf support wise, minus like Trick Room stuff.
Mm-hmm.
It still provides the priority protection and puts pressure on at the same time.
Yeah, no. And it can be run offensively. Like base 120 attack is well above average.
Mm-hmm. Most weeks I probably would have run it offensively, but I figured a different way made more sense for the roster after free agency.
Totally fair. I maybe someone also pick it up later on because it's got a lot of value. Blocking priority just as a Pokemon, and then like you said, the versatility and being a utility mon and like an offensive Pokemon. Yeah, I think Serena was a good pick at the time. I think it would have fit well on your team, but I do like a lot of the trades that a lot of coaches made afterwards, and they obviously know what they're doing with their own drafts. Serena's a good mon, and I'm excited to see if somebody picks it up later on. 9-point Kilowattrel, I think, is kind of like a secret gem or like a hidden gem that Galanskog saw. 9-point Kilowattrel is fun because A, it's fast, B, it's a good special attacker or decent special attacker. But C, it's got some fun abilities like wind power, competitive, I believe it gets too, if I'm not mistaken.
Yeah.
And then it also gets Volt Absorb. And it can also be a good Terra option as a result of those three things. Because they all kind of.
Fun fact: I was eyeing Kilo like with the combination of priority Tailwind and just have them side by side and just be wind powered and boom.
Yeah, wind power is a fun new ability. Makes a lot of, give a lot of mons a chance to be like that much more threatening, which otherwise weren't.
And or like have Brammelgast and like also with Tailwind and just be Wind Rider.
I think it's a good value pick for 9 points.
And just outspeed.
It is. It's a good pick.
The only thing that holds it back is its coverage, really. Because it gets both Return and Volt Switch for pivoting, and it gets Tailwind itself, it gets Mono Tailwind, and then Discharge is a nice ability or move to have. I think it gets Weather Ball as well, which is kind of nice to potentially abuse if Galanskog decides to get something that can reliably set the weather. Just given that other coverage option, but I think overall...
But like competitive with Kilo is just like really good, especially like with that special attack.
Yes. Yeah, base 105 with competitive as an option. Absolutely. Arcanine goes to Feathers in the LA Latias. Man, this team is very... It's so, like, there's a lot of Pokemon that are just absolutely good, and they're just standard, too. Like, Rillaboom, Iron Hands, Porygon 2, Arcanine is very standard. Primarina could also be argued for that. You just don't see it in VGC as much, I guess. But
Arcanine gets extreme speed, so you got that priority.
Absolutely. Another priority option with Rillaboom. I mean, I guess you have Fake Out on Iron Hands too, and Aqua Gen and Primarina, but they're not as common. And they're not necessarily what I consider priority options. They're just more utility options.
Like Terra Normal Extreme Speed, Choice Band, Be Intimidate, just do numbers.
Yeah, it can recover as well. It has Morning Sun.
Morning Sun, yeah.
Will-O-Wisp user. I believe it gets some decent coverage moves as well. Like it gets Wild Charge if you want to hit waters. Yeah, pretty solid mon. It's just a very solid Pokemon. Good stats all around the board. It's versatile in the sense that you can run it mixed defenses, and you could also run a certain, like you can run special attack if you really want to. It gets like Scorching Sands, which could be some good utility, while also being a coverage move.
Yeah.
I mean, Flare Blitz is just generally overall a really good stab on this thing. It's always a threatening thing. Yeah, Arcanine's really solid. I like that it gets recovery, and paired with everything else on the teams, it makes a lot of sense. It's a really good Fire, Water, Grass core. It might be one of the better ones. Hatterene for Grimes. He finally got his Trick Room setter. Well, he does have a Trick Room setter, but now he's got one that really, really abuses Trick Room. And that supports Metal.
Yeah.
I think it's a great pickup.
What's that? Sorry.
I think it's an awesome pickup.
Yeah, I also
Hatterene is a favorite.
I think.
And also,
I was about
Magic
to say.
Bounce.
Pretty threatening. Magic Bounce is a good thing to have access to. Because doesn't it make it like? Doesn't it negate taunt with Magic Bounce?
Yep.
Oh, that's great.
Basically, Magic Bounce is like the move where you basically goes, oh, you want to set up hazards? Nope. Oh, you want to taunt me? You get taunted.
It also does that with Parting Shot.
Yeah.
It's Parting Shot? Oh, sorry. You mean Magic Bounce? Bounce
no, Magic Bounce.
Sorry. Yeah. I like the fairies like this, the bulky fairies that get Mystical Fire too, so it gets fire coverage for the steel types. I always like pointing reference to that, but it's also got base 136 special attack, which allows its coverage moves that aren't stabbed to, be a little bit more, or do a little bit more for it. It does look at its nozzle, which is something that doesn't get talked about a whole lot. Because people don't really run nuzzle on it, but it's just so slow that it's not going to make use of it itself, but it could support something like a DD.
Yeah.
It's always something. I don't really know what else to talk about with this thing. If you really want to, I guess you could run Anticipation or Healer. But I don't think you're going to run Anticipation.
Both of those are just... I feel like Magic Bounce is definitely the go-to.
Healer's maybe... Because it can't follow me, so maybe like if you want to stop Melmetal's like status ailment, Healer could be an option.
Yeah.
I mean, it also has things like Nuzzle and Wish and Healing Wish.
Yeah. Oh, doesn't it get Aromatherapy?
It might in that dex. I'm not sure.
It might. Yeah. Then maybe yeah. So Magic Bounce is fine. Okay, Goodra Hisui Frogman. This is a Pokemon they started.
By the way, we're talking. I'm building to my week 1.
Goodra Hisui for Frogman. I think this is a Pokemon they started drafting a lot more recently. I've noticed, but it's so good. Like he's right in his right mind to draft it so often because it's just a really solid Pokemon. Like, look at that thing's stats. It's not dying. It absolutely is not dying.
Yeah.
Another Pokemon where Sulfa is just so good, but in Goodra Hisui's case, it can make better use of its physical defense as well, because of it's typing, B, it's got Iron Defense, or Shelter as well. I think it's the other one. So you look out for this thing being absolutely unkillable.
Also get Sap Zipper as well, so it just gets gooey. So like for any speedsters.
Is this the one that gets hydration, or is it the base one? Because
the base one gets.
I was thinking
this one gets shell armor.
Whimsicott with Pranks to Rain Dance plus hydration, but I mean it doesn't matter. But
it gets shell armor.
Yeah, okay, that makes more sense. Yeah, this thing's just so solid. It has a lot of good coverage moves. Like I think it gets Flamethrower, Ice Beam, and Thunderbolt, if I'm not mistaken, and Sludge Bomb.
Yeah, it's definitely the special wall that you want.
This is such a good Pokemon. Like, you either have something for it or you don't, really.
Yeah, either you do or you don't. There's no in between.
Excited to see how he uses it. It might be his first real Trick Room abuser, I guess. Worth noting. So
yeah.
If you want to run Hoopa plus Goodra, potentially. I grabbed Zero Aura. Again, picking a really expensive Pokemon. I was kind of shooting myself in the foot with this pick because it made my tail in my draft a little bit harder to navigate, but I wanted the fast fake out user option. It's the fastest fake out user, other than like a combination of like Ludicolo under Rain. So I really wanted to have that as a staple. It also gets good utility like Snarl if I wanted to kind of help Persona Blood Moon along with special attackers. And then of course, being a 17-point electric type with a lot of speed and decent defenses. Hurricane Katrina is going on in the background, I'm sorry. But there's... it has a lot of opportunities to run offensive Terra types like Terra Ice, because it doesn't otherwise get that coverage. So this thing could make some really good use out of being the speed Terra that it is with Terra. It just, for the 17 points, I'm just not sure how much it makes... Like, I don't know if it's enough value to merit it being a 17-point pickup. I guess I was kind of looking at it for a couple of reasons. I really had a slow team or draft plan up to this point, for one, and then two, I really wanted to establish the fastest Fago user, and this did both those things for me. But, yeah. I'm not sure how I feel about it yet. I haven't used it in doubles.
Yeah. I'm mostly grabbing ones that I haven't used or just really want to use, especially like with my picks. I'm like, there's like one or two mons that there's like two mons that I've used before, and yeah, I think it's just, I feel like these are I'm pretty proud of what I built.
I'm excited to use some Pokemon that I haven't used yet, but yeah, I like Zero Aura for what it offers. I'm just hoping that I can make it worth the points I grabbed it for. Okay, we're back to you, Lawrence, and you grabbed Rhyperior here. Do you want to tell us a little bit about why?
Mostly because of, like you said, I am very, very weak to electric, and Rhyperior gets, funny enough, Lightning Rod.
Yes,
and you know what Lightning Rod does?
It redirects electric moves to it.
Yep, and boosts that special attack. So I just keep that. I have that in the back, and now if you go, if you just go, I can just use a lightning move on this guy who has two water types in the rain. Use thunder. Nope, not anymore. Also, Solid Rock and Reckless makes Solid Rock makes it 3/4, receives 3/4 of the damage.
Yeah.
So it makes like a 4 times weakness to a 3 times.
Yeah.
And Reckless just makes, if any attack has a recoil, does 1.2 times more, which is awesome.
Yeah, it's a very potent mon. It's a very problematic Pokemon for people to deal with.
Yeah. And I'm really excited to use it.
Another Frontera option. It can also set up sweep. Lots of good.
Yeah, 100. Yeah.
So that's our round 5 recap. Again, we're kind of drifting more towards the rounds where you're going to see a lot of spread point values because people are trying to get their value picks in. And at the point of the draft, there's certain people that got their lower point Pokemon earlier, and now they're going back in reverse order, going back into the higher point echelon. Vag, for example, picked up Mew this round, it's 20 points. Then you go all the way down to Gallanskog, picked up 9 kilowatts. So you have another big variety of point values here. I personally think at the point that this round took place, I really like Gudra Hisui in this round, as well as Torkoal. I think both of those are really good value picks at this point.
Yeah.
What would be your favorite?
I gotta say Rhyperior is like one of my personal favorites. Like it gets a lot of I think it gets the unnecessary amount of hate from the community.
I've never heard of that.
Yeah, like a lot of Pokemon fans really hate it.
Oh, well, I like
it. I don't understand. It looks like it's a cool evolution.
Yeah, I like it a lot. I think I wouldn't consider it on the bottom half of my favorite Pokemon. Like maybe middle of the road. But I think it's cool.
Yeah, but it's a decent, heck, it's really decent in doubles. Like gives you that makes all the water types moves only beat to grass.
Yeah.
Solid Rock makes it where if it gets a surf, it just does 3 times instead of 4 times.
You pick a Florges on the wheel.
Well, actually, I grabbed Tinkaton and he begged me to not take it.
I know. Okay, so that's another reason why I was shooting myself in the foot for grabbing Zero Aura, because I thought it was more likely at the time that I drafted that at the point of the draft that you would grab Zero Aura than Tinkaton, because you already had a physical steal. I was like, there's no freaking way that Tinka doesn't make it back to me, so I'll just grab Zero Aura just to have a little bit of a safety cushion. Yeah, no, you dropped Tinkaton. I was like, oh, this sucks. I have to try to plead my case as to why it might be a less of a good fit on your team than mine, and it's not really a good enough case on its own. So I was like, I don't know, maybe I'll go the angle of it being redundant. So I went that angle, and thankfully enough, you ended up breaking and dropped it, but yeah, I think Forge does a lot for your team.
It mainly Tinkerton was there. I'll explain. I think I gave a bad explanation on why I wanted it, but like looking at its move pool, like yeah, it does like it would have done wonders for my team. I don't know why I gave in. I'm such a nice guy. If we ever face each other, please don't use Tinkerton against me.
How about this? If we face each other and I lose, you can have it back.
Great. But Forges is a very special wall. Just especially with like Terra, it just sits there and just synthesis and give it synthesis and and wish and just stand there and just take the hits.
Yeah, there's nothing
especially
killing.
With how specially.
There's nothing touching on the special side at all.
Yeah, like and especially with its abilities too, like Flower Veil. Like now you just can't. You no longer can spore. You can no longer spore me. You can't use any of the powders.
Yeah.
Because like, what if I have a Terra Grass?
Yeah, you might have the ultimate defensive backbone in Sinistcha plus Florges. Like that might be the best defensive backbone we've seen so far.
Yeah, Forge and also Forge just gets baton pass, so like I can just
slow pivot out into
like
big header.
Yeah. Also, I'm pretty sure, unless I'm wrong, you did ban like it has to be a dry baton pass.
That's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, you can't pass subs unfortunately, so Shed Tail's banned, and you can't pass stats.
Yeah. So, yeah, I'm pretty. I like the flower, but I don't. I mean, I highly doubt it comes to most games. But if it does, it's there to just be a special wall.
It's very much a matchup check. It's very much a matchup
check,
and it does provide a lot of support for your team. Like, and Symbiosis has fun ability to use. I hope you get to use it. So there's the Tinkerton, the aforementioned Tinkerton. I had it in my plan, so when Lawrence ended up dropping it, I was very grateful because it gave me my second fake out option for one, so I didn't have to go for a really budget fake out option later. And two, I always had this thing where I would look to draft Mega Mawile in singles anyway, and I like to run it especially defensively, and this thing kind of reminds me with its stats of Mega Mawile. I not really, obviously it's much worse than Mega Mawile in terms of stats, just alone. I could afford to run especially defensive a lot more potently on this. And it also has a second move Gigadon Hammer, which kind of accommodates for its lower attack because it's base 160. It's got good utility otherwise. It gave me a more reliable screen setter. It gives me a knockoff user. I believe it gets Thunder Wave as well and Encore. So it's pretty fast for having those utility moves. So I'm kind of looking forward to using it in multiple ways.
You're welcome, by the way.
I will say at this point, my draft's a little ground weak, especially where Okrupon Wellspring's going to be a pertinent Terra option. Tornadus is really it, so I'm going to see if I can't look for another answer to grounds here later on. It's going to be much later, I think, though. But Tinkerton's going to be interesting. I'm going to see if I can make it work. I don't know much about using it in doubles. I know it just has the tools for doubles, so we'll see how it goes. I forgot I did this. Conkeldurr getting drafted in the 6th round by Froggerman. I think it was just a matter of time for this. It's his mascot, and I put sunglasses on it because Grimes, our king, our co-commentator, put sunglasses on the team logo for the Coastal Conquerors, which I think is very befitting of the team name. So I thought I'd stick with the vibe and just continue with the sunglasses. But Conkeldurr, what do you say about Conkeldurr? It's a good Trick Room speed tier, very physically bulky and physically offensive. It's one of those good bulk up mons.
Oh,
it's got a lot of coverage as well.
It gets sheer force.
Yeah, sheer force.
So life orb, give that a life orb, and you are not dying.
Gutsmon as well. If you're worried about trying to status this team, you can't. You can't because if Conqueror comes in on status, it basically gets to kill things. Another good. It's his physical attacker that benefits from Trick Room that isn't Hoopa. Like, he now has another option.
Yeah.
Yeah, this thing's an absolute monster. Mach Punch for priority, like, goes dummy into a lot of teams. Very good option. Yeah, this thing's absolutely worth 13 points in my opinion. Maybe a little bit less. Like, I could probably see this in like as low as 11, maybe. But I think it'd be so sought after as a Trick Room abuser. But yeah, I like sheer force, like you said.
Like just slap a life orb and boom.
Cottony.
Life orb.
What's that?
I was about to explain life orb because you said you're stupid. But I think that was like you said that about something else.
Yeah, it was something else. Cottony goes for 1 point to Mr. Grimes. This is such a good value pick. There was a lot of Pokemon because this is the first time I've done a point stock, and because of that, another tier list was copied over, and so I was kind of like scrambling to tier them according to doubles because they're all single based on single tiers. Cottony was one of those Pokemon that was definitely overlooked because it definitely should have been like maybe 4 points, maybe even a little bit higher, is where it should be. But because it was an old single stock, it was put at 1 point. But this thing's got Prankster Tailwind, and this thing's got enough bulk to where Eviolite is a potential option on it. Focus Sash is also a potential option on it. But it gets a lot of good utility moves with Prankster that can use like Tailwind as aforementioned. I believe it gets Stun Spore. It gets Charm. It gets Fake Tears, I think, too. I might be wrong. It definitely gets Charm, though.
It definitely a mon that exists.
Yeah, this is a mon that exists. It's not going to be like winning any games by itself, but it's there for one purpose, and that purpose is filled really well due to the ability Prankster. And it's very, very, very valuable for 1 point. Like Grimes was absolutely has every right to pick this up at this point for 1 point, because otherwise someone else would have seen it, and then his draft plan might have been in shambles given what was left. Like his only other options for Prankster Tailwind were like 13-point Murkrow or Illumise or Volbeat, and I think he only wanted the option. He didn't necessarily want to spend the money for it. So finding Cottony like he did was brilliant. I think he timed this really well. Feathers drafts Dragapult in the 6th round, which I thought was kind of curious. I mean, nobody drafted at this point, which I guess I also wasn't too surprised on, although it is really good in draft overall. This thing normally goes like 1st or 2nd in singles, so it's a little bit weird to see it drafted this
Dragon Dart.
Yeah, Dragon Dart's hitting both Pokemon.
I feel like the main reason for Dragapult to be drafted late is like there's already you already got your heavy. You go grab your heavy hitters first, and you grab your speed. Then you grab like any slow monster like Trick Room, and then you go and find any speedsters.
That's right.
And with Dragapult being a very fast mon, he was like, well, might as well grab my speedster. Because what else are you gonna grab?
That's it. Yeah, this thing hits the speed tier issue that Feathers was having. Let's see if he can fill in the gap between, I think it's Dragapult and Arcanine is the next fastest thing. So, otherwise, he just has a really fast Pokemon, and not a lot of Pokemon can compete with that speed tier. So, very good pickup on his part.
Yeah, it's just now again, most of his problems now is like he's a Trick Rumor and he's screwed.
Yeah, like Primarina is really the only thing, and he has like priority options, but I don't know if they're enough by themselves. So yeah, hopefully he gets another Trick Room or a good Trick Room abuser, and fills those gaps between Dragapult and Arcanine. I think he's looking really good. I also like the concept of having a Ghost type that's fast, because you're already going to be like immune to Fake Out, so you might as well kind of like really push the echelon of what makes Ghost type good in doubles. And I think Dragapult really does that. So good pickup on Feather's part. Sableye goes for to Gallenskog for 5 points. I think this is such a good pickup too. It gets Prankster. It gets Fake Out. Prankster options for this thing include Will-O-Wisp, Quash. I think Recover is something else that could benefit deeply. I think it gets Screens as well.
Gets right Sableye.
Yes.
We're talking about Sableye.
Yeah.
Gets the Dark type to like be immune to to other Pranksters.
Yes. Oh, true. Yeah, good point. What else? Yeah, this thing's very good. I think it's just very good. It can do a lot for a team. I'm excited to see how it's used. Actually, it's been a while since I've seen anybody draft Sableye.
Yeah, I mean,
mostly Sableye is like prank. You just use it for prankster because its other ability is not worth it.
That's true. Okay, this was another Pokemon that was severely overlooked. This thing is tiered so high in VGC tiers, and it's for good reason. It's so bulky with Eviolite, and it has static with Follow Me, which is very, very, very valuable. Electabuzz, 2-point Electabuzz.
I was eyeing Electabuzz and Magmar for Follow Me and like with Flame Body and Static, and yeah, for a budget, but like they both got snatched from me, and I was like, well, fiddlestick.
A lot of people were looking at Follow Me users this round, it looks like, or just at the latter half of the draft. And Valley picks, like people are starting to pick up Valley picks now.
Yeah, Follow Me is like a very it's so meta that I'm kind of like you kind of need to like build around the Follow Me meta. Yeah. Like,
this is a really good pickup for Cadillacs. I think this is probably the most valuable pick so far in the draft, in my opinion. Yeah, very good value. Base 105 speed's no slouch either, and it can make use of its offenses. It's got base 83 attack and base 95 special attack, so no slouch. It can do steady damage. Very good pickup.
Yeah.
Yeah, OG drafts Dragalge, and so Dragalge is a great Pokemon, but I'm just sort of seeing a trend of maybe Pokemon that trip over each other's feet a little bit, where they're all common typing with poison, but they also are all special attackers, and they're known to be special attackers. So I'm not sure what the thought process here. I'm sure there is some, and I'm not doubting OG's like sight on his draft, but I'm just curious as to why the 3 poisons were needed.
I mean, sometimes 3 poisons. I mean, you like when there is sometimes reasons to overlap with certain Pokemon. I mean, heck, I have 2 water types, but like I have like a rain team,
so a rain team.
That's
like understandable. I'm saying the reason why I don't see the reason why there's merit to draft 3 special attacking poisons based on what he has on his team already. Like, there's no like theme where he needs the 3. Is that's what kind of what I'm getting at. Like, the only thing I kind of say is that they have different speed tiers, but even then, like they're kind of tripping over each other, in my opinion.
I don't know. The Drowsy, I cannot speak. Dragalge gets adaptability, which is like also Poison Point and Poison Touch. Like those are really helpful.
Oh, I'm not saying Dragalge's not a good Pokemon. I'm just saying, why do you need it with Gengar and Komura? Like, there's other dragons left on the board. Anyway, I'm sure there's a reason, but it does give him a slow pivot, which he didn't otherwise have. So there's that. And like you said, he's got good coverage moves with adaptability too. He's got access to really strong stab options. It gets Flamethrower, and I think it gets Hydro Pump as well in Surf. And Thunderbolt, I think. So, yeah, some good options.
Yeah.
Maybe a Trick Room user is going to be appearing soon with its base 44 speed. It's going to be abusing that. So we'll see.
Yeah, 44.
Yeah. We'll see how the rest of the draft goes for him. Celesteela for Vague. He's going very top heavy, but it's also another value pick, and I think it's very synergetic with what he has as well. It gets Wide Guard. It can also be a potential sweeper, but it's very well known for being a sub-seed protect Pokemon. So it might be able to make good use out of that and bait in the things that Zygarde likes to punish, such as the fire and electric types.
Yeah, and like 4 times weak to fire.
This thing?
I think.
I think so.
No, it's part flying.
Oh, flying. Steel flying. Yeah. Weak to fire and electric.
Yeah, that's it. Yeah, I think this makes a lot of sense paired with what he has. Like, it's another thing that benefits from Fenny Messy Terrain, 1. 2, it's very versatile, and I think it shows evidence to what Vague sees as valuable with his draft picks. Like, there's a lot of versatile Pokemon, but also a lot of Pokemon that mesh together well. Like, Finny's the glue, and then everything else just kind of follows suit, and it's just really strong on face value. So I'm excited to see how Celesteela gets used with everything else.
And again, the main problem with it is just it has only like one ability. You only bring one, and it can only
really
bring that one ability.
It's a really good ability on a really good Pokemon.
Don't get me wrong, Beast Boost is a good ability. It's just, I think if you're going to have if it has one ability, it's just like you already know what ability is going to be, so you're going to prep against it.
It's also Celesteela, so you have to have something for Celesteela, and if you have something for Celesteela, then Zygarde chews that up, and then you have to have something for Zygarde, and Tapu Fini beats that. So you really have to...
Yeah.
Or sorry, Urshifu, I guess, beats that. But yeah, you have to really be careful. It's kind of like an endless cycle of death, really, because Celesteela really defeats the fairies that otherwise threaten Zygarde and Urshifu. Like, it's such a good steal. And then the fairies... sorry, the electric and fire types that punish Celesteela, Zygarde seriously punishes, so...
yeah.
Like, it's such a good core. Zygarde Celesteela is absolutely gross core.
Yeah.
Zoroark Asui for Arc. He's picking up his mascot, and I think it's a really good pickup. Gives him a speed tier. I guess it kind of matches with Ninetales' speed tier. It's 110, so it's a little bit faster, but gives him another closer fast option to Shampoo. It's kind of trekking in the right direction in terms of filling in that speed tier gap. And I think it's got a lot of use on a team. Yeah, it's got a lot of use with Pokemon that are as threatening as Timmy's, with the ability Illusion to kind of masquerade as those. And yeah, like you said, it gets Hyper Voice for spread. Base 125 special attack stat with Hyper Voice is absolutely no joke. Slap a choice specs on that and people are going to perish. Things are going to perish. Yeah, I like this a lot. Gets Misty Plot.
It's very fast in its move pool. Like, it gets Flamethrower.
Yeah, no, it's very potent. I'm excited to see it used in doubles. I haven't really seen too much usage of it in doubles, so curious to see how it translates.
Yeah.
A Rangaroo getting picked by Marin. Oh my gosh. Okay, I see the vision.
Okay.
At this point, when I drafted this, I was like, okay, yeah, this is threatening. So he's grabbing a Trick Room setter that can allow Torkoal to just absolutely nuke something.
I was also eyeing that Rangaroo as well.
Gets telepathy. Inner
focus. Gets telepathy.
Can't get faked out. It's pretty solid.
Also gets symbiosis as well.
True.
And gets the normal type, so you're no longer weak to Ghost, and so your only weaknesses is Dark and Bug.
Mm-hmm. Yep. Yeah.
Has Instruct, which is like the same thing.
Yeah. No, Instruct next to Torkoal and Trick Room is so scary. It's so scary. Like, if you don't Oko something, it's getting two-shotted with Eruption.
Yeah.
Like, you just run Protect Torkoal, and then run, like, I don't know, Charcoal, and then just max Special Attack Modest Eruption, and then Instruct it, and you just kill everything with 2 hits.
Yeah.
Overquill for G-Force. Too bad he's not here. Unfortunately, had to step out. But this was a fun pick. I like this a lot. Gives him his first Intimidate Mon. It also doesn't kind of... I don't know. The only thing that I'm sort of noticing with G-Force's team, I like that everything is really synergetic. There's a lot of common speed tiers. Like between Goldango, Rotom, Lele, and Goldango, Rotom, Lele, and Overquill kind of step on each other's foots. Lele, not so much. But everything's kind of in the 80 to 90 range, other than Meowscarada and Naganadel, which isn't terrible.
It gets Swift Swim, so like if you do bring a rain team against him, he's like, okay, Swift Swim, Overquill, Dart, and just sweep.
That's it. Yeah, no, it's really good. Like, it's very versatile too, which you like. It gets a lot of good coverage moves, good utility moves like Haze. Intimidate's always nice. yeah, overall just well-rounded. So I'm excited to see how GeForce plans to use it. And with that, we're at the halfway point. This is the recap for round 6. I think after this, we're going to take just a little bit of a 5-minute break just to stand up, stretch, get some water, such so on and so forth. And then we'll come right back and finish the second half of the draft. Maybe go at a little faster pace so we're not here for like 6 hours. But
All right.
Yeah, at this point, Oranguru is very good value. Electabuzz is probably my favorite pick though, just with the amount of sheer value it gets. Biased is Tinkaton, and then Cottony is also very good value, I think, at this point.
I'm still a little bit upset that I didn't grab Tinkaton when I had the chance.
Sorry.
Hey, it's okay.
Man, I should have gone to law school. Just kidding. No, yeah, I like Electabuzz. I think Electabuzz.
I'm just very autistic and very gullible.
All right, well, we'll take a 5-minute break, and we'll come back here. I'm just going to deafen in chat just so that there is no like you don't feel like you can, you know, you don't have to worry about like saying anything on stream for the next 5 minutes if you want to get up and get something or do whatever. So I'm just going to deafen, and thank you all for watching so far, and we'll be back in about 5 minutes to get the latter half of the draft.
I got nothing else better to do.
Right on. All right. Well, I'll be back in 5 minutes. I'll just deafen.
All right.
All right, I'm back. If you're ready, Lawrence, we'll kick off the second half. If you're around, if not, we'll kick off anyway.
I'm still here.
Cool
I got
beans.
nothing else better to do.
Right on. Well, thank you for joining me, and I appreciate you for insisting with the explanation summons this far. So makes things a little bit easier on my end. So I appreciate it. We'll kick things off. So we're at the 7th round now. So we'll start back off with
GeForce.
Yeah, GeForce. That's right. It's his pick again first, and he goes Landorus Therian. So he's doubling up on Intimidators. Another Pokemon that really makes sense on this draft. Again, I hope he eventually differs from that speed tier area between 80 and 90. Is this another 91 point mon? But I will say all the Pokemon are good. That's the only thing I have to say is that the speed tiers are kind of bundled.
The main problem that I think Landorus has is it doesn't stay around much.
Mm-hmm. Well, it can next to Rotom, which I kind of like. I will say that.
Yeah. But like, whenever, but if it's quad weakness to ice, you use Ice Beam instead, and even with like, you never really want to Terra it.
I would disagree. I think on this team you can afford to Terra it in certain matchups. I think every Pokemon, like, there's not one Pokemon that's like kind of locked as a Terra captain. So Landorus kind of benefits from that.
I get that, but like it's much more better to Terra something else than Landorus, you know?
Maybe.
Like I'd rather see Terra flying or Terra ground over Quill over Terra Ice to get rid of, or like a Terra Fire or Landorus.
I think Landorus deeply benefits from Terra, especially in this format. I think on this draft, you have Landorus as a viable Terra option a lot more, because not everything is locked into a Terra option that can benefit from Terra more, like Lele, Goldego, or Ganondorf, maybe Meowscarada, but I don't see it being a huge Terra option. Landorus is not an overbearing Terra option like you're saying. Like, maybe there's other Pokemon in the meta that are better Terra options, but on this draft, I think it makes a lot of sense as well. So
yeah,
I would go to say that I think it's a good Terra option on this team.
Like on his team, it does need the Terra, especially like with ground flying not being like not the best combination, but not the worst. You know,
it has some weaknesses, but every mon does, and I think Landorus does a good job of. It's also not a common like base type of Pokemon that you see in draft ice typing, but I will say he might run into some problems with bulky waters, but he has Meowscarada, so I think he's in a good spot at this point. We'll just go a little bit faster here, Lawrence, if you're okay with that, just so that we're not here forever. 9 points Scrafty for SRG Marin. I think this is a really good pickup.
Yeah, take out Intimidate.
There's a second
Prankster Immune.
Really solid Trick Room option. Yeah, Prankster Immune. Good Fake Intimidator. It can run Dragon Dance, although it's only base 58 speed.
Get Shed Skin so you can't really status it.
Absolutely. Yeah, I like this model a lot. It's good coverage moves too. One of my best friends, Jordan, who's not in this league, he loves Scrafty. He would
every single time in random battles, I just struggle against a Scrafty because they just have it be Terra, because it's Terra Poison and just
punishes the fairies
and just cause mayhem because of how Terra Poison, you just can't toxic it and can't stall it.
Big monster,
and especially with Shed Skin.
Yeah, you can't burn it. Gastrodon for Timmy. Timmy's got a very strong team at this point, and this Pokemon just kind of glues the rest of his team up.
Storm Drain for any like in the back, so you can't use water moves. Mm-hmm. Four times weak to grass though, so you might as well have a Rainbow Berry.
This helps him with Ursaluna matchup, and then Amoonguss covers the grass weakness, in my opinion. Same with Farigiraf.
Yeah.
Can also cover it, but you have to switch into Farigiraf. But Amoonguss could Rage Powder. So. Well, I guess the grass type is immune to Rage Powder, so maybe he'll need another option.
Yeah.
He has ways of dealing with grass types on his draft. They're just not. Yeah. Okay. So he has Shimpow. I'll just call it that.
Yeah, he has a
He
Shimpow.
has a Shimpow. All right. Volcarona for Vague. Again, another very strong pick. So he's leaning more into the top end point value Pokemon here. So he's really solidifying what he knows he needs so that he can bring those really potent options consistently and they'll be effective for him. So I'm pretty sure we're going to see some lower tier
Also
Pokemon.
get Tailwind.
It does get Tailwind, yes.
It also
Rage
gets-
Powder.
Rage Power, Quiver Dance.
Yeah, Quiver Dance, Fire Dance, Will-O-Wisp. Gets a lot of good things. I think it gets like Lunge and Skitter Smack too.
Yeah.
Good options there.
I don't think. I'm pretty sure it gets U-turn, but I could be wrong. If not, then.
It does.
Yeah. Pivot is such a good thing for VGC.
This Pokemon does everything you need to do, and it's also a threatening Terra option. I like this Pokemon a lot. I like how it meshes with the team too. Vileplume for OG. Another freaking poison. What's going on? I don't know. He might have done some transactions in the race. I can't really remember. But either way, Vileplume is a pretty fun Pokemon. Funny thing, I'm pretty sure after Gen 6 or Gen 7, maybe it was Gen 8 too, they changed its special attack stat to 110 instead of 100. So that was a cool change. It makes it kind of do that steady damage that we've been talking about, where it's a Pokemon that fits a defensive role that will do big damage without investment.
Gets Strength Sap, gets all the powders.
Yeah. Strength Sap's huge. Like, this thing can be unkillable with its poison typing. You can't burn it. Or poison it, sorry.
Yeah.
Big Pokemon. Big, annoying Pokemon. I think a lot of people overlook this as an option because they think, oh, it's Vileplume. It's not very good. It's really good.
It also gets Effect Spore.
Yeah.
So you don't really need the Spore moves if you don't have to.
The only really, really bad stat it has is speed, and I think that can be alleviated with a lot of options on OG's team.
Yeah.
He's got speed control in the form of Grimmsnarl, Thunderwave, and Talonflame Tailwind, so he's fine. Tornadus Therian on Cadillacs' draft is pretty cool. Nice budget, like, good utility, fun, like, setup Pokemon. It has a lot of coverage moves, good speed tier that he didn't otherwise hit before. I think that's finally something that he was able to hit, was something faster than Gardevoir, or Electabuzz, I guess now, but, yeah, I think his draft needed Torn, and, it definitely makes a lot of sense. I mean, there's no direct beneficiary from Torn, but Torn greatly benefits from the other Pokemon on the team. I mean, Zona is just going to support everything, but like Jirachi can benefit from Torn, or Torn can benefit from Jirachi, taking away the Ice type and Rock type moves that would otherwise target it. Yeah, there's just a lot going on here, and there's.
I'm pretty sure Tornado gets Strength here as well, but I could be wrong.
It does not. I think it only gets Regenerator.
Oh yeah, that's the pure flying one.
It's Therian.
I'm thinking of the electric flying.
Oh, Thunderous Incarnate, yeah.
Yeah.
I think we'll see that later.
That one.
Somebody drafted Incarnate.
Yeah.
Yeah, Tornadus Therian.
I'm pretty sure that one
gets a lot of coverage moves, nasty plot, U-turn, knockoff, Tailwind if you wanted a Tailwind option. Really good mon. Luxray. I think Luxray is such a cool Pokemon in this format.
It also gets Guts Facade too.
Guts Facade,
and Intimidate.
Blaze, Intimidate. For 5 points too, this is such a good pickup. Gallanskog would be a good choice here. I think other than a lot of the other teams that are doing power heavy stuff, this Gallanskog's kind of going into like value picks, and then I think he's going to save us some points for the end. I think that's the route he's kind of taking here, which I think is a fair strategy because so many other coaches are going heavy hitters or like heavy point value Pokemon. Not a bad idea.
I think I did like something similar too, where I just don't grab I didn't grab heavy hitters as much.
No, Luxray is definitely a good value pick here. Magmar for Feathers. There's the other alluded to follow me user at 2 points we were talking about earlier. Very good value pick at this point. It's round 7. This thing probably could have gone a little bit earlier. I was really, really hoping it made it to me, but I was just like 3 picks short, unfortunately. So, next time.
Yeah, I was also really hoping it was coming to me as well.
Yeah, I wanted this because thinking back to the Regidrago pick, everybody started getting fairies. Was like, I want a redirector that defers the fairies so that Regidrago can just start clicking single target Dragon Energy and kill everything else next to Ragmar, or next to the fairy type, and then once Regidrago dies, the next thing can come in and deal with the fairies, like Tinkaton, for example, or even just Magmar. Magmar can deal with fairies by itself. It's got base 100 special attack, so it's no slouch. Resist the fairy type stuff. Eviolate is so good on this thing. Flame Body. Vital Spirit's also nice and too. I think it gets Vital Spirit. Could be wrong. Maybe it's just Magmortar that gets Vital Spirit. I can't remember. Anyway, either way, Magmar's so good. And then Magmortar right after. Grimes basically was like, no, Ashton, you're not going to get the Follow Me Fire. I told him that too. He was like, man, way to put a man down when after I just lost Magmar. But yeah, that was my real only snipe besides Tinkaton was Magmar. But Magmortar's okay. I just don't know if it's as valuable as 2-point Magmar by any stretch, especially where Magmar's bulkier with Eviolite. But what Magmortar does have going for it more is the special attack stat. So you can afford to run it a little bulkier, and you'll still be able to hit things with that steady damage. And a lot of coverage moves that it gets. It gets like Thunderbolt, Scorching Sands, and a couple other things I can't really think of. Maybe Psychic too. But yeah, it's just a really strong, tanky Pokemon with Follow Me.
Yeah.
I think thankfully Grimes ended up dropping this for me. Well, not for me, but he ended up dropping it because he got another fire type later on. But for Embrace, I think. No, he got it later on.
Yeah.
But yeah, Magmortar's... I see a lot of value for Magmortar on Grimes' team because it can redirect away from things like... Well, I'm trying to think of typing. Maybe Blastoise. If Blastoise was built to be offensive on a given week, it could redirect the grass types. It's the only thing I can really see, but I think in general Magmortar just got a lot of value. Mega Banette for Frogger Man. That's a curious one. It's one of my favorite Mega Pokemon, if not my favorite. But yeah, it's got pretty decent everything, or like average everything, except for its attack stat, which is base 165.
Yeah, Mega Pokemon are just so broken.
Yeah, that's why I want to draft one regardless. Like, the rule was you could only draft a maximum of one. So you could either draft 1 or 0. But it's good to see stuff like Mega Banette being used, even though they're not like the upper echelon of Megas. There's a lot of Megas that got left that are absolutely broken that I'm surprised didn't get drafted. But Mega Banette's pretty cool. It's got like Skill Swap and Prankster, Cotton Guard, and all this stuff.
I think my problem with Mega Pokemon in Draft League is like it wastes your Iron Slot for something that you could use.
But in VGC, it means that you don't have to worry about item usage.
Yeah.
So there's two ways of looking at it, but I do see what you're saying. Like, Mega Banette could be a lot better with something like, I don't know, leftovers on a given week if you're looking for to be like a bulkier support role or whatever. But yeah, I mean, Mega Banette's really good, and it's only 8 points, so I can see the value in it. It also gives you a really strong priority option next to Conqueror with Shadow Sneak. So it gives them 3 really good priority options. It's got Raging Bolt with Thunderclap as well. So very good upper echelon priority options here. I grabbed 1 point Riolu. That's another Pokemon at one point that was really overlooked. This Pokemon could have easily been like 6 points.
I was eyeing Riolu as well because it gets Prankster for some reason and like coaching.
Yeah,
and you just.
I was like, this looks super good.
And you
next
just
to Ogerpon and Tinkaton, and I guess Zeraora too.
Yeah.
But
yeah, whenever you have like physically attactive mons, you just really want, and also like physically bulky mons, you just want coaching next to them, so you can just coaching, and then you just have that mon if it has body press, just send a body press +4 defend and just nuke.
Oh, hi Gallon Skog, I see you entered the chat. Yeah, you're definitely looking for specific reliable things like Intimidate and such. Yeah, you definitely hit those on the nose, and I really like the value picks you have so far. So yeah, Luxray is a very good example of that too. I also like your draft. What do you think of the draft so far? Like, what draft are you most threatened by? Yeah, Riolu is pretty standard prankster coaching, like you said earlier. It gets Follow Me too if I really wanted to run like Sash Riolu.
Yeah. Honestly, for me, the draft that I'm a little bit scared of right now is G-Forces.
Yeah, Yeah, I'm scared of G-Forces, and I'm also scared of Feathers. Because dealing with Iron Hands, Porygon 2, and other stuff is just scary. You draft Skeledirge in the 7th round, and I was a little bit, I don't know much about Skeledirge in doubles, so I was a little bit, panicky, oh, what does it get? So I was just curious if you could explain what made you want Skeledirge.
Well, mostly it's a special attacker with unaware.
Right.
Unaware is it's the best goated ability, and whenever you have setup mons, with Prankster coaching to set up that boost, or calm miners, it just ignores that. Or it's also really good in Trick Room, gets Hex, and Willow gets its signature ability, Torch Song, raises its special attack, especially with its being a special attacker. The item, combine that with the item Throat Spray, and now you're +2 special attack.
Yeah. No, it's very strong.
It's also a good fire type, a ghost, and also a ghost type for for fake out against fake out users, because I realized almost in my job, I am really not good whenever I see with fake out.
Yeah.
Fake out is so good into me. I need something to resist it.
Well, you do have the Skeledirge Sinister now, so you're pretty solid.
Yeah. So I was like, okay, I'm gonna grab Skeledirge. While yes, most of my team is really good with the water wars. Skeledirge is not going to be useful whenever it's raining. It's just there to be a threat to say, hey, if you bring with Torkoal, it will be really good in the sun as well.
Absolutely. Yeah, this is a very interesting round to say the least. A lot of fire types went this round, which I think was cool, but there's a lot of good value picks here. Scrafty, for example, is really good value. Vileplume is pretty solid value. Luxray is amazing value. Magmar is incredible. And you got Mega Banette, Riolu, I said Magmar, Magmortar as well. Skeledirge is a cool option. And then I think Cadillac's draft needed Torn. I think my favorite, though, would probably have to be the Magmar, just where that's got that sheer value.
Yeah, Magmar is just very valuable whenever follow me and Flame Body.
Yeah, absolutely. Just incredibly balanced.
Yeah.
Gothitelle for 7 points. Important to circle back to the point. Shadow Tag and Arena Trap are banned, so 7-point Gothitelle's fair, potentially.
Yeah.
I could see it being a little bit higher. I could see it being a little bit lower as well. But tell me about why you picked Gothitelle.
Frisk is really good when information is key for VGC.
Yep.
Hold on, Discord.
Hello.
Discord's being a little bit buggy real quick. I think I might disconnect a little bit mid-sentence, but if it doesn't, hopefully I don't. But it is frozen a bit, so
no
hold on.
No worries. Yeah, I like Gothitelle for what it provides in terms of information. I would say Frisk is a very good ability in VGC, such as where it's a best of 3 set. So if you can't bank on your opponent bringing the same 4 Pokemon every battle, at least you gain some information in game 1, which I think is so important.
It also gets Fake Out and it gets Trick Room. I'm going to double check. I'm pretty sure it gets Helping Hand, which would be
lots of things.
Helping Hand. Helping Hand is really useful.
What is that noise? Is that Grimes?
Yeah, it's Grimes.
Oh, it's Gallenstock.
But
I wasn't making those noises.
Also competitive.
Is that Grimes? Did Grimes join and then leave?
Yes, he did.
Yes.
For frick's sake.
Also competitive is such a good ability.
Sorry.
Frisk and competitive are 2 great abilities. Whenever you have mons that whenever there's lowered stats, strength stat to if you lower my attack, I just get higher special attack.
Yeah.
Its move pool is very fast. It gets it gets Shadow Ball. I think it gets D-Gleam. I could be wrong.
I think it does too.
It doesn't.
Oh, it doesn't? Oh, never mind. I spoke.
Yeah.
Corrected.
Yeah, I'm checking.
Good coverage.
But,
I
like,
guess T-Bolt, that Shadow Ball. I think it gets Calm Mind. Yeah, no, definitely gets Calm Mind.
Gets Taunt for your setup monsters.
That's solid.
Yeah.
Good value in 7, even though it doesn't get Shadow Tag. I'm gonna follow your train of thought and get another Frisk user myself, Dusk Noir. I like having the option of running a solid Trick Room Pokemon with the Ghost typing, so that I'm at least immune to Fako, and then I can run Mental Herb for Taunt just as a Sway Bat. So it basically choreographs I'm gonna get Trick Room for Ursaluna, which is kind of solid, and I was kind of really looking towards Dusk Noir because it was the most valuable Pokemon at the lowest points. And I just had history with this Pokemon. I think this is like the 3rd time I've drafted it in doubles. So yeah, I'm just gonna keep drafting it until it stops doing what I need it to do, which is never gonna happen. It also has a respectable 100 base attack stat. Runs a lot of coverage moves like Ice Punch, Earthquake, and such. I can run Will-O-Wisp too to make my opponent's time dealing with it a lot harder. It gets Pain Split too for recovery. Yeah, there's just a lot of things I can do. It does say damage with Nightshade too if I wanted to, but mainly I'm going to be using it for Trick Room.
Also has can give you status. I'm pretty sure it gets Curse, but I could be wrong.
I'm not sure. I don't.
It does.
Yeah, that makes sense. I think
it does.
I remember using Dusclops with Curse. So.
Yeah. Oh, it also gets priority with Shadow Sneak.
Hyper said your mic is quiet, you clown. All right, thanks, Hyper. All right, I'll move it closer to me. How about that?
But
also, how are you? Sorry.
Also, Dusknoir is like very bulky.
Yeah, that's another reason why I like it. Like base 45 HP, but it makes up for it in its base defenses. It's just a really good Trick Room mon.
Yeah.
Froggerman drafts Slacking. This was unexpected. He DM'd me before he was gonna pick this. He's like, if you had the choice, what would you pick? And I told him Slacking because I drafted last, and I was like, well, I thought the coverage on Slacking was better, but then I looked at Regigigas's, and it's basically the same, if not a little bit better on Regigigas, so I kind of misled him, I think. But he ended up dropping it anyway, so it worked out for the best, thankfully. But I'm glad nobody has to deal with this at the moment. Maybe somebody down the line will be like, okay, I want Grafai plus Slacking, or like Wheezing plus Slacking, which is really potent, because this thing's stats are the equivalent of a legendary.
Yeah,
it's very strong.
Like but it's balanced out with Truant, so you can just Truant you can just protect, set up, protect, set up, protect, set up, protect, set up.
Yep. Absolutely. Yeah, no, this thing is nuts. It gets bulk up for setup. You could just run Choice Band too and just pop things with Body Slam or a coverage move.
Or Double Edge or Giga Impact.
Yeah, Earthquake is an option. Yeah, Giga Impact's really strong. It's really strong. Base 160 attack, stab, Giga Impact.
I think the most common thing to pair Slacking or Reggie with is going to be neutralizing gas.
Yeah, I've seen people do Prankster Grafai Doodle, me. But yeah, this thing's an absolute nuisance, and I think his idea was to just skill swap with Makeup Annette onto it, so he got Prankster. But he ended up dropping it, so I mean, it would have been a threat. It could have had a more designated partner for it, but it would have still been a threat with skill swap Annette as its support option. But yeah, Slacking Wood is a cool pick, and maybe we'll see it used down the line by somebody else. Mr. Grimes grabs Politoed, and this was another thing I was kind of telling him. I was like, Melmetal's really good next to Pokemon that cover its bases, and the things that Melmetal doesn't like are the fires and the grounds, and then fighting's just another weakness. I would have thought he would have picked, if he was going to pick a rain setter, I thought he would have picked Pelipper, and a lot sooner. But mind you, he did pick up Spectrier and Indeedee Female, which are both very valuable Pokemon really early, so he probably didn't have the time after grabbing those to get Pelipper. I don't know, I can't remember what round Pelipper got drafted, but
let me I can look, because
Pelipper covers all of Melmetal's weaknesses, so I was kind of expecting him to draft that. But I mean, Politoed's still cool. It gets some interesting support moves. Unfortunately, Parasong's banned, so it might not be worth the 11 points that it was set at. Actually, I know it definitely isn't, but it's Rain's a pretty valuable thing to cover the fire weakness that Melmetal has, but also makes Blastoise potentially a lot more threatening. We might see some Swift Swim users later on too, so you never know. But yeah, Polydol's pretty cool. Has okay stats, pretty decent across the board, pretty average.
I'm pretty sure I got Pelipper before he could grab Politoed.
Yeah, no, I figured he probably couldn't get it in time. I just thought it might have been a better fit for him, but yeah, he prioritized Spectre and DD, which is understandable. But yeah, Politoed's pretty cool. Gets Helping Hand for support and stuff, and then Rain, of course. King Gambit goes in round 8 for Feathers. This was a Mon that either doesn't get drafted, or I wasn't expecting to get drafted until the very end. But this thing is really solid, so he probably just felt that there was another coach that could potentially afford it that didn't also have the roles that King Gambit provided. And honestly, this thing is absolutely worth the 18 points. I think on his team, he needed that really, really, really solid Terra option, which he does have in Rillaboom and stuff, but and Arcanine and Dragapult, I guess, in Iron Hands. But this thing is just such a potent Terra option. It gets Defiant too, which
I don't
is really
know,
good in doubles.
I think the common ability that it gets, I forgot what it's called.
What?
The one where every single mon falls, it has a counter.
Oh, Supreme Overlord.
Yeah, Supreme Overlord, but like, I don't think that would be very. It won't be as beneficial as it is now for doubles, since it is 4v4 instead of 6v6.
Mm-hmm.
But like, Supreme Overlord is definitely a good ability whenever you have Catal Cleave, Sucker Punch, Swords Dance to boost your attack.
Right. Yeah, no. King Gambit's very potent, and if you can't play around it and can't respect it, then you lose to it. Simple as that. Galmsog picks 2-point Jump Bluff. This thing is a sleeper pick for sure. It gets Chlorophyll, which can make it one of the... Oh, that's right, you're here to talk about it. Do you want to tell us why you picked Jump Bluff?
Yeah, I had one... I already have Ogerpon for redirection, and I thought that's not the most reliable redirector, and I thought... I was looking in the lower tiers, and I saw Jump Bluff, and I thought it has a lot of things that you could want, especially, of course, it has Rage Powder. It also has Pollen Puff for healing additionally. And as you said, yeah, Chlorophyll, if I want to, I can have Sun, and all of a sudden it's really fast sleep Pokemon, which is another reason why.
Yeah.
Even with Sleep Claws, even having just one important sleep, that could be a big difference maker.
Game changer.
So, yeah, with its utility, it can alleviate the pressure off of Ogerpon as being the only redirector. And for 2 points, it's, really surprising pickup.
Yeah, no, it's very bulky. Like, it's like unexpectedly bulky. Like, you might look at its stats and they're kind of average, but you pair that together with like Strength Sap and like a little bit of investment here and there based on the matchup, and this thing can just live. Like, it's silly.
Sup the Eevee, right?
You can like fully invest in defenses too if you get the Sun up and just run Chlorophyll, and then you still outspeed everything while being bulky. Like, it's got a lot going for it. So I'm excited to see how you use it. And I do see the Sableye. I'm pretty sure it gets Sunny Day. Prankster Sunny Day?
Oh, yeah, it does.
So Ogerpon and Jump Bluff are direct benefiters from that, which I'm excited to see. So I'm curious to see how effective Jump Bluff is at abusing it, and how effectively you can use it throughout the season.
Oh, yeah.
Cadillacs grabs Iron Moth, so he's still going the route of grabbing a lot of fucking heavy point Pokemon, but they're Pokemon that all really, really like humming. So Iron Moth is a very good Pokemon on the special side. Base 140 special attack, as he alluded to earlier. Base 110 speed, which is pretty nice. Can run booster energy for him. What else does it do kind of with his team here? It does help fill that speed tier gap with Tornadus, which is nice. So it's perfect between Gardevoir and that. Yeah, it just hits really hard. It's a really good Terra option. Yeah, Iron Moth.
Yeah, has the quick drive ability. Fire Poison, not a great typing. I mean, 4 times weakness.
Yeah.
But I mean, who's judging?
Yeah, no, you have to like. It's fast enough to where you have to worry about taking the damage before you worry about killing it with the super effective move. And then of course you have like, well, I guess the redirectors don't necessarily cover the ground weakness at all, but there's Pokemon that deal with grounds, like Urshifu Rapid's going to be a staple there. Serena is also there, but yeah, Iron Moth's going to be a big threat on this team paired with those Pokemon, so good pickup on Cadillac's part. Very good offensive synergy. Hydreigon from OG, this was a Pokemon that had a lot of good value in the mid-range tiers because it offers you a dragon Pokemon that is off the ground that isn't a flying type, B, a really solid dark type, C, very good wall breaker potential, and then D, it gives you Tailwind. It has good utility too. I think it also fills a speed tier that it doesn't have, if I'm not mistaken. Yeah, between Chiyu and Glamora. I think Glamora is like base 80 something. So yeah, there's that too. So I really like this Pokemon for his team. Maybe this is why he wanted all the poisons, because he was grabbing Hydreigon. So he could kind of bait the fairies in and then switch into a bulky poison like Glamora or Vileplume. But I don't know. We'll see.
Who knows?
I'm just a little worried that his Pokemon are stepping on each other's toes because he doesn't really have a solid physical attacker other than like Grimmsnarl, which isn't really a physical attacking monster, and maybe Talonflame. But Talonflame can be mixed.
And also Grimmsnarl is not that fast.
Yeah.
So even if it was the physical attacker that you want it to be, it's not
reliable,
fast enough to.
Yeah. Hydreigon's kind of got some curious coverage moves, which I like about it. It has Hydro Pump, I'm pretty sure. It also gets like the fire coverage moves, but then on the physical side, with its base 105 attack, it has like Head Smash, which is kind of fun. So you could really punish some like flying types, weirdly enough. Maybe even like
pretty
Ice
sure
type.
Doesn't Hydreigon also get like Flash Cannon?
Yes, it does get Flash Cannon. That's another thing. So you can punish fairies. Just depends on the fairy. But yeah, this thing's has solid wall breaking potential, really good coverage, and potential for Tailwind, so that could be fun. Vague drops Poltergeist, which is another one of those value picks we were talking about. For the people that really have some high-end picks up to this point, they're really economizing on points. So Vague did really good drafting this when he did, because it's got some solid value in 1 point.
Also get Shell Smash.
Does it?
Yeah. Shell Smash Sword Power is like a very common thing for Poltergeist.
Hi, Clumsy. How are you? Glad you could join. Yeah, it's got a lot of good utility. Like you said, Strength Sap, Shell Smash is an option. I don't know if I'll be running too much, but it does have 74 special attack, so maybe. It gets Trick Room, it gets Life Dew, which is nice. It's another Ghost type, so it's immune to Fake Out. Yeah, it's really overall solid Pokemon.
Yeah.
Very dependable for a 1-pointer. Duraludon for Timmy. I think 6-point Duraludon's got a lot of value here.
I think I'm
maybe layered nuts.
Wait, no, I'm thinking of a different Pokemon for Poach. Hold up, I'm gonna look it up, see if it. Nope, I am not thinking of a different. It's the one with the teacup. Okay.
Yeah, Poltergeist is the teacup one. Duraludon for Timmy. So Steel Dragon type's a fun defensive type. It's got really good special attack naturally. So.
Teapot. My bad.
What was that? Sorry.
The teapot.
Oh, teapot.
I mean the teapot one. Mm-hmm. The teapot one. I'm a little teapot. Anyways.
Yeah, so Duraludon's got a lot of good natural coverage, a lot of good natural special attack, really good defenses, so Eviolite's really potent on this. Just a solid tanky offensive Mon for 6 points.
As soon as Archaludon was announced and like they got that in the little leagues, it was banned immediately.
Yeah, I panicked. I panicked like nuts. I was like, why the hell is Duraludon gonna have an Eviolite? Because it's already kind of solid. But Duraludon's even more solid now, and it's a good budget Pokemon. It's not. It doesn't make a lot of waves, but it's really good at what it does. Unfortunately,
Yeah.
the only thing kind of drawing it back is like it's one of the slower dragons, but it also has a little bit of a weaker, especially defensive side. But with Eviolite, it kind of accommodates it a bit. So it'll still be a little bit harder to worry about special attackers, but it still has 120. It's coming off of 120 base special attack with a lot of coverage. So I think this is a really solid pickup at 6 points. SRG Marin picks up Skull Villain to better his Sun mode. So he does finally have his Chlorophyll Sweeper. It's also a really solid Terra option. I really like this mod. I think it also gets Rage Powder if you want to run it with support. Might be mistaken there.
I don't know either, but like Grass Fires are great typing.
Yeah, offensively, absolutely.
Yeah.
I can't remember. Oh, it gets I think it gets growth. Yeah, it does get growth. So Sun plus growth could be fun. Yeah.
It's also very special as well. So you can like use like Leaf Storm or Overheat.
Yeah, Solar Beam, Heat Wave.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like this Pokemon a lot. I hope SRG or Marin's able to use it to some avail, and I think he has the team to do it. So I'm excited to see how it's run. Grafai for G-Force. What do we think about this? Because I was kind of seeing Grafai and I was like, oh, he's going to pick up Regigigas. Oh, he's going to pick up Regigigas. And then I don't think he did.
Now, it's like again, Prankster is such like it gets Prankster, it gets Unburden, and gets Poison Touch.
Yeah. I forgot he has Lele, so he does. I didn't see that pairing before. Lele plus Grafai for Unburden. So I guess it made sense as well. Like there wasn't many Unburden Pokemon left.
Unburden is like a very good ability, especially like whenever you can't, because naturally nothing can outspeed you, even when you're Scarf.
That's it. Yeah, Grafai at 110 with Unburden's pretty nuts.
Yeah, like nothing you can't unless you're faster. You cannot.
I used to love running this Pokemon Choice Banded without terrain and just run Gunk Shot, U-turn, knockoff, and a fourth. I think it has some options. This is round 8, right? Yeah, this is round 8. Yes, that's right. Okay, so this is a round 8 recap. A lot of different points again in this round, from as high as 18 to as low as 1 point. So biggest range so far that we've hit in a round. But I would say Poltergeist or Jumpluff are probably my favorites. Like there's a lot of value in this round.
I think King Gambit is like up there as well.
True.
Also definitely Dusknoir and Gothitail, because information is definitely best whenever it's a best out of 3 format.
Right. No, this is a fun round for coaches. This just goes to show how skilled some of these coaches are at drafting. Mega Abomasnow for the 10th overall or the 9th overall pick for G-Force. It's only 5 points, so he's got the most valuable low point Mega in my opinion. Like you get immediately a really bulky ice type. Immediately really bulky ice type because of snow and ice typing. And then you have Aurora Veil support with everything else. This just fits well. Good Trick Room option.
Yeah. I feel like it's definitely a good okay Mega.
Yeah,
I don't like the I feel like the Mega I think the Mega design's alright as well.
Yeah, think about the concept. You have so many like spread moves. You could pair this next to Lele, really do some damage with Dazzling Gleam plus Blizzard, or Goldengo with Mega Rain. Like everything dies. Everything literally dies.
Yeah.
You could even Earthquake next to it because it's not going to take a lot in the snow with grass typing. You could Earthquake Landorus or with Landorus and then Blizzard with this, and everything dies. So right there, that's good value. As base 132 to both offenses and base 105 to both defenses The only thing that doesn't have going for it is speed. So this thing is absolutely worth the 5 points. If not, I really was advocating for this to be 7 or 6, one of the two, and it got voted to stay. I was like, you guys realize that in comparison to all the other megas, this thing's 2 points lower than the lowest others, and this thing's not bad.
Yeah,
it's not bad. It's really not. Anyway, Meowstick. So there was a little bit of noops he made. Whenever I copy this tier list over and we started going through each of the tier lists, I overlooked Meowstick. I usually like to separate the forms, but honestly, I don't know if it makes too much of a difference. I would have still done it.
It does.
I think.
6 point. I mean, either way, the Meowstick male form would have been higher than the female form, but I don't think it matters too much in terms of having both of them under one like entity. Like, because you're always pretty much going to run the male form. There's some instances where you might want to run female, but I think they're only for offensive purposes. Maybe.
So the male form has 74 HP, 48 attack, 76 defense, 83 special attack, 81 special defense, and 104 speed. The female has 74 HP, 48 attack, 76 defense, 83 special attack, 81 special defense, and 104 speed.
They're the same stats, so there's not the difference there.
Yeah.
It's just the ability, I think. So I don't know if it's a huge difference. Meowstick female gets competitive, I think.
Yeah.
So offensively, female could have a little bit more usage, but male's better for utility.
Yeah. Like, the only difference is the male gets prankstered, the female gets competitive.
That's what I said, yeah. So, yeah, I think the only thing that I might have changed is separating the two and then maybe putting Meowstick male a little bit higher, just to have prankster screens be worth a little bit more. But
also, Grimes here. Be prepared.
Hello, Grimes. Yeah, this thing is pretty solid. I think Marin did a really good job finding this as a value pick. He's got a lot of valuable Pokemon on his draft, but this is a good low point value pick. Yeah, it was really good on him to find it. Let me see, where's the speed tier? So
also the move sets are different too. The male gets helping hand, meanwhile the female doesn't.
Mm-hmm.
We're about to leave.
Oh my god, are you a robot?
Don't worry.
You good, Brad?
He just said we're about to leave and left.
Okay. Okay, so he might be coming back at some point. Okay, cool.
Yeah.
All right, we'll move on. Meowstick's a really good pickup. Typhlosion Hisui for Timmy. 10-point Typhlosion Hisui. I think this is a very good pick. You want to slap a scarf on this, run Frisk, and give it Terrafire Eruption, just click buttons. And he's able to do that. So he could do something like Ninetales Alola with Blizzard and this with Eruption and just kill everything. He could run this next to Amoonguss and redirect while he kills everything. He could run this next to Shempao, which will pick off everything after he Scarf Eruptions and just kill everything that way. So there's a lot of options.
Yeah.
Zoroark Hisui also just bops things with Hyper Voice next to it, which coupled with Eruption kills everything. There you go. Spreadmoves.jpg is what this team is telling me.
Yeah. Typhlosion hit, like, I played Legends Arceus and I've been just using my starter I picked the Typhlosion for my starter choice because Cyndaquil was my favorite Mon.
Mm-hmm.
And it's adorable.
Mm-hmm.
And it just does numbers, man.
Oh gosh, yeah. Aerodactyl for Fake. This was something I was really curious about. Like, I don't really see Aerodactyl drafted, period. And it was drafted in doubles first. I think it's because he wanted a flying type that was fast that had Tailwind, and Celestial wasn't fast and didn't have Tailwind. I think that's why he drafted it. It also gives him a really fast taunt user, which he didn't otherwise have. And it fills a really fast speed tier that he didn't otherwise have filled. I think his fastest Pokemon before this was Volcarona, which isn't that fast.
Yeah, just the problem with it is the rock typing with rock flying.
It's a problem with it?
I mean, I feel like, I think so. Defensively, like rock.
I guess.
Like, hold up. Like, offensively, like,
what he needs from
it does what it needs to do, yeah.
Yeah. I think it's fine for 9 points. I just don't know how effective it's going to be to it's not gonna be a game changer. It's just gonna give him an option.
Yeah, even its abilities are just not that great. It gets Rockhead, Pressure, and Unnerve.
Unnerve's not bad. With the right teammate, Unnerve can be really solid. Like, you could run it next to Zygarde, and if they brought Shuckleberry, it's not gonna do anything. But it kind of invites in ice types, unfortunately, if you do that pairing. But otherwise, this thing can support the team really well between Taunt, Stealth Rocks, and Tailwind. So I like this pickup. I'm just curious to see how it will work in doubles.
Same here.
Aromatisse for OG. I don't know a whole lot about this Pokemon in doubles. I know it gets Healer, and it's a really slow Pokemon, so it could benefit from Trick Room. Otherwise, I think it really just sets screens, doesn't it? And Healing Wishes.
I think so.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I don't really know what else it can get up to. But, I mean, it does steady damage with base 99 special attack. I think it gets Dazzling Gleam, so it can do spread damage, but I really don't know what it does.
It gets Heal Pulse. It gets Heal Pulse.
Yeah, Heal Pulse then. So that's why he's got it. So he's looking at a Pokemon that can support. Let me think. Probably Chi-Yu, because fighting types want to punish Chi-Yu. So maybe having this next to it? I'm not sure.
Yeah, it gets Trick Room, both the screen moves, gets Disable, Wish, Draining Kiss, Heal Pulse to heal you.
So it can be annoying, is what it sounds like.
Yeah.
It can be annoying. It's not one of the more potent fairies, but it is definitely a good fairy. So I'm curious to see how much play it has in the results of battles as a fairy on OG's team. There's your Thundurus Incarnate that we've been talking about. Cadillacs picked it up in 16 points. I think this is a very valuable Pokemon. Well, A, it gets Prankster, so you get the Prankster Thunderwave stuff. B, it's just a really good setup sweeper. This thing gets all the coverage it needs, and it's a really good Terra option. It can double dance. Yeah, it just has a lot going for it. It can discharge next to Electivuz if you really wanted to, I think. Although it doesn't get Motor Drive, so maybe not. But it's really solid.
Yeah.
Yeah, I like the speed control that it provides for the team, because the team doesn't have a lot of reliable speed control. Like, you have Tornadus with Tailwind, but I think this just puts a nail in the coffin with that. Because Electivuz is by chance with static, and Tornadus is assuming that you can get the Tailwind off without getting faked out or, like, killed.
It also gets Voltazorb. So, like, if you use Discharge, I think one of the I think it does.
Therian gets,
or is that the other one?
This one gets Defiant.
Oh yeah.
So you
like Defiance feels good.
Yeah, Defiance also an option. It gets Acrobatics too, so you could really make use of no item Thundurus, or you can just like proc it with like something like a super effective like an ice type berry or a rock type berry.
Yachi berry or something.
Yachi
or just like or if someone procs it with knockoff.
Yeah, exactly. So yeah, this thing's really solid. Caracosta for Galangskog. I love Caracosta, so I wanted to hear, if you're still there, why you picked it.
I have actually never used Caracosta despite being my team mascot.
Well, congratulations, you're the first person in Ultra Recon Draft League history to draft it. This is the 14th season, the first one.
And you know what? I'm actually really excited about this one because I actually think it fits into my team really well.
Cool.
It is... Well, what is it weak to? It's weak to grass, it's weak to fighting, weak to ground, and guess what? I just drafted right before with redirection, Jump Off, which resists all of that.
That's right.
So I have that, and this is something that I think I kind of didn't think about during draft, but I did address it in Grace. But it's also another slow Pokemon because, as you can see in my team is very fast with ways to get faster.
Yeah.
And so having a Mon that can reliably be in Trick Room if that needs to happen is, I think, really useful to have. Additionally, my team is also very rock weak. As you can see, I only have like Mega Lopunny to resist.
Yeah.
But this also has Wide Guard, so that is another option to kind of wade that off. And it has a ton of spread moves with Icy Wind, Muddy Water, Rock Slide, Earthquake, a bunch of spread.
Oh my god.
If I need it. And it has Shell Smash. And so if you combine that with Jump Bluff, all of a sudden you have this possible big threat that can either be slow in Trick Room, it can just do a bunch of spread damage, or can Shell Smash and then do the spread damage. So
that's scary.
I actually think, I think this is a pretty... The stars aligned on this one, I think.
I'm so happy that you're able to justify the pick too, and that it actually makes a lot of sense, because I've seen so many opportunities to draft this thing just because I love the thing, and I'm like, oh yeah, I got Pelipper, I can maybe make this work in rain. It's so goddamn slow. You still need to like Shell Smash and then get another Shell Smash to make it faster than anything. But this thing is actually such a good Trick Room now that you've explained it. Like,
it gets Swift Slam too, so like.
It gets what? Sorry.
It gets Swift Slam.
Oh, so, yeah, that's what I mean. That's why I was thinking Pelipper as an option, but like, or just rain in general. But yeah, like this thing can absolutely function in Trick Room, and I'm so happy that you were able to see that too, and that there's justification there. And I really like that. Actually, kind of works well with Jump Bluff at a lower tier combination.
Oh yeah.
Yeah.
Also gets Solid Rock as a boosting ability too.
I really hope you're able to make it work. Mega Steelix to Feathers. I kind of like this budget pick for Feathers. It gives him his ground, and I believe it does get ground coverage moves that don't necessarily get affected by Rillaboom's Grassy Terrain, if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong there, but yeah, this thing gives him a huge defensive Pokemon, like ridiculous.
I think it's the electric terrain that makes it where ground type moves are useless.
No, Grassy Terrain makes it so that Earthquake and Bulldozer are halved in damage. Electric Terrain makes you can't fall asleep and it boosts electric type moves.
Oh yeah.
But yeah, this thing is base 230 defense, so Iron Defense Body Press, Go Stupid, or just Body Press. It gets okay coverage moves. I believe it gets Ice Fang and Fire Fang, as well as like the Steel, Rock, and Ground type moves. I believe it also gets Dragon Dance, which is funny.
Gets Iron Tail. I think I'm pretty sure regular Steel gets Iron Tail, so those might as well get Iron Tail.
Yeah, no, this thing's a really solid 9-pointer, especially for Mega. Like it's based at Toes Nuts for 9 points, so good pickup on Feather's part, and it gives him a really solid Trick Room on, another solid Trick Room on with Iron Hands and King Gambit to benefit that. So good pickup here. What do we have next? We have Bolt Ton by Mr. Grimes. This was a good budget pick, I think. It gets competitive, I believe. It's also base 121 speed, and it's all electric type that really benefits from Terra.
Gets competitive, Strong Jaw, which I have used quite a lot in a very low tier draft. Mm-hmm. Basically boosts all the biting force, and that's it. That's all its abilities. Nice. Competitive and Strong Jaw.
No, I like the ability choices it gets. But yeah, it gets decent coverage. I think the only thing that I would like to see out of Bolton more as a Pokemon, I think other electrics get more of, is natural speed, but then also like just really solid setup options. I don't know if Bolton gets other ones than Work Up, if I'm not mistaken.
I think the main problem with Bolton is because like I feel like you would prefer it to be because it gets Strong Jaw, because it gets Thunder and Fire Fang, gets Bite. Like you just choice band that and like make the Strong Jaw make it better, and you just win.
Entei going to Frogman and the Coastal Conkeldurs. I really personally like this Pokemon, and I didn't realize it had such a opportunity to be really solid in doubles as I thought. It gets Inner Focus as the hidden ability. I didn't realize. So it gets Pressure and Inner Focus. Pressure is kind of good for stalling out recovery Pokemon, but then Inner Focus, of course, can't be faked out, which I really like. But this thing is also a really solid Terra option. Like you could Terra Grass this thing, get some stabs, Trailblazes going, and then just set up and sweep with this thing. Like this thing's got what it needs to really be a potent offensive threat. And I think Froggerman did a really good job finding this when nobody else could find it. And it just is a really solid fire team that will serve his team well.
I think for pressure, it's not really necessary whenever VGC goes like really quickly, like less than 10 turns.
We'll see.
So, I mean,
it depends on the matchups.
Well, yes, it does. It does help a lot with like stall-worthy mons.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like most times you're going to, if you see a stall-worthy mon, you know it's going to be a stall-worthy mon. You're just going to build around that.
Yeah, fun options for Entei. You can run it next to Bennett Prankster Sunny Day, get some nice Terra Fire Flare blitzes off on your opponents. I believe it might get Heat Wave too, so that's another option. You could also run Terra Normal Extreme Speed on this thing. And then just general coverage moves. I believe it gets Scorching Sands, and then you can run Trailblaze too for setup and stuff. So really fun ability.
I mean, they should Secret Fire.
Yeah, Sacred Fire. True. I drafted Uxie. I ended up not sticking with this Pokemon. I was kind of under the impression that this thing got Icy Wind, so that's why I was kind of excited for it, because A, it gave me another ground immunity, and B, it gave me some speed control. Although it does get Thunder Wave, I was kind of banking on it getting Icy Wind, which it doesn't get, so you'll find that I ended up dropping it later because I didn't really find that it was worth the 10 points at the time that I figured that out. So it's a really solid Pokemon. I mean, it's a really reliable Trick Room user as well, next to Dusknoir, so it took a lot of pressure off of that at the time. It's got some decent coverage moves, and it can run Nasty Plot if it really wanted to with that base 75 special attack and actually make some benefit off it. It has some okay, just natural, or really solid natural bulk. I don't know if I said it already, but yeah, it was the best option at the time that I could find, and so I ended up going for it, and I don't regret it, but I think I pushed value on it as a 10-point mon more with it having Icy Wind, and then when I learned that it didn't, I just ended up compensating by going a little bit of a cheaper route later on in Grace. So, but Uxie's a solid mon.
Yeah, especially with Levitate.
Yeah, no. Mega Manectric is what you drafted next.
Yeah,
it's really solid for you.
I was looking at my team. I was like, man, I'm really lacking in Intimidate mon and Electric type. So I was thinking either grabbing also a fast mon.
Yeah, because
like my
fastest Pokemon was Palafin before this.
Yeah, my fast with a base of 100 speed.
Yeah.
So like, so I went with I was either debating Jolteon or Mega Manectric.
Mm-hmm.
But Manectric gave me Mega Manectric gave me an Intimidator mon, and that could help me out with like any physical attackers.
Absolutely.
Meanwhile, Jolteon all you're going to do is run Magnet and nothing else.
Mm-hmm. Well, with Jolteon, you could run it as a Terra option.
Yeah, but I opted to Mega Manectric because I definitely needed an Intimidate mon.
Mm-hmm. I really like the idea of Manectric next to Rhyperior as well, because I'm pretty sure you can still discharge, and Lightning Rod will take away discharge, but I'm pretty sure you can still hit the opponents if I'm not mistaken. I might be wrong there.
Yeah, discharge, or it still would work even if it's not Lightning Rod because it's a ground type.
Right. Good. Okay, so this is round 9. Okay, round 9 is under the books. I personally think Meowstic was probably the best value pick, but if I had to pick my personal favorite mon, just from no bias at all, it's Caracosta. I really like. I want to see Caracosta go well.
Honestly, I think we just can call this round the mega picks and then everything else.
Yeah, Mega Bombastone is also really solid value here.
We got
I like
3 megas.
Caracosta personally, and the Caracosta is no bias at all. Morgrim going to you next. I think this is a really good pickup at this point. I thought that would go a little bit earlier as well.
Well, yeah, I needed you need a prankster because everyone was grabbing prankster. So I was like,
yep.
Okay, I need a immunity for prankster, and I need a prankster mon. So I went with Morgrim.
Yep.
Like, it also is surprisingly faster than Grimmsnarl.
That's right. It's 10 base speed, I think, isn't it?
Yeah, like 10 fast. It's 10. It's by 10. Yeah.
Yeah.
70 versus 60.
Gives you is it your second Fako user because you have Gothitelle?
I don't. I'm pretty sure it doesn't get Fake Out.
Oh, okay, this or Gothitelle?
Morgram.
Oh,
I'm
this
pretty sure it
Morgram
doesn't get
absolutely
fake
gets
out.
fake out. It absolutely gets fake out. I drafted
I
this
could be
before.
wrong.
It
Let me
absolutely gets
check.
fake out. I'm like 97%
But-
sure. Anyway, while you're looking it up, I'm going to move on to make a Houndoom. I ended up drafting this 10th overall because
Oh, it does. Yeah, my bad.
Yeah, you're good. I wanted a Pokemon that could function in a different mode than anything else. I don't really have a Sun mode, and so a tiny Sun mode that I might be able to, I might be able to abuse is Tornadus Scarnet Sunny Day next to this. And for 9 points, I think that's so worth it. Mega Houndoom also gave me a Dark type, which I desperately needed, because I don't really have a good time into Darks or Ghosts. So it's sort of, even though it's not really a resist because it's not bulky enough, it is something that deals with those things, potentially. But yeah, Houndoom's really solid. It's got base 140 special attack, which is really nice. Base 115 speeds, no slouch. It's above average. And yeah, is it Flare or Solar Power? Solar Power is its ability. So I was thinking I could have a mini Sun mode there, but that's really it. It gets Nasty Plot too.
I was wrong. My bad.
You're good. Cast Form going to Froggerman for 1 point. I thought this was a pretty niche pick, but I like it. This guy's a little weather boy. Base 70 stats across the board. I just don't know if Cast Form is a mon that, although it benefits from weather, would come much. But
yeah,
obviously, you get to a certain number of point value, and you're not going to find Pokemon that are really, like, potent.
Yeah, just Cast Form is...
It's Cast Form.
Even though it's a Cast Form. That's all you can really say about it.
Moving on. 7-point Mega Camerupt, I think, is a really valuable pick, and Grimes found it. And so I think he was kind of leaning towards Trick Room abusers that were special. And so that's the reason why he started leaning. He ended up going away from the Magmortar route at the end of the draft. He dropped it because he didn't want to stack special attacking fires, which is fair. And so he grabbed Mega Camerupt, and I think this is a really solid, guaranteed way of being a special wall breaker in Trick Room next to Hatterene. I think the combination of the two just do a lot more for him than having that one support option Magmortar, because Magmortar by itself with that typing doesn't necessarily do a whole lot into his own, like, supporting his own team in terms of types, because Blastoise is really the only thing that Magmortar can support necessarily, and maybe Politoed too, but Politoed's not like a potentially offensive mon. But so yeah, I kind of like this route more. Is Grimes in here? No. Oh, hi Marin. Yeah, so Mega Camerupt's pretty cool. Very strong Pokemon. Base 145 special attack, and they get Sheer Force on top of that. That's so nuts. Clefable, the true Dragapult answer, gets drafted at 3 points by Feathers, who has Dragapult. So nobody's going to be able to beat Dragapult. We might as well just hand in the towel now. GG's to Feathers. Ninetales, no, I'm just kidding. So Wigglytuff's pretty interesting. It's not the best stats in the world. It does get 85 special attack now. It used to get 75. And it gets competitive now, which I think is a pretty cool ability. So it has some niche. It's not going to be like doing a whole lot, but it can absolutely benefit from certain things that Feathers team provides. Trick Room is an option with it. So Porygon 2+8 could potentially be a bit of a nuisance. Like I said before, like this and Kingambit deter Intimidate so hard. So that makes Arm Hands and Rillaboom a lot more threatening. So yeah, Wigglytuff. I don't really know. It gets a lot of coverage moves as a Gen 1 Pokemon, so there's that too. I think it gets Icy Wind as well. So maybe it's a lot better than I think, but I don't know. It's probably just gonna come in, do what it needs to do, and then die. I don't know. Like, competitive's kind of nice to use.
Yeah.
I don't know what else to talk about with it. I'll just move on to Ninetales. So Ninetales, Gallant Skug, you drafted that, and I started to see that Jump Pluff synergy coming together a lot more now. And Ogerpon gets a direct Sun setter. So, how do you feel about having Ninetales?
Hi. I'll be honest. I swapped every Pokemon for these last 3 Pokemon out, in Grace.
Mm-hmm. Oh, that's
and
right.
Yeah, I made kind of a lot of switches. I feel like I was struggling to manage my points a bit since as you can see, I was taking a lot of lower points mods, so I had a lot of points left, and so spending on these last two were kind of hard. So I ended up switching a lot. But I will say the philosophy of why I picked these mons still can be carried over into what I eventually got.
Yes.
And yeah, I think you're just mentioning having a Sunsetter is really nice. But of course, my team isn't super reliant on Sun. It's mainly Jumpluff and Ogerpon. So I didn't really want to hard commit. And the other reason was having that 100 speed. It fits in nicely in the speed tiers of bridging, Ogerpon, and I think Cresselia is that gap, 110 to 85.
Yes, that's right. Because Jumpluff's faster, Kilowatts was much faster. That's right.
Yeah.
No, I think at the time, there's a lot of like, it flowed into the pick for sure. The way your draft was coming along.
Yeah. I do still have Sun options, so I am definitely considering.
Yeah.
Yes.
You got the Prankster, Sableye.
Yeah, so I'm still thinking about it, but it'll be shown a little differently.
Right on. Yeah, no, that's fair going this route though. Like at the time, makes sense. Cadillac's going for his 1-pointers finally after grabbing all the high tier Pokemon available. And he goes Impidimp, which is fair. It's Impidimp though, so it's kind of like if you thought Morgrem was, I think Morgrem's good though, but I don't know if Impidimp's as good as Morgrem, but like it doesn't have that like, oh yeah, I can be sort of good as Grimmsnarl. It doesn't have that tie. Impidimp's just Impidimp, I think.
Yeah, it just does impotent things and use Prankster.
Yeah, Prankster's really it. I think if you're gonna run Impidimp with Prankster, it's probably gonna be Focus Sash, leaving a Eviolite for Electabuzz.
Yeah.
So I guess it kind of has that synergy going for it because you don't want to play a game of who's gonna wear the Eviolite. So at least you kind of know a little bit more directly what's gonna be using Focus Sash, what's gonna be using Eviolite between the two non-evolved Pokemon. So that's kind of nice. Yeah, it's Impidimp. Light Screen Reflect, sorry. Pachirisu for OG. I think this is a pretty good pickup, given that's only 2 points.
Gets Follow Me, Voltazorb.
It's only really Volt Absorbing though for like Talonflame though. Am I missing something?
Yeah. Does he have any water types?
Not yet. So,
but I mean, it gets Nuzzle for guaranteed paralysis.
Yeah, Nuzzle's really valuable. Super Fang.
Super Fang for that.
Hmm.
Also just gets Cheek Pouch.
Yeah. No, I like them on. I think it's valuable for 2 points. Yeah, it's valuable for 2 points. I'm curious to see how he uses it. I'll just say that. Because I would personally run Amon with Follow Me and Volt Absorb next to something that really appreciates it. And I don't see Amon that really appreciates it. I'm not saying Patrouille is bad. I'm just saying generally the rule of thumb is that you have something that would appreciate like electric types being gone next to it.
Yeah.
Anyway, that just
I think we're at the stage. I think we're just at this point of the draft where you're just grabbing Mons.
Yeah, it's pretty much it. Torracat for Vague. I think this is another good, really low point valuable Pokemon. It's another Pokemon that can run Eviolite along with Poltergeist, but it's also able to be a little bit offensive with its base 85 and base 88 special attack, so you can run a little bit more of an offensive set on this if you wanted to. But it's good for reasons for Intimidate. It gets Fake Out, and I don't know if it gets Parting Shot. It might, but yeah, it's just a really solid Pokemon. Basically Incineroar's baby, which it is. But yeah, like it's very budget Incineroar, and there's nothing wrong with it being 2 points. It's honestly a really good steal one too. I think this is another Pokemon that could have been overlooked and brought up a few tiers. But yeah, really good pickup by Vague. Colossal going to Timmy. I personally like Colossal a lot in general as a Pokemon. It's got a lot of natural bulk, and unfortunately, due to the fact that it's Fire Rock, it's got 2 quad weaknesses, but with Terra, it makes this 5-point Pokemon a little bit tricky to deal with. It's only base 30, so it's more of a Trick Room attacker, but it does get Rock Polish. So if you time your Terra accordingly, you can get 2 Rock Polishes up for free and really be a threat. got a unique move too called Tar Shot, which I think makes your opponent weak to fire. Is that right? And then lowers its speed. Anyway, it's it. Yeah, this Pokemon's pretty fun. I've used it a couple times, and Mr. Grimes has used it a couple times. He loves this thing. Okay, this is another Pokemon that's very undervalued, but Marin, you're here. Do you want to talk about Fletchinder a little bit?
Yeah, I can. So originally, the reason I picked up Fletchinder here was because I just needed another way to set up Tailwind besides just Roaring Moon, because Roaring Moon doesn't want to set up Tailwind all the time.
Right.
And with the Gale Wing ability Fletchinder has, and it being 1 point, it can actually has priority to set up Tailwind,
so
similar
good.
to Prankstermons.
It's so good with Tailwind at 1 point. Like, it's so good. You have some really good value points on the lower side of things.
Yeah, definitely. Fletcher was definitely a great value pick to grab, of course.
Yeah, so
just
like,
helps.
I've seen Fletchinder be like 8 points in the regulation H VGC draft leagues. It's super valuable. I think it's just another one of those case Pokemon where I brought this tier list over, it was singles oriented, and that was overlooked. But you did a good job finding it, so nobody can be mad because we didn't see it.
Yeah. It was a good find.
Yeah, good find for sure. It was a good job picking it up. Camerupt goes to G-Force. Just basically kind of fill in the gaps here. Get a decent Trick Room Pokemon in the lower end of things with base 100 attack and base 105 special attack. Doesn't have like the sheer force ability that his Mega Form does, but still a pretty threatening Pokemon in Trick Room, I'd say. The only thing kind of going for it again, because of its hyping, it's got a 4x weakness. But you can easily alleviate that with Terra. That being said, I don't think people are going to be circling around Camerupt to be a Terra option. It's just there as an option. And I think G-Force, G-Force will make use of it if he needs to. So that's going to be round 10. What stands out to me this round? Well, the Fletchinder, for one. I would say Torracat and Morgrim all stand out to me as really valuable Pokemon at this stage.
Yeah.
I want to have more faith in Wigglytuff, and that would probably be up there too if I knew more about what it can do. I just know baseline, like competitive and stuff, and then it has good move pool.
Yeah, that's basically it.
Okay, right on. All right, moving on then. We got Walrein to start off round 11, going to G-Force as well. So he's on the trend of very strong low point Pokemon. And unfortunately, I think he ends up dropping this, and I was kind of sad to see that because Mega Abomasnow with it was pretty strong, and somebody else brought that up in the server. I think it was
I did.
Yeah. That would have been a very annoying Pokemon to deal with because Ice Body heals this thing by like 10% every time Snow is on the field at the end of the turn. And this thing's stats are ridiculous.
And it's just a wall.
Yeah, it's 2 points, and it's such a good, it's absolutely a monster. Like, it's a tanky beast, really.
Like, you don't want... Also, I'm pretty sure it gets belly jump as well, but I could be wrong.
I think you're right. So yeah, some fun options with it. It has decent coverage. Normally
Gets
you want to
Blizzard.
you want to next to Abomasnow and run Blizzard. But yeah, there's absolutely some more options you can do with this thing. You could do yeah, it's pretty fun. Rotom Fan going to Marin. I think Marin, you can probably speak to this, but is this like your last ditch effort to accommodate with points to get yourself an electric type that could potentially be a Terra option?
Well, mainly reason I got Rotom Fan is because I needed another special attacker, because originally I didn't really have much outside of like Flutterman and Scovillain at this point.
Right. Yeah,
so,
Ringaroo and Torkoal's the other only things, but they're not like big ones,
yeah, they're not. Yeah, they're not like reliable. Like always gonna run special attacking offense.
Right. Yeah, you don't want to run them.
So I just needed something that was similar to Fluttermane, that had special offense and was how many covered options.
Yep, fair. That's fair.
Which Scovillain really lacks.
Yep. No, you're absolutely right. Yeah, this thing's I like that its specific form move is more accurate than the others. I know it's kind of something small, but like having Air Slash being as reliable as it is compared to like Hydro Pump or Overheat, I think that's pretty solid. Or Blizzard.
Yeah, Air Slash is nice reliability.
So, yeah, I'm excited to see. I don't know if I'm pretty sure you kept this in Grace.
Yeah, I did.
Yeah, I'm excited to see if you're able to make this work next to something like put in Tailwind and Nasty Plot with it or something like that.
Yeah, definitely is something I'll look forward to.
Then we got Timmy going Wishy-Washy, which is something I'm a big fan of. I love this Pokemon a lot. I think this Pokemon needs its time to shine, and maybe Timmy's the one to be able to do that because he's got such a good Trick Room setter, and this thing would really love Trick Room.
And then he dropped it.
Oh, son of a... Oh, man. Well, that goes my hopes and dreams of this thing having its time to shine, but perhaps someone else will pick it up. Pointing at myself. This thing's a monster. When it's in schooling form, it's got 140 attack, 130 defense, 140 special attack, 135 special defense, and it's base 30, which is a really solid Trick Room tier. Yeah, I think this had a lot of potential, but and it has a lot of coverage moves. Like, this thing's got a sweet move pool. The thing that holds it back, of course, after a certain percent, I think it's like 25 or 20, it goes back to the individual Wishy-Washy form, which is very much not competitively viable. Veg goes War Turtle and goes on the support train here. He's getting a lot of good low tier valid picks, which I thought would go a lot earlier. Like, War Turtle's really solid at this point. Gets Fake Out, Follow Me, Life Do, which is really strong. It can run Shell Smash with Eviolite a lot more effectively because the bulk can afford to lose the defense. In certain situations, it won't die because of Eviolite, so it's really solid. But yeah, overall, it's a really good, solid, bulky support Pokemon. Then OG drafts Rotom-Mo. So we're seeing the Rotom forms going here finally. I think this is our fourth one that's gone. This thing, he ended up DMing me because he wasn't sure. He wanted to get some certain coverage moves that he was missing. And he mentioned wanting a grass and electric type Pokemon to provide him that natural coverage. And I thought about Rotom-Mo, and it kind of looks naturally good with what he has. So I'm pretty happy that he was able to get it. Of course, this thing does the same thing as Rotom Fan, Rotom Heat, Rotom Wash, except the typing benefits / hinders it in certain ways. Nasty Plot Leaf Storm, so unfortunately Leaf Storm is going to be making Nasty Plot a little bit more redundant, but it's still really solid. It's another really good like Will-O-Wisp Hex user. That's something I haven't been mentioning a lot with Rotom forms, but that's a really solid option. And then Pain Split just to give it that reliable recovery. So really solid option here. And it does give him another Pokemon that's in that 80 tier base range, which is okay because I think the only one he has is Glamora, so it's pretty solid. And then Cadillac drafts Fungus for his second of 3 1-pointers because that's all he can afford left is 1-pointers. So he grabs Fungus, which I think is a really solid 1-pointer. Gets Rage Powder, Effect Spore, it gets Pollen Puff, I believe, too, so it can side heal. Just overall really solid Pokemon. And the stats don't do it justice because with Eviolite it is very bulky.
Yeah, you're scattering around, grabbing 1 picks. It happens.
Yeah. No, well, Cadillac said it, like, he made a point with VGC, because the games are so fast, that having the upper echelon Pokemon that you know you're going to bring more makes a lot more sense. You really sell out on those, and then the Pokemon that you know you're not going to bring anyway might as well be really cheap, so he ended up hitting that nail around the coffin. Then Galantskog, you drafted Frostmoth. Did you want to tell us a little bit about your pick?
Yeah. Again, I did end up switching it. The reason why, I think I'm just kind of interested with Frostmoth because I like it has Ice Scale, so it takes half damage from special attacks, which is really interesting ability. It also has Wide Guard, so another way if you want to run Rock Slide against it, it can be countered. Quiver Dance, again, another way to be a threatening setup mon.
Yeah.
And I have been really enjoying the Ice type since it's just a really strong
I'm pretty
attacking
sure
type.
does it get Tinted Lens?
No, it's Shield Dust and Ice Scales. Those are its abilities. So yeah,
You're thinking of Venomoth.
Yeah. So I didn't end up keeping it, but it is still an interesting mod that
It's a fun Terra option.
like. Yes, that is.
But I think it's like a very good definition of a glass cannon.
Yeah.
I like it too. Base 125 special attacks, no side. It gets quiver dance like you mentioned. Yeah, I see why you picked it up. Spupa for feathers. I don't know if I completely understood this pick, but he was at the point where he's drafting like really low point Pokemon, so maybe someone else can tell me about Spupa because I really don't know what it does.
It gets Rage Powder.
Okay.
And it just is like it's just a mon to be there to be annoying. It gets the Eviolite.
Rage Powder, Sunspore, Electroweb is pretty much it.
Yeah.
That's what it can do.
Okay.
That's pretty much it.
Okay. So nothing like overbearingly special about it compared to like other low point Pokemon.
Also has a Struggle Bug, which guarantees you lose special attack.
Right.
I forgot this Pokemon also has Friend Guard.
Wow, that's something I didn't expect to hear today. Spupa getting Friend Guard. Okay. Well, Spupa. All right. Grimes
it's just
picks
a
up
Spupa.
Huntail. Grimes picks up Huntail for 4 points. So there's his budget Swift Swim user. I believe he ended up dropping this in Grace, but it's 4 points for a reason. I'll just say that its coverage is what's holding it back, in my opinion. Otherwise, it would be okay. It does get Shell Smash.
Yeah. I never really got interested in Huntail. I would probably never use it on a team.
Yeah, he chose this over Gorbis because he felt like he had too many special attackers. So he just wanted to kind of flip the switch there, but he ended up dropping everything, or switching everything around in Gray, so he ended up making up for the lack of physical attackers, I believe. But yeah, this was his. This is what he could afford for a Swift Swim user. And I get the thought, but it didn't unfortunately hit the bill. But yeah, I looked at its move pool. It's awful. It's like water, normal, and dark. That's it. It's so bad. I mean, you can Terra Dark and sort of do something, but Turtwig for Froggerman. Okay, important to note. Froggerman, when round 11 started, right before it got to his pick, he put in the chat, he's like, yeah, I'm not going to be around, so can somebody just pick 2 random 1-pointers for me, because I don't really care. So Grimes like, I got it. So he decided he's going to grab him Turtwig, and he's going to go the Sinnoh starter route. So you're going to have to wait and see what his other Sinnoh starter is. Drumroll please, only fucking... the only 2 options are Chimchar and Piplup. But anyway, Turtwig, Eviolite can actually make this thing kind of bulky. Nowhere near as bulky as Groudle, but this one's got, you know, respectable Eviolite stats for a baby. It's got 64 defense, 55 special defense, and 55 HP. Like, this thing can be bulky. It's actually got 68 base attack. Like, it's not bad. It's not bad. It's okay at being picked at 1. It's like middle of the road. So yeah, it can be annoying, and I'm pretty sure it gets shell armor.
I'm pretty sure, but like, Overgrow is also a really good ability.
It is. But yeah, this thing could be annoying. So I'm kind of commending Grimes for drafting it for him, even though it was kind of like he had a theme in mind. He just didn't. I don't think anybody really thought anything of Turtwig other than like it's Turtwig, but it can be good. I don't want to talk about it forever, but it can be good. I grabbed Phalanx because I thought maybe I could do something with like Follow Me next to Phalanx with No Retreat and then Terra with it. I thought it was a decently potent setup option, 3 points. But unfortunately I ended up dropping it because I had a better plan in mind to alleviate the waste of points. But yeah, Phalanx is pretty solid. It's got base 100 attack, base 100 defense, base 75 speed, so +1 it is outspeeding quite a bit of things. Not a whole lot, but yeah, I could definitely do some things like Terra Dark Throat Chop at +1 and run like Life Orb. But yeah, this thing I thought at the time could be threatening, especially with No Retreat, like blocking everything with switching. Anyway, the thought was there.
Yeah.
I'm not going to be able to end up use it because I ended up finding something better after accommodating for the Uxie wasted points. You draft Golduck in your 11th round. Do you want to talk us through it?
Yeah, it gets the ability Cloud 9 and Swift Slim, which are really good abilities, especially when I'm probably gonna face a Sunsetter and the Cloud 9 just goes nope, or a Ice Setter and just go nope, and Swift Slim, like I can have it next to a Pelipper and it gets Encore gets Disable, and just that combo with Swift Slim and being a very fast mon. Also gets nice coverage. I think it gets Ice Beam.
Yes.
Like it's just
solid for 3.
It's just it's a solid 3 picker.
Yeah, no, really good pickup there. Good value as a Swift Swim Pokemon, honestly. So there you have it. There's round 11 picks. We have one more round to go here. I'm just gonna hands down say Wartortle is my favorite Pokemon of this round. Hands down.
Yeah, I feel like Walrein's definitely my favorite. It's definitely needs it needs no introduction. It's a tank and can deal heavy damage.
Yeah, it's definitely a good option. All right, we're ready to kick off the final round of the draft. Let's get her going.
Yeah.
So you got your Muck. You got Muck for 4. You want to talk us through it?
Yeah, I was like debating either Muck or Venonat.
Oh, really?
But like,
Venonat.
Yeah, I was, but ultimately though, I did drop Muck for something better because I think it was, I thought I didn't have much points. I didn't have any points, so I was like, might as well use all my points. And then turns out that there was just a big, huge editing mistake. But I grabbed Muck for like because it looked because it was like a wall. It was a nice wall for me. Got sticky hold to like keeping the item so you cannot knock it off. Got poison touch because poison touch is such a good thing. But then I realized, but while grabbing it, I realized I am very heavily ground weak. So I did end up dropping it for something ultimately better.
Yeah, I remember. It's
also
a good pickup.
It's also, I thought it would be nice because of how slow it is. It'd be very good in Trigger Room. But again, I didn't fully see I didn't fully see Muck coming very often, so I dropped it.
No, that's fair. It was a good pickup at the time, though. I like Muck's value as a 4-point Pokemon. It's a very good monster. It's a monster.
Yeah.
Right, so I ended up picking Venonat. I guess I'll explain why Venonat is potentially worth picking up in one, because it's Venonat. People wouldn't think it's good. So the reason why Venonat's good, and there's been a lot of videos circling around about it recently. I think Wolfie Glick even made a short about it. The reason why Venonat's kind of good, it kind of just is okay stat-wise with EVLA. It's kind of like the Turtwig effect, but with Terra as an option, if you decided you wanted to go the Terra route, you can make this thing a lot harder for Pokemon to deal with defensively, but then also it gets Rage Powder, it gets Compound Eyes for its Sleep Powder and Stun Spore, so those become like 95% accurate or more, and then you can heal it off with heal damage off with Morning Sun. Yeah, it just got some stuff going for it. You can run Toxic too on this thing.
Yeah. Either way, if I did grab Venonat or Muck, I feel like I most likely would drop it for something better.
Yeah, no,
but
I'm sticking with Venonat just so I can have points for everything else, but yeah, I might use it.
Yeah.
We'll see. Froggerman grabs Piplup, so this is technically Grimes' pick, not Froggerman's, but Piplup is a Sinnoh starter, and Turtwig is a Sinnoh starter, so yeah, there you go. I don't know what Piplup does, and I don't care to try to figure it out before I end up getting impatient.
It's a Mon.
It's a Mon. Next, Walking Wake for Mr. Grimes. There we go. It's a real Pokemon. So I don't think I was expecting this, but it does function under rain. a little. I was looking at the fact that he's got Mega Camerupt and Walking Wake. I was wondering if he was going to pick up a Sunsetter and Grace, like if he was going to go Ninetales. He ended up sticking it out with Camerupt by himself, I'm pretty sure. I'll double check though, but I have the slide for it too, so we can look. But yeah, Walking Wake's pretty solid. It gets a move, which is a water type move that it gets its power boosted in Sun, which is very unique. I like that mechanic. Otherwise, it just gets Photosynthesis as its ability, so it benefits. Its highest stat will get boosted in the Sun. It's generally going to be special attack. You can make it speed though. Yeah, really solid Pokemon, fun defensive typing and offensive typing. And then it has a lot of good coverage moves that benefit it from being under the sun. So if you ever decide to go the sun route, which you guess he can with Cottony, he can benefit with it. Feathers grabs Slowpoke. I mean, Slowpoke's Slowpoke, but honestly, this is a really good Eviolite Pokemon for 1 point. Better than Spupa, in my opinion. Much better. Unfortunately, now it's going to be competing. The goat is coming up, yeah. Unfortunately, it's going to be competing with Magmar some weeks if you do decide to bring it. But it's a solid Trick Room option. I believe it gets Trick Room. So if Porygon 2 doesn't want to come, then this thing can. Maybe. I don't know. It's one of those Pokemon that might come once. We'll see.
It's a Mon.
It's a solid value for 1 point. Galantskog, you grab Crocodile as your last pick, so you finally got a Pokemon that will fill up those points and gives you a ground type. Do you want to talk us through the Crook pick?
Again, swapped it out, but yeah, it pretty much just boiled down to I wanted a ground type because I didn't have one, very rock weak, and I was also thinking my other dark type was Sableye, and because Sableye is a ghost, their types, weaknesses are not similar, so they were different enough that I didn't have to worry about that. So, yeah, it was pretty much I wanted a ground type.
I mean, hey, Intimidate and Moxie are really good abilities. Anger Point as well. Gets Gunk Shot.
Yeah.
For coverage.
Yeah.
Also Dragon moves as well.
Yeah.
I've been informed.
I've used it before.
Yeah, it's a really solid Pokemon to use on multiple teams.
Yeah, it's a reliable pick that I just thought would work, but it was definitely at this point I was thinking I'm gonna make changes in Grace.
Oh, okay.
I do. The main problem with Crocodile is its special defense, like one Ice Beam, and it's just keeled over and dead.
Well, eventually you're gonna run into Pokemon that like they don't have the stats to couple with their weaknesses. Like you can't expect everybody to live everything, but Crocodile is a really solid Pokemon for 13 points. Like he needed an Intimidator, he got it, and he needed a ground and a dark. Well, he needed ground and he got a really solid ground out of it. I've been informed that the GOAT pick is coming up by none other than Cadillacs, and it's his pick next, so I'm happy to introduce the GOAT of the draft, Trubbish. Trubbish got drafted in 1 point. And you know, this thing's got some stuff. It's got some stuff. It's not the most potent stuff, but it's got some stuff like Toxic Spikes. I believe you can stockpile with it. You get don't really know what its abilities are actually. I think it gets like weak armor, stench maybe.
Well, maybe what's that?
I don't really know anything about Trubbish, to be honest.
It gets the Eviolite, so
I believe it can stay at home all season. Yeah, Eviolite with this can make a bulkier.
Gets Sticky Hold, Stench, and Aftermath.
Okay, so Aftermath's kind of fun. But yeah, Sticky Hold's probably what you're going to be running on this thing because it's not fast enough to make you use a Stench. But yeah, Eviolite can make this thing kind of bulky with his base 62 defenses. I think mostly what you're going to be doing with this is just guaranteeing Toxic Spikes up, but I might be wrong. I don't really know what this thing does again. So, yeah.
It's a Mon that exists.
Yeah.
It's alright.
I just got super into this. Yeah. I don't really know what to say about Trevor, so I'm gonna move on. Bramblecast. For OG, this thing is another one of those Windbrider abusers. And I believe it sets its own Tailwind, so honestly really good value for 6. I don't know what else it does. Does it get Rage Powder, or am I silly?
It gets. I'm pretty sure it gets Poltergeist, Strength Sap, and Rapid Spin.
It does get Strength Sap. Okay. Yeah, so it's honestly not bad. Like, it's got some decent stats, and it's got some really good moves. And of course, Tailwind. So, actually, next to Tailwind, this thing could be really threatening. You're on Adamant, like Choice Band, Terror, Ghost, Poltergeist, next to Tailwind, Talonflame, and just pop things. That'd be really threatening, actually. So, good pickup for 6 points. Yeah. Really good synergy with what he has.
Pop.
Seeking for Vague. I don't know if I understand this one too much, but again, we're at the end of the road in terms of points, and this is something for 2 points. That I mean, it's kind of average. It can swift.
I mean, he did drop it, but
yeah, it can swift swim. It doesn't have a manual range setter that is Prankster, but he does have range setters. So if he was thinking he was going to grab it for rain, maybe he just wanted to draft something and get it out of the way because he knew he wasn't going to use it, and he was going to, yeah, like you said, go. For
it gets Lightning Rod.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Yes, sir. Maybe it was next to Celestial. He was thinking.
Yeah.
And then Celestial would punish the grass types that kill it. So there you go. Maybe that was the thinking. Auroras for Timmy, so he's got himself the other Hail Setter for 2 points, and honestly, it's really good value for 2 because it's got really solid stats. This thing's kind of nice. The only thing about it is that it's got 2 quad weaknesses to fighting and steel, but really solid Pokemon overall. Another Blizzard Mon. Gives him his let's see. It gives him a Hail Setter that can function outside Trick Room, or in Trick Room. So there you go. I made it work. I was trying to figure out why this worked more than. So there you go. Yeah.
I think it's just all you just really need to use it is for Trick Room instead of Hail.
It's his pick, and he asked me to add him.
No.
I'm gonna add him one more time. If he doesn't come over before I switch slides in like 5 seconds, then it's his loss. It's his loss. It's his loss. Okay. 5, 4, 3. All right, it's his pick. We're going. Parasect. He wanted to hear the reaction for Parasect, and the funny thing about Parasect is it's the only Pokemon that's 8 times weak to something.
Yeah.
Because of dry skin.
Parasect is.
So Parasect is Bug Grass. It is 4 times weak to fire as a result of its typing. Dry Skin makes it double that, and he drafted it in the Sun Rhetorical. So there you go. It's 16 times weak to fire. You're welcome. I think that's what the reaction he was looking for. This is amazing synergy. You're the best. Go Parasect. Grapplocked is going to be the last pick of the draft. G-Force grabbed this. I kind of thought it was like fun niche Pokemon, and look at its stats. They're really good. They're honestly really good for 2-point Mon. I don't know what its signature move is though.
It gets Limber and Technician.
Limber and Technician. Oh, what's his signature move?
Yeah, those are. I don't know.
I thought it had a signature move.
Let me look it up. But Limber and Technician are really good abilities.
I feel like this is a very undervalued Pokemon. Or not very, but like it could probably be like a 3-pointer or 4-pointer maybe. Probably not a 4-pointer.
But it just, I mean, its stats are alright.
Yeah. Oh, base 80, base 90, base 80 for defenses? That's not bad. Base 118 attack? That's really not bad.
So, Octolock. It is prevents the target from fleeing or switching out.
Okay, so it's like
while the user remains in battle.
So it's like block except for an octopus. Cool.
It also lowers the target. It also lowers the target's defense and special defense by 1 stage each turn.
Oh my god, that's so good. Okay, that's cool niche. So here's the recap for the last round of the draft. What do we think? What's our favorite Pokemon here?
Honestly, underrated. I think the underrated pick might be Crocodile.
Crocodile.
It's very underrated. But Bramblegast is up there as well with Grapple Walk with that build with that signature move.
Mm-hmm.
But it just, I think Crocodile is.
There's not a lot to compare, unfortunately, with like all these Pokemon.
Yeah, Yeah, it's just I think like Walking Wake is definitely a threat, one of the more threatenings out of all of them. But like I think Crocodile is definitely unappreciative.
Mm-hmm.
It needs to be appreciated.
All right, so we're gonna switch over to a slide that's showcasing everybody's team before the grace period ends. So just a reminder of what everybody got, so people can kind of look through, kind of see what their favorite coach has, and take kind of like a mental image there. So pretty standard teams overall. There's a lot of threatening combinations on all of these teams, and there's just a lot of teams in general that are really, really solid and honestly have a lot of playoff potential. Like I'm looking, I see things that are potent on different elements. Like you got Metal and the potent Trick Room pairing with Hatterene. You have Fluttermane and Roaring Moon and Sun. You have Iron Hands plus like Porygon 2 down there with feathers. You got Urshifu Rapid Strike and a bunch of other threatening support Pokemon on Kylax's team. You have Zygarde plus all the support mons in the world and Urshifu single. You have a lot of stuff. You have Palafin in the Rain, which is nuts. Yeah, a lot of threatening things. Overall, just really good synergy among a lot of these drafts. So, we've prepared a slide to showcase what changes everyone made during the grace period. So, I would recommend if you're going to follow one coach, keep an eye on them now because we're going to switch the slide over to show you how they changed their team. And this is how the teams have changed. So, you can see a lot of changes between a lot of teams. G-Force made a few decent changes there, grabbing Tentacruel, Malamar, Lycanroc. You have, let's see what else changed here. Not a lot on the top row.
I grabbed that Chaladon and Togekiss.
Yeah, somebody dropped our Chaladon. I guess. Marin dropped our Chaladon and grabbed Orgrimmon Cornerstone, and then you dropped Scizor for our Chaladon, right?
Yeah. Because again, Scizor is like, don't get me wrong, it's really strong and really physically bulky or physically attackive. It's just, it's so slow that it can't use that physical attack. It mostly prioritizes it with priority moves, and with Psychic Terrain everywhere, I can't use Bullet Punch it at all.
I see Froggerman made trades. He grabbed Clefable and Gliscor and Drapion, and then you have Grimes with the really revamped Rain team. He dropped Mega Camerupt to grab Mega Swampert, and now he has Zapdos, Electivire, Drampa, and Ludicolo. So I really like the changes he made there. I made a couple changes myself. I ended up dropping Mega Houndoom and Uxie and Phalanx, and I grabbed Mega Absol, Magmortar, which got dropped by Grimes, and Claydol. So I'm a little bit more happier with my team now. I didn't feel like I was expending too many points on a Trick Room setter that didn't have Icy Wind this way. And it also just gave me a lot more freedom to get the things that I wanted, like Magmortar. And I think Mega Absol is going to have a lot of usage on my team as a Pokemon that can really punish those Ghost types that otherwise are a little bit pesky for me. I feel like I have a tough time into Ghost for some reason offensively, so I think Mega Absol with its speed tier and its base 150 base attack is going to make that a little bit less of a problem for me, which I'm excited about.
As I said with Muck, I didn't really feel like it fit very well again Ground League, so I dropped it for Togekiss, which gets Follow Me support, gets Surging Grace, gets the Evilite.
Then we got what is it? OG dropped a couple things. He got Landorus and Lechonk instead of, I can't remember what he had there. He had Vileplume and something else. I can't remember.
Vileplume and Hydreigon.
That's what it was. So he got his ground type. He's got another really threatening offensive Pokemon there, so that's kind of scary. But yeah, overall, I think everybody's got a really solid draft. And so week one has been, the schedule has been updated. Week one will be starting this week, so we'll be posting our video at least this Sunday. Any other coaches are welcome to post their perspective of their battles, but I'm going to be posting my battle. I believe I face, who do I face week one? I think I face, I face Froggerman, so I face the person to my left, so I face the Whimsicott Raging Bolt team, so that's kind of scary. I'm going to see if I can't hopefully break through that Raging Bolt threat.
Let's
see. But thank you all for watching, and anyone who stayed through this entire thing, I appreciate you, and I hope you will stick around and keep in touch with me as I go through this season as a coach. And we will see you for the feature battle next week. As always, I hope you have a good rest of your day. Thank you all for watching, and I'll see you later. And thank you very much for joining me, Lawrence, with this whole thing. It's really a pleasure having somebody to commentate, and thank you, Gallant Skog, for popping in and contributing to the conversations.
No problem.
All right.
This is really cool.
Yeah, no, appreciate it. And I'm excited to start the season with you guys. We're back in VGC.
I'm very nervous for my week 1. It's feathers.
Marin, you missed your opportunity to talk about Parasect. I just got through the last slide, which was everybody's team post grace period. But anyway, we will see everybody for week 1. And I hope you all have some fun in your week 1 battles. As always, I will see you on the next video. All right. Bye, everybody.
See ya.